what we need right now, the way Talkaoke works, is we need a subject. So has anyone got a subject for us? Any thoughts, comments, observations, ideas? Yes, over here.
Well, this is... I don't live in Manchester, but every time I come here, I just remember that you guys have trams, and I'm a big fan of trams, except when I'm cycling, then I'm less of a fan, because obviously you can get trapped. And it reminds me, so as it's a poetry day, there was a... I'm from Poland, and there's a famous Polish poet who used to write on his journey on the tram.
Okay.
Like he used to write his poetry on tram.
Right.
It's a bit reflected actually in his poetry because it's a bit staccato.
It's very staccato, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, right. All right. So writing poetry on the tram. Do the people of Manchester write poetry on the tram? Has anyone here been on a tram? Have you been on a tram?
Yeah, quite regularly. There's a tram stop outside where I live, Clayton Hall. It's very well connected. But yeah, I enjoy the tram. It's one of my favourite modes of transport. A little bit pricey, I would say. But I think they're trying to develop like an underground system here. Maybe by 2050, that might get... 2050? Yeah, we've got a little while.
That's quite a long time.
They just announced some plans to start developing that plan. So fingers crossed.
Okay, watch this space. I'm going to come to Sue. Sue, are you a tram user?
Occasionally, not that often, but they're quite good for getting into Manchester. If you're somewhere like Prestwich or something like that, they're quicker than the bus.
Okay. I mean, do you write poetry?
Well, I don't know if you call it poetry. I do sometimes scribble things down. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Is there a particular place you do it? Is it on the tram or is it at home or?
Oh, not really. I'm just. I sometimes do it on the tram or the train or something like that.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll do it at home. It depends what mood I'm in, I think.
Okay, so it does depend on mood. Yes.
For me, it's more. It's less about the place. It's more about time. So, for example, when I used to write a little bit more. I don't write so much anymore. But I'd like to go back to it, and that includes poetry and stories and journaling. But I find that if I don't put aside some time in the morning, first thing in the morning, then I probably won't write it. But when I used to go to yoga place in like this other place, it was next to a really nice cafe. And I remember once after yoga, I sat down to have a coffee in that cafe, and I gave myself a deadline. So I'm going to write a poem within the time that takes me to drink that coffee, and it worked out really well actually. And I thought, oh, okay, actually that's helpful to have a bit of like a rule to help you get creative, you know.
Sometimes putting some time limits in can actually be good for writing. And I guess we don't have to just talk about writing poetry, because any kind of writing. I mean, there's other types of writing. Imogen, have you got any thoughts on this?
Well, funnily enough, we were talking earlier about automatic writing, like morning pages. So just like, writing anything that comes to your head in the morning. So I like to do it comes from The Artist's Way. This book, I haven't done it all, but one thing I do like is, morning pages, you literally just write anything that comes to mind, even if it's just a load of rubbish or like words or noises that don't make sense, and then just getting it out on the page, and then maybe making some poetry or lyrics out of that.
Have you surprised yourself at all?
Yeah, I have. Well, sometimes I read it back and I'm like, what the hell is that? But sometimes there's little nuggets of profound wisdom that I'm like, wow, I'm an intelligent woman. Yeah.
I like to use bad language when we're reading poets. Right. Shall I read you one called The Strawberry Duck then, that was done on the train?
Definitely, yeah.
Right, there's a pub called The Strawberry Duck near Entwistle, near Bury.
Yeah.
And it just kind of... I was coming on a train back, and the rhythm of the train just hit my head.
Okay.
The name of the pub by Entwistle Bridge, is Strawberry Duck. Strawberry Duck, echoes the train, rattling along. Strawberry Duck, mutter the wheels, avoiding the grip of the grass on the bank, octopus-like, reaching its fronds out to the train. Strawberry Duck, whistles the wind, forcing it back. Strawberry Duck, ciphers the grass, blown to and fro, forwards and back. Strawberry Duck, clatter the wheels, free of the spell, exultantly free. Into the dark, Strawberry Duck, a tunnel, I mean. Light at the end jumps into 3, not just one mouth. Strawberry duck pounds in my brain, over again, over again. That's how the wheels came to be free, passed the curse on, gave it to me. Trapped by the sound of the name of the inn, when the train stops, will I begin to forget it at last, think once again, or will it persist, continue to drain everything else, take over my brain? Oh, fuck the strawberry duck.
That's really good.
Yeah, I love it. And it's got a lovely rhythm. It's got a lovely rhythm. Hello, come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're talking about writing. We've just had Sue that's written a poem. That was on a train, though. I'm getting a train rather than the tram feel of the rhythm there. It's like the dug-a-da-dunk kind of thing. Yes, first poem down already. It's only...
Yeah, it's only midday. It's like 12:15, and we're already one poem down.
Job done. Yes.
No, but it's good. I think that's one of the things about poetry is like it's like ordinary speech, but a bit more organized, and it was really clear from this. It was really fun to listen to as well. How different words kind of sound a bit like the train, and choice of words as well, not just the rhythm, but like the choice. They kind of sound like onomatopoeic. Onomatopoeic or onomatopoeic?
Well,
onomatopoeic.
Question of debate.
Poic. It's like hegemony. Yeah. So I
Poic or
don't-
poic? Yep.
I was going to say, there's a pub near me called the Strawberry Duck as well. So I don't... Yeah, in Clayton.
the same pub?
It's not the same one. It's in Clayton, but it's called the Strawberry Duck, and I've always thought that's a unique name. Clearly not as unique
What's
as I
going on
thought.
with this strawberry
Don't
duck?
know. Would like to know a bit more about that.
Yeah. Do you know why your strawberry duck is called the strawberry duck?
No, I don't. I should do, actually. I should have looked it up, shouldn't I? I haven't done. Yeah.
Is it better to leave some things unknown as well? I've got a sound effect for that. Yes.
You know what I really like? I mean, I guess like when you write lyrics for music, then that's kind of like poetry as well.
That's a definite no. But just in case you're wondering what this is,
It's a
it's a
pop-up
pop-up
talk show.
talk show, Talkaoke, where you can, and we can talk about anything
Come and
you want
join
to
us.
talk about.
Have you ever read a poem?
Too shy? No, we're
Too shy.
perfect. because
Come and listen to some
I
poetry.
started off very, very shy, and then from doing this, I ended up becoming slightly less shy.
I might come after lunch.
Okay, come
Okay,
after
we
lunch,
can
yes.
bring your lunch here. That's what I've got.
We're
that's
here
what
all
I've got
day, so you come anytime you want to come.
What's your name? Alex.
We've got Mikey, Margot, Imogen, and Sue. And hopefully we'll still be here. And we've got this person as well. Come and join us.
Come on
Thank
in,
you,
come on in.
Alex.
See you later,
Yes.
Alex. Hello.
So you've just stumbled into talk. Well, not stumbled. You walked with a fair amount of grace, but nevertheless, you've walked and you've come across Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. At the moment, we're talking about poetry. We're talking about writing. Where do you do your writing? We had Sue just read our first poem of the day, which is it was written on a train because Margot said apparently there's a poet in Poland that writes on trams, and all the poems have got that sort of sound, and we just heard a sort of sounded poem. Anyway, come and join us. You don't have to be a poet to join us here. 2 minutes, there's no contractual obligation. I've got like a flake of patisserie.
You've got crumbs on your microphone.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you feed me croissants. That's what happens when you feed me croissants in a crucial moment. Anyway, tell us your name.
Emma.
Emma, we've got Margot, we've got Imogen, we've got
Sue, I'm Mikey. Are you a poet of any kind?
I've just been to the poetry
Oh, really?
workshop up at Altogether. It's
How was
2
that?
hours writing. Nice, yeah. I really like creative writing, so I don't do an awful lot of poetry writing, but
Yeah.
I like to give it a go.
Yeah, okay. What does it bring you, creative writing?
I think it kind of gets what's on the inside out.
Yeah.
And gives you the opportunity to be creative in some way. I know that's really cliched, but I love the whole creative process. Keeps you alive, doesn't it?
Creativity keeps you alive. Do people agree with Emma about that?
I think so, but in a way you have to like do it to really appreciate it, or like. And I think a lot of people, they kind of stop themselves from doing creative writing or something. It's like, oh, because I'm not a writer or I'm not an actor or whatever. But it's not really about that. Being creative, it's about just like seeing who you are from another
Why do you
lens.
think that is that people stop themselves from being creative?
Because people like to, I don't know, maybe people are scared of the unknown.
Okay, we've got a button for that.
You know, oh, I don't know what this is,
Yeah.
so just in case, I'm gonna opt out because I don't
Okay.
want to look
Is
stupid
it a
or
little bit of
something.
fear?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
that's what
agree?
The inner critic. I
Yeah.
think one of the things that got me started, right? I mean, I wrote a little bits when I was younger, but I did a Couch to 80K podcast thing, and it was
Right.
basically daily writing. And when I travelled, I used to sit in a cafe at lunchtime and just write. And it's like writing when you don't know what to write, and you have to switch that inner critic off and say, you just have to keep your pen on the paper and keep saying, I don't know what to write, I don't know why I'm doing this. This sounds really stupid, but I've got to keep going. And as a teacher, I try to do that with my students because
Right.
they really judge themselves and they
Yeah.
think they're rubbish and they cross everything out before they've even got going.
Okay, interesting. So a bit of teaching. Have you got any views on this? You're a creative person. Is there anything holding you back from your creativity? Why are people holding themselves back? Are we our own worst critic? Come and join us for a couple of minutes, and then, yeah,
If you let me take a couple of videos.
yeah, we help you scratch our back, we scratch yours. Yeah, we scratch your lens, you scratch our lens. So we've got Emma. And we've got Margot, we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got
I'm Fabiola.
Fabiola, yes.
Yes.
And I'm Mikey. At the moment we're talking about the creative process. Are we holding ourselves back? I mean, do you see yourself as a creative person, Fabiola?
I would say so. I study both literature and journalism, so I do a bit of both. And I think we're definitely holding back. I think I'm not as free as I would like to be with my writing.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to figure that one out.
Okay, so how do we get that freedom? I'm going to put that out there. I'm looking at you a little bit, Sue, because you've already hit us with one poem that seemed to be quite free. I don't know, it had that sort of, you know, you almost broke your own rules as part of the poem. So it felt like you had, how do you get the freedom, would you say?
I don't know. I think I'm just a stubborn old cow. If something comes into my head, I'll scribble it down.
Okay, so it's just about writing stuff down when it comes into your head.
Yeah.
We've got a new face over here, so we've got Fabiola, we've got Sue, we've got Imogen, we've got Margot, we've got Emma, and we've got
Laura.
Laura, and I'm going to hit you with a round of applause. It's a little bit of a sort of just polite smattering of applause, but, you know, we've only just started. We're going to be here all day. We're talking about that creative flow, I suppose.
Speaking of smattering of applause, you know in poetry they do this. Why? I never understood. Like, is it American? Is it just copying?
I don't know, because it seems like a beat thing. I don't know if that's a cliche.
Classrooms, when a student gets something right, so say a maths teacher's going through something, and as they're getting it right, kids do this to show that they understand that that's right, that's happening, and instead of applause, it's a quieter version of applause.
Do you have that in your classroom?
No, I'm not that gimmicky.
No?
No.
Okay, is there a bit of a gimmick? Okay.
I think kids here, because it's not their culture, I think you'd lose them. They just spend the whole time going like this and not listening
Okay.
to anything that was happening.
I mean, it's interesting with young people because on the one hand you're saying they're holding themselves back, but that to me sounds like they are quite free as well.
Yeah, it's the inner critic though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think we've all got one, and young people judge themselves harshly.
Yeah.
And they're more worried about peer pressure and things like that.
Okay, so it's peer pressure, the inner critic as well. Do you have an inner critic?
Yeah,
Laura?
definitely.
Yeah?
You can't be a poet without an inner critic, really.
Yeah. Are you a
Yeah.
poet as well?
Yeah, I wrote
Okay, so
poetry.
we've got a big, what's the conflagration? What's the collective noun for poets?
I don't know.
A clique, maybe?
Yeah. I guess
See
nerds.
what
They're
I've
all
done there?
nerds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A nerdicity of poet. But okay, what's your inner critic saying?
No one's gonna listen to this or like
Right.
find it interesting.
Okay,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so the inner critic's like nobody's interested in this.
It's not as crafted as it should be. Other people's poetry is really crafted and beautiful, and this is just basic.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just basic bitch stuff.
Is it so?
That's my inner critic.
Okay, the inner critics. Yeah. Okay. Come and join us. You don't have to have an inner critic. You don't have to have an inner critic to join us, or you can have an inner critic. Oh, yes.
In Poland, you don't have an inner critic, you've got outer critic. I'm from Poland, and people
everyone's
just
just
tell
like-
me, oh, you as well, cześć!
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm from Białystok, so it's northeast.
Where?
It's called Białystok.
Białystok.
Yeah, which means a white hill, white slope of a hill, but there's no hills, so I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying the Polish culture is more critical. Laura?
Yeah, my family's from near Wrocław.
Yeah.
Technically not really, like
Yeah.
we're more like from a village, but yeah. I would say the same in Poland. But I think like the Polish language, you'd probably agree with me, is just poetic and just like you
Okay, so
speaking
some
kind
languages
of.
are more poetic than others. Okay. I mean, this is World Poetry Day, and obviously we're doing this in English. We could potentially switch to Polish, it's true, but we might alienate people. Are we including enough of the world in our World Poetry Day? You strike me as not a native English.
I am not. No,
Where are you from?
I'm from Venezuela, so I speak Spanish.
Venezuela, yeah. Do you feel that? Do you feel like I wish I could say some Spanish language poems, but people don't really get it here?
Some of the time, yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's complicated because you can write in both languages, but then you cannot share them with everyone. So I
Yeah.
think that's complicated.
So either way, you're kind of stuck because you can't. Or can you write a poem that includes both languages?
I could. People might not understand it, but
Yeah. Okay,
it's
so
part
you
of
know-
it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spanish language music is overtaking English language music, isn't it, in the world? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
on the charts and everything. Yeah.
okay,
World stage.
we are living la vida loca, literally. Okay, yeah.
There's something to say in like not actually translating the word, like
Yeah.
having somebody like sit there and not actually know what it means, but
Yeah.
it's like, but that's what a poem is, because I feel like everybody's so like, well, what does this actually mean?
Sometimes
Yeah.
that can be a little bit hidden.
Yeah, even in English, you're like, what does that actually mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's like
So-
how you feel about it, maybe.
And if people really, I guess, really got into the poem, they could do a bit of research about it as well. So does the meaning actually need to be that straightforward?
I mean, I think I completely agree with you where, you know, sometimes when you hear poetry, it's, for instance, in Arabic, you hear a song in Arabic. I have no idea, I don't speak Arabic.
Yeah.
But you can see the range of emotion that the singer or a poet is conveying, and also how it lands with other people who do understand the meaning. So I do think there's more to poetry than the actual meaning, literal meaning of the words. So yeah, and I'm all for that. And every time in the song, there's like a shout out to a particular place. I really love it. So you know, there's like he's a Polish rap artist, but he I think grew up in the UK. He's like he does garage. He does like UK garage, mixing Polish and English, and I'm like. I need to come back to you. I can't remember.
Hang on, because we've got a new face. Come and join us. Yes. We have got Laura, we have got Emma, we have got Margot, we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got me, Mikey. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. Come and join us. Right now, because it is, I don't know if you're aware, it's World Poetry Day today. And there's a lot of chat about poetry, but there's also, I guess what we're talking about at the moment is poetry in other languages and meaning. Laura's kind of said, well, you don't have to know the meaning of everything. Sometimes the meaning can be a little bit obscure, it can be a little bit hidden, and it could even be in a different language. So that's your name?
Janice, my name's Janice.
Janice, welcome. Yes, Imogen.
I didn't have anything to add.
I thought you
Sorry.
had your hand up.
No, I was clapping.
Okay, right. So, yeah, so what do people think? Does it need to be all out there? Is there a mixture of things? Does there need to be a hook to bring people in?
I would struggle to read a whole poem in Spanish because obviously then I don't understand all of it. But I like it when writers mix it. I read a verse novel by, I think it's Elizabeth Acevedo, when she mixes Spanish and English as her narrative verse, and I think I can cope with a little bit because that creates the mystery, and for other people it's not a mystery, but you can work it out in context. Yeah.
Okay, Janice, have you got any views on this? Do you speak any other languages?
I speak French a bit, and I'm doing Spanish on Duolingo.
Oh, really?
But I'm not up to reading poetry in either of those languages, really. I did A-level French at school, and it was like really difficult French poets, Lamartine, and I can't remember the others, Le Musset or something, and it didn't mean anything to me, really.
So it was a bit. The poetry got a bit too difficult. It was in another language. Not only was it in another language, it was difficult. What do people think of it? Yeah, go on.
I think there's an opportunity there for Duolingo to kind of, when you get to the end of Duolingo, I'll go flat, mate. How many levels are there in Duolingo? Which level are you?
I don't know. There's a 1300 and something.
Wow.
A streak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a few years.
Okay. I mean, should there be a poetry level on there or a kind of poetry element to it?
It'd be a good idea, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, can poetry actually help you learn languages? You don't think so? You're not sure?
I don't know because it's quite advanced, isn't it? Because the whole idea with poetry is it's a little bit opaque and there's layers of meaning, and I don't know if that's an entryway into learning a language. That comes much later. It's much more.
Can poetry help you learn language?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what I really like, because when I was learning English, well, that was when I was still in Poland, but when I used to listen to music, then you kind of I used to use like translators to kind of find out what the lyrics were and like discovering what the lyrics mean or like what each words mean, and then to hear them reoccur in like normal speech or whatever, you just get like a dopamine hit or something.
Yeah.
It feels great.
Yeah.
Because music's got the added level of something that you're already enjoying, and then the music is.
Yeah.
A lot of European people learn English or other languages learn English through American music, don't they?
Yeah. Okay, so you can actually learn from listening to a bit of music, and maybe we need to learn or listen to some more music from other languages, because it does tend to be mostly English. Yeah.
Actually, like,
Yeah.
I am Polish, but like I moved here when I was like 3 or 4. So like the Polish that I speak, I can speak to my mum and my grandma, perfect, fine,
Yeah.
and I understand
You can
everything.
do mum
But it's
speak.
like, but it's like when it's on a deeper level. Like I was trying to read what she called Szymborska. Yeah, I was trying to read her poetry, and I was like trying to translate it myself, and then I gave my mum what I had translated, and she was like, "This is really cute because you've literally said what the words mean, but it doesn't actually." And then she would explain like
Yeah.
like an idiom or something
Can
in
you
it.
tell us about this poet that you mentioned?
She's poet laureate or something.
Yeah, she won the Nobel Prize
her
for
name?
Literature, Wisława Szymborska. But fun fact about her, apparently when she got awarded this award, I think I was telling you, Mikey, the other day, she stopped writing altogether. That really killed her flow, because she was just like this lady, just like writing stuff, you know, smoking cigarettes, just like just gonna write about.
Whereas the other poet was writing on the tram, this poet was
she's
writing
in her flat.
Come and join us. You don't have to smoke cigarettes or be a poet to join us. Emma, give us a final thought before you go. You've just come from this creative writing course, and you've told us about the joy of creativity. Yeah.
She wrote a wonderful poem.
Oh, really? You wrote a wonderful poem already? We don't have to hear it now, but obviously you're on a bit of a flow, so just give us anything, something just to leave by. Grab the mic as well, because you're standing up now and it's hurting my arm. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what this drop moment's supposed to be.
Could be anything. Yes, come on, join us. Yes.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about poetry, you were trying to say about should everybody write poetry, or should it be a niche group? That's an interesting idea. Should it be something that belongs to a particular community, or should everybody be writing, everybody be creative writing, or is it meant for the nerds and the geeks like us?
Should we be forcing everybody to write poetry? Encouraging everyone to write poetry, or is it just for nerdy, geeky people? Yes, come and join us. Yes, you can bring the dog as well, if everyone's happy with that. I think there will be. Okay. So we're talking about poetry. Should poetry be for everybody? Should it be for just... Should we be encouraging everyone to actually write? Tell us your name.
Helen.
Helen, what's your name? Can we give you like a false name?
Yeah, we don't.
I don't make. Okay, think of that. Think about that one. And we've got. We haven't got your name yet.
I'm Ben. Hello.
Ben. And we've got Laura. We've got Janice. We've got Sue. We have got Imogen. We have got Margot. And we've got these two people. Tell us your name.
Good, just didn't know.
Or maybe later. Yes. So we're talking about there's so many different things. What is the point of writing all this poetry? If everyone did it, would you live in a world where everyone wrote poetry? Or would it be annoying to have that many people? Everyone just doing verse all the time.
That's a very good point. Maybe that'll be a bit infuriating. Like, you're trying to have a conversation with someone, like, oh, can I just hit you with my poem? I'm just trying to do this other thing. Like, no, I just want to tell you a poem. So maybe that'll be too much. But I think there's time and place for poetry. But sometimes time comes when you least expect it. It could be very casual. I think at school, when I was learning about poetry, it's like you learn it written by these famous poets, but really poetry can be really casual.
Okay, so it doesn't get across the casualness of poetry when you've got when you've got all these very famous, very kind of big poets. Maybe sometimes that can be a bit intimidating or a bit. Ben, have you got any thoughts on this? Grab the mic.
Well, Lord Byron famously said of his own poetry that he just wrote as he spoke on a walk or a ramble. Yeah. Essentially, that he was quite self-deprecating. Obviously, he was a very technically accomplished poet, but he said that, you know, I just write poetry as I speak to people.
Right.
So yeah.
And that was Lord Byron.
That was Byron. Yeah. I highly recommend people read. He's an underread romantic poet. Okay. Don Juan is a great poet.
Are you also a poet?
I do write poetry.
Yeah.
And I think that the other thing about poetry is that it's a wonderfully useless thing. It really doesn't have a great deal of use. I think a lot of people think that poetry is going to change the world and do amazing things. And I think Byron probably would have agreed with me that his poetry isn't necessarily transformative. It's something that he did because he enjoyed doing it, really.
Yeah. Okay, so, yes, Janice.
I don't know if it was Byron who said, poetry is the overflowing of emotion recollected in tranquility. Which I think is a great quote.
Okay.
As a definition of poetry.
Yeah. Okay. Someone for us to remember. What do other people think about this? Does poetry need a use?
I think that, I think we have to have normal people that aren't poets. Like my flatmates. No, I'm a poet. But like my flatmates will say something or do something, and it's like they just don't think twice about what they've said, and I'm like, that's the most beautiful, profound thing, and they're just like, what? And I've forgotten it, and I've written a whole poem about it.
Can you give us an example? That might be a bit tricky, put you on the spot.
Like my flatmate, okay, she was, sorry if you don't agree with drugs, she was really stoned once, and she said, Laura, you're in my idea of home, because we've lived together for like 5 years. And I was like, wow. Like, she doesn't read poetry, she doesn't write, and I was like, that is amazing. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll hit you with a round of applause for that as well. Okay, so where do we want to go with this? Do we want to talk about the use of poetry? Do we want to talk about this idea of boundless emotion wrapped in tranquility? Do you like poetry? I'll take that as a no. Where do we want to take this? Yes.
No, but like, for example, I was quite surprised that I had an aunt who, she was Polish, she was married to my granddad's cousin's, to my granddad's cousin. Anyway, long story. Yeah. But when I went to visit her first time, her husband passed away by then. I'll get some final thoughts.
Janice?
Just as I was talking about my passed away family. Don't worry, no worries there, Janice.
There you go. That's what we like to do, is get a final thought. I mean,
it's Manchester Folk Festival this weekend, and I'm a volunteer. And there's lots of things on, lots of free things in the pubs and everything, and also there's 5 sides of Morris dancers, and one starts at 12:30.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
What is the use of poetry? Come and join us with this one. Yeah, we call that like a hit and run.
With the orange.
Yeah, as well. Yeah. Okay. Wow. What is the use of poetry?
It's a way of expressing your feelings, isn't it? Yeah. Can I read you another one quickly?
What do people think? Do we want to hear another one from Sue? Do you want to hear a poem from Sue? Yes! Yes, come closer, come closer. Yeah, whoops. Come closer.
Right, it's called The Admission.
Yeah,
and it's about my father-in-law, who was admitted to hospital on Good Friday 2000, and he died on the 1st of June.
Yeah.
And he actually did say what the first line is. It's called The Admission, and It starts off, "What a way to spend Good Friday," said the man on the hospital trolley, opening his arms wide and shocking the porter. But he wasn't really mocking, just locked in his suffering, panicked at finding himself on the floor, the babble from his mouth a rabble of sounds accusing him against all sense, the unpredictability of speech leaving and returning, mirroring the unpredictability of life and death. Embarrassed by the robe they put on him, and loving, joking desperately to cheer the small grey figure plodding after him up the hill of the hospital corridor, struggling to keep up. She is his mother as well as his wife, feeding and soothing him, trying so hard to ease the pain in his feet, strong when he is weak, suffering with him. Together they rise above the pain, the thorn-like needles, the thirst, the blood from the wound in the wrist, shaken but not forsaken. For you are there, even when we can't see you very clearly, Lord. Thank you for being with us in our pain. And that was my father-in-law and my mother-in-law on the wedding day.
That's really nice. And I can see why you brought that one in, because it starts with just something that someone had said that has a profundity to it. And that's just what people say. Yeah, go on.
I really like the line, she was his mother as well as his wife. It's just like, it takes you a moment to kind of like understand what this means.
What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on. But yeah, it's really beautiful, that.
Okay. Any other thoughts, Ben? Have you got any thoughts on this side?
I just like the hill of the hospital corridor. I thought it was really nice, given the fact that hospital corridors are notoriously flat and sort of shiny, but then the notion that it can become a hill as you know, the older you get, everything becomes a hill, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that was really nice.
Okay, beautiful. Yes. Does anyone else want to do a poem while we're on the roll? No. Okay. Well, I'll take that as a no.
I'm gonna go explore the rest of.
Laura, give us a final thought.
A final thought. I do sincerely believe that everybody's a poet and there's poetry in everything that we do, little or big. So yeah, that's my final thought.
There's poetry in everything.
Yeah.
Is there any use
if you
to
find
poetry?
it. I think use and like meaning in the same kind of idea is like irrelevant to like poetry, the same as it is to painting. You go to an art museum, you look at a painting and it's like, oh well, what does that mean, or what use has that got? Same kind of thing, right?
Okay.
It's just a piece of art.
Okay, so it's it may have use, but it's kind of irrelevant.
I don't know about irrelevant. I think it's part of culture. I think it builds like a culture and kind of that kind of thing. But yeah, thank you for this. This was interesting.
We are here. We are literally here all afternoon. Are you off as well, Ben? You know the drill. Give us a final thought before you go.
Final thought is, not sure how useful it is to replace plumbing with poetry.
Yeah.
But you could try it and see how it works. It's probably going to be a lot cheaper.
Yes.
Maybe not in the long run.
Should we replace plumbing with poetry? Would it be cheaper? And what would you rather have, a flushing toilet or a galloping stanza? There we go. That's the question. Imogen, help me out here.
Well, I was just thinking, what about when you flush the toilet, it recites a poem, and like you could maybe make the poem whilst you're on the toilet. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really a big poet, so that's
we've heard a poem that's been written on the train. Would a poem written on the toilet have a different rhythm?
Yeah, like what would you call that? Like location-based poetry. I think it would have a plop. Maybe a clip or a plop to it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm bringing it down.
This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're here all day. It's a free-form talk show. We just happen to be here because it is World Poetry Day. But there's no contractual obligation to talk about anything at all. Just to talk. And we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, We've got Margot and Laura over there. And Mikey, tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Dave, welcome.
Pleasure.
Are you a poet, or have you got any interest in poetry?
Not much of a poet myself, just
no?
sort of in the environment.
Okay, so you're absorbing poetry a little bit.
Well, I like literature. I've just never really gotten into poetry very much.
Okay.
So, what better environment to learn a bit more, experience a bit more, that sort of thing.
Okay, so you're just open to like absorbing a bit of poetry.
Yeah,
today.
absolutely. I think that's where it starts.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
You got to experience it.
Yeah.
Over time, you can start to, read more into it, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Very big on literature in that sort of sense, analysing literature. And
What kind of literature are you into then?
a wide range of things. I read a lot of non-fiction and fiction.
Yeah.
I mostly just for the ability to pick out sort of themes from it. Sometimes you understand what you're going to get going in. If you read like particular philosophers, you kind of know what you're going in for.
Yeah.
But poetry, I think, is interesting just because it's not quite as it's not quite as direct.
Yeah. So it's a little bit more. You sometimes can get surprised with poetry.
Yeah.
Come and join us. Yes. Okay. So we're talking about more literature. Sometimes with a philosopher, you might know what you're going to get. You might not. But with a poet, sometimes.
You never know.
Get a sucker punch, side punch, or not necessarily a punch. I've got the. Let me try and remember. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a punch, but I'm pleased we've finally got relevance with our sound effects. Where do we want to take this conversation? Do we want to talk about literature at large? Do we want to talk about absorbing? It's Dave, isn't it? Dave.
Yeah.
Dave is saying they absorb. He's here to absorb the literature, see where it leads him, see where the poetry, just open-eared, really. I think. Yeah.
I mean, I think that kind of mindset of being kind of open to what the world throws your way, I think is quite a beautiful thing, because I think and quite essential thing as well, because I find that often we just want to control the environment. We just want to control, be in charge. I just recently watched the Manosphere documentary on iPlayer, and not the one of Louis Theory that everybody's talking about. I guess I watched the knockoff version, but I think the issues are still the same. But like, for example, what struck me, apart from like lots of different things, I think these young men, they really want to be in control of their lives and what and I think it's really impossible to live like that, or it's not the full existence. I don't know, something about Manosphere.
What's Manosphere?
Manosphere, I guess it's like this.
Go on, then.
It's like this sort of like online, or predominantly online, it feels masculine cult. That doesn't really, it eschews a lot of things that you can't directly control, and it's about that sort of thing.
Do you agree, Margot, that it's a little bit about wanting to be in control when you can't be in control?
Oftentimes, I feel like there is a lot of that, and I think part of that, there are a lot of things that go into why that might be, but one of the things I think that definitely feeds that is just the way that we are as a culture these days. It's easy to be closed off and isolated.
Yeah.
And when you're in that environment, because when you're isolated, you have complete control over your environment. And as soon as you start to take that into the real world and more people, you realise you can't control everything.
Yeah.
And it's your response to that I think says a lot about you. And in this sort of case, I think the general response is to try and take control of everything, which can be, generate a sort of toxic way of engaging with the world, trying to control it all.
I wonder if poetry could help. Welcome to Talkaoke. You've just popped into a pop-up talk show. We've got Dave, we've got Sue, we've got Imogen, we've got Margot, and Mikey. What's your name?
Dana.
Dana,
yeah.
And at the moment we're talking about, we had a lot of chat about poetry, and Dave was saying that sometimes you just got to be open to influence and open to ideas, and maybe that's what poetry or literature is about. Then Margot mentioned the manosphere. Are you familiar with the manosphere?
I feel like I've heard briefly, but you can enlighten me.
So Manosphere, I'm just going to copy what he said. So Manosphere is the online kind of space, community where men can express being masculine, but maybe not in a kind of most healthy way. It's about kind of retaining control, and if you don't engage with the outside world, which you can't control everyone, you can actually control your own life, your own body, your own experience online, and who you meet and how you express yourself. So that's kind of because I watched that documentary. But it's funny because I think back in the day, it was perceived maybe very masculine and very desirable, very sexy for a man to be a poet.
Yeah.
Or an intellectual, right? So clearly, maybe and I would like to see what Andrew Tate comes up with as a poet. It's like, oh, today I saw a beautiful lass. I don't know.
Okay. All right. We haven't got Andrew Tate here, but maybe someone could DM him and say, can you knock us out a poem? A haiku, yeah, just a quick haiku. Yeah. So I think the idea is it's about letting yourself go a little bit. Come and let yourself go, and join next time. We're here once a year in Manchester. It's always a good chat, but this weekend, March the 21st, 22nd, it's probably the only time we're going to be here in Manchester. Anyway, Dana, have you got any thoughts on any of this?
The topic's on poetry. I just think poetry is I guess, great way to express yourself, kind of release. I wouldn't. Borderline.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll take it. So I guess so in that sense. But I think with poetry, it's very releasing in a way. Like you release a lot, and it helps. I think it can be quite healing. I think I'm just not articulating.
Because we're talking about the manosphere. Do you think some of these men that are stuck in a kind of male bubble would that be a good release for them to actually?
I think so. Yeah. I would say so. I think with men, they typically tend to, withhold their emotions and kind of be quite tense. I think poetry can be that outlet for them.
Okay, so poetry can be an outlet for that kind of thing. Are men a bit too tense? Is there anyone else? Is it an emotional outlet for you, poetry? Would you say, Sue?
Yes, partly I think, but I think it's also for the people who are writing it.
Yeah.
Can I read you another one? It's 17th century again. Old.
Was the previous one 17th century?
I think so, yeah. That George Herbert.
Okay.
Right, it's called Love.
Okay, go on, Imogen, do the words, because, go on. We're going to hear, if everyone doesn't mind, we're going to hear another poem. Yes.
Love bade me welcome, yet my soul drew back, guilty of dust and sin. But quick-eyed love, observing me grow slack from my first entrance in, drew nearer to me, sweetly questioning if I lacked anything. A guest, I answered, worthy to be here. Love said, you shall be he. I, the unkind, ungrateful? Ah, my dear, I cannot look on thee. Love took my hand, and smiling did reply, who made the eyes but I? Truth, Lord, but I have marred them. Let my shame go where it doth deserve. And know you not, says love, who bore the blame? My dear, then I will serve. You must sit down, says love, and taste my meat. So I did sit and eat. I think it's about communion, taking communion, that, yeah.
Wow.
But I thought he'd done it quite well,
Yeah. I mean, that's from the 17th century. Let's have a round of applause for Sue. Come on, yes. And we've got the harpsichord music happening at the same time, so that's kind of keyed us into the 17th century. So yeah, it's all happening. It's a very poetic day today, I feel. We've got some new faces, we've got some returning faces. We've got Ben here, we've got Dave, we've got Sue, we've got Imogen, we've got Dana, and we're over here. Tell us your name. Not part of it. Okay, you can think of a false name if you want to. Think of a false name. Jane. Rain. Okay.
Can I just ask?
Okay.
Can I? Rain, love it.
Yeah.
No, but poets.
For that.
No, but the poets.
Yeah. Well, also,
but normally
poets. We were saying, can you replace poetry with plumbing or plumbing with poetry? So maybe you are that.
The missing link.
Missing link, yes.
No, I wanted to say, but all the poets, or some poets, they wrote under a pseudonym, right?
Yeah.
So do people have pseudonyms? Do you have a stage name or something?
I'm going to turn the mirror on this one. Do you have a stage name?
My stage name is my name, but because it's so.
Have you got a stage character that you come on and do poetry as?
No, not really. I don't think so. Or do I? do I have a character? I mean, I become a character. I've got a show.
Yeah.
And in my show, I play a character whose name is Bogdan. He's a Polish builder.
Yeah.
And he speaks exclusively in rhyme, and he raps.
So it's a builder who is a poet.
Yeah, but I don't go like, hey, can I join this open mic as Bogdan the builder? I don't do that.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because once again, okay, it's not plumbing, but it's building and poetry, isn't it, together? I think we're, yes. Yep.
I was just going to say I've got a pseudonym. Well, I had it once when I did a DJ set, and it was Mr. Skin. That was it.
Mr. Skin?
Mr. Skin.
Yeah, why?
Don't ask. The less said, the better.
Okay, some things are better unknown. That's another thing we've discovered here today. Dana, have you got
No, I think it's just the same. I don't have a pseudonym. No, pseudonym rather, not stage name. Sorry, but
or
no.
a stage name or a
I
pseudonym?
don't. It's just Dana.
Dana,
Just
yeah. Have you been on stage?
I have recently in a previous theatre production. It's called The Home We Made, and it was quite a vulnerable, authentic piece based off, real life stories, people in Manchester, and why Manchester essentially is their home and a home away from home essentially.
Right. Okay.
So it was very community focused, and I was a part of that rather. So yeah.
Okay.
Sounds amazing.
Oh.
Sounds amazing. Okay. I'm just doing the stage name at the moment. Stage name, pseudonym?
I don't have a stage name. I don't have a stage name, but I don't really perform on stage. If I did, I probably would have to have one.
Yeah.
I'm a teacher, so it might be a good idea. in case any of my students see a poster up somewhere, they're not going to go, oh, let's go and read some poetry.
Yeah, okay. I mean, does those skills overlap? You're the second teacher we've had here on Talkaoke today. Do the skills overlap?
Well, I think English teachers are probably, the profession demands you read poetry, but they're more likely to be interested in poetry, perhaps, than the average punter.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the conversation we had a little earlier about usefulness of poetry, and I'm very bad at memorising verse. I think we should memorise more poems. I think it's something that we don't do in school really anymore, and it used to be a very common thing to do. And I think it's beneficial to memorise poetry. But there is one poem I memorised recently as I was walking around invigilating an exam. And managed to recall the whole thing, which I was quite proud of myself. It's a very short poem, but it's a poem by the American poet Jack Spicer.
Yeah.
And I think it speaks to this issue of usefulness. This ocean, humiliating in its disguises, tougher than anything, no one listens to poetry. It is bread and butter, pepper and salt, the death that young men hope for. Aimlessly it pounds the shore, white and aimless signals. No one listens to poetry. I quite like that poem because, thank you. I quite like that poem because it speaks to the idea of poetry being a natural force almost. It's something in the background like white noise. It's there, it's necessary, but is it useful? Is the ocean useful?
Bread and butter. It's bread and butter, it's salt and pepper, it's both the foundation of everything, but it is also the spice that gives things flavour.
The condiment.
Exactly, it's a reading you could have of that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed doing poetry analysis at school.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, what are people's experiences of poetry at school? I mean, how hard is it to teach poetry at school?
Well, the thing is, I think
teach it.
you can certainly try, just give people vocabulary, or at least make them aware that you can talk about poetry, which is actually a way for you to process how you see the world and emotions. But at the time of school, I didn't realize that. I just really enjoyed just making up the meaning, which I thought, oh, I think this is maybe what this poet says. But I remember I had a really hard time in my class because other people was rolling their eyes. I was like the teacher's pet because I just really enjoyed it. And to me, it opened some kind of doors, and for others, it's just oh god.
Why were they so kind of resistant to it, or?
Yeah, good question. I think it's maybe because you talk about emotions, you talk about something that's just not there. It's beyond the literal meaning.
So it's intangible.
And it's very hard to
Make a sort of similar point to you, because I had a fairly similar experience. I was very much into English at school, poetry analysis, literature analysis, that sort of thing, but you're in an environment where for a lot of people it's not something that they're familiar with or used to. Reading, interpreting meaning from something that isn't explicitly said in a verse or in poetry or in a piece of literature, and me and my brother are very opposite in that respect, because I was very much into it. He's much more analytical, interprets things very literally, and it was very interesting growing up alongside him and seeing that difference between us.
Interesting in itself that you've kind of come from the same place, but you've got very different.
Exactly,
approach.
it's very interesting.
Okay, yeah.
I was gonna say, I feel like there should be more performance in like literature classes at school, or like with theatre and plays and poetry, because I always enjoyed reading it out, and I'd be the one people would be rolling their eyes at me because here she goes again, putting on her voices or whatever.
So
but
are we all eye roll people that have had their eyes rolled at around this table? I feel like we are.
We're little nerds, I guess.
Yeah. Is this like the nerds corner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Rebrand.
Okay. Dana, have you got any views on this poetry at school?
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I actually cannot remember, like, doing poetry at school. I just remember, like, reading out loud, as in, like, popcorn reading, but it wasn't really poetry, so I can't really add too much to the conversation, but I just found it very interesting to hear, people's experiences.
I mean, were you into poetry when you were at school?
I would say writing as a whole, but not just solely poetry as itself. But yeah, just writing in general, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you know what happened to me? When I was in primary school, I wrote this. I really enjoyed it, and I think it was the first time I wrote a piece of poetry. I just wrote this poem, which was rhyming, because I think the home assignment was we were practicing different letters in Polish, because sometimes you pronounce things differently, but you spell them differently. So to kind of get our heads around the words that include that particular letter, you had to write a few sentences, just make them up with as many uses of that letter as possible. And I didn't plan on doing a poem, but I just wrote a whole poem about this cucumber, which contained, in Polish has got that anyway. But then I just really went crazy with it, just like wrote this poem about this cucumber, and then my teacher goes like, "Oh, this is really good." I'm like, "Oh, thank you very much. You should definitely read it at the assembly." And I was like, and I did it. And after that, people were like walking behind me, going like, the cucumber. And I was like, "Oh, give me a literal break." And you know, it's not for faint-hearted to put yourself out there reading poetry. I think Andrew Tate wouldn't be able to do that. I'm sorry to say.
Do it. Okay. All right. So, yes. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, do you remember acrostic poems? Seems to be a big thing when you're in primary school, and like I just remember decorating the borders, and like I don't know, that was a thing. What's happened to acrostic poems? Are they still going?
Okay. I'm going to put the call out. What's happened to acrostic poems? Yes, this is Talkaoke. It's not an acrostic, but maybe we can make an acrostic from Talkaoke. We can do anything here. It's kind of up to you. Come and join us. Do you like speaking and listening? If you do, this is the place for you. Okay, so where do we want to go with this? We want to talk about the acrostic. Do we want to just cross that out? Do we want to? Yes, was there a point over here?
I asked some students recently if they knew what acrostics were. They definitely do know. They do. They still do them in primary school. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that's happened is, we go back and forward, don't we, between poetry being in a silo and poetry being more connected to people's lives. If you go back to the ballad tradition, the medieval tradition, those were songs. They were things that were sung, and songs were sung in the street. People knew songs, people memorized them, people knew hymns. You know, if you go back to the 18th and 19th century, these were the material of common poetry for most people in Britain. They knew lots of hymns, they knew psalms, they knew the Bible, which is poetic in some ways, I suppose. So there's a shared knowledge there, but also they knew ballads, they knew local ballads. And I mean, even when I was growing up, which was, I mean, I won't say that, not that long ago, but a fair time ago, in Staffordshire, you know, there were people who memorised poems and would recite them at village fetes and things. That sort of tradition. Now, obviously, we have a different sort of tradition, but the kids that you know, what they do have access to is songs. They know music, they know lyrics, they will memorise lyrics, and those things are forms of poetry, although they are supported by music as well.
Okay, so the lyricism of music. Can anyone think of anything in particular that's quite sort of lyrical? Yeah.
Well, like rap.
Yeah.
Grime. Obviously, people love. I'm really bad at tuning into like lyrics and bars. I'm crap at that, but bars. You can tell by the way I just said that. It's not my area, but yeah, I don't know. People obviously like. I don't know how much you incorporate like rap and grime into your lessons, or if that's required.
Can you incorporate grime into?
Like, it just is obviously incredible wordplay and is an obvious way to get people into it. Maybe I'm a bad example because I don't listen to lyrics.
Actually, because rap could absolutely be argued to be a form of poetry, or at least I will argue that position, because as you say, a lot of it is rhyming. A huge amount of it is the way it's said, the cadence that it's said with. I don't know rap terminology. That's the flow. I don't know rap terminology. The cadence of it, the rhyming of it, and generally it also tends to have a lot of meaning in it, which can be obvious but can also not be immediately obvious, especially if you're not familiar with the environment that it was created in. Sort of similar thing with poetry. So there you go. There's my case.
So rap is according to Dave, rap is poetry. You've come a bit closer. Not saying anything yet. What do people think? Poetry and rap, or poetry?
No, but really, I think like grime and rap, and well, certainly for Bogdan, it is an outlet for his emotional life, and I think, in a way, it's a really good thing that rap has become so popular and listened to. It's like an accepted form. Like young boys, we sometimes work with young people, and they want to be a rapper. They spit some bars again. I'm such a fraud.
Have you ever spat some bars?
I have spat some bars. I spat some bars. So in a way, okay, sometimes you just have to, when I listen to some of the lyrics the young boys have created, they're a bit maybe crude or whatever, but I think it's like it's a necessary step to self-expression, and at some point maybe we'll get deeper. Maybe not in the lyrics, but maybe they'll start thinking about more complex subjects. I don't know.
Okay, so it's a good starting point.
I like the grime, but let's just say grime is not just for male artists or like male poets.
Okay. All right. So we're once again
spitting bars.
We're spitting bars, but we are talking about the male or female. Is it different kind? Is it just the same? Is there a different kind of?
Okay, we're sort of talking about hip hop now. I'm into a lot more female hip hop artists these days. Quite bawdy, ratchet music. I like Big Latto. I like. Why are you laughing? Bahamadia. Anyone? I don't know. Like Missy Elliott. Love Missy Elliott. Obviously, I think that's my gateway into appreciating lyrical, like wordplay and poetry. But again, it's performed. It's like an oral thing, and I don't know. That's what I prefer to.
You were saying earlier on that you think in schools maybe there needs to be a bit more performance, just to get into it a bit more, into those words, embody the words a bit more. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important that kids hear poetry spoken well. And I know over the years there have been things like Poetry Live, where the poets have read out their stuff in Manchester. They're always really popular events. Kids love going to them. Seeing the actual poet reading the work is really revelatory sometimes. But I also think that there are positive signs. Like in the US, the Tonight Show with Stephen Colbert, Ian McKellen stood up and did a whole soliloquy from Shakespeare. Not a familiar soliloquy, but a fairly unknown soliloquy that spoke to the times. The audience loved it. And then recently, Ed Norton stood up and read a whole about 3 minutes or 4 minutes worth of Walt Whitman. And it went down really well. And I think it just shows that people have an appetite for difficult poetry if it's presented to them well by good actors. Yeah.
So it is about how it's spoken. You can't just deliver the words flat. You've got to actually.
Absolutely. Yeah. The reading is going to have a huge effect on the audience's interpretation. It's difficult. Shakespeare's hard. But then, is it harder than like some of the hip hop that kids listen to, some of the grime? There are definitely hip hop artists there where they've measured their vocabulary and they have larger vocabularies than Shakespeare. Shakespeare had a very big vocabulary, probably over 20,000 words. But some of these hip hop artists have massive vocabularies. So again, they're getting kids engaged and excited about speech, which is great.
Okay, how big is your vocabulary? Is it bigger than Shakespeare's? Yes.
At some point I think it was like a social media thing. The presenter would read out, is it Shakespeare or is it Stormzy? And sometimes it was obvious, sometimes it was not obvious. I don't remember any lines.
Okay. So is Stormzy the new Shakespeare? I've got the Shakespeare button. Yes.
But like, yeah, it's funny because we're laughing about sort of comparing them. I don't know. I should know this because I did English literature. But would Shakespeare have been considered like the, I don't know, reality TV or soap opera of its day?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
All right, we need some. Do you know about Shakespeare, Dave?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, suddenly you're speaking now.
She's got a little cheering squad over here.
Yeah, you're a Shakespeare actor. I mean, what was Shakespeare? This one. Was Shakespeare the Stormzy of his day? Was he like the soap opera?
I'm what's called an anti-Oxfordian. You'll hear these theories that say that Shakespeare wasn't Shakespeare. He must have been some posh guy who, you know, and it's obvious nonsense. We know that geniuses come from all over the world. They can come from the most extraordinary circumstances. He was a glover's son from Stratford. His dad had a little shop on the street, which you can still visit. You know, you can still see the place where he lived, his bedroom. And he was just somebody who'd had, I think, had a real ear, you know, had his eyes open. He went to London, he watched, he listened. And we also know that, for example, medical references in Shakespeare pop up after I believe it was maybe his son-in-law was a doctor. So he just mines the guy for information, and then suddenly it all starts to pop up in his plays. So it's about listening to the world and being awake and looking around you.
Okay, so all right. Okay, so in your view, Shakespeare was just an observant person, and you can visit his teenage bedroom as well. I wonder what the posters on the wall were, because we know, for example, Morrissey had New York Dolls on the wall. So, yeah, what were the posters on the wall in Shakespeare's? What were his
discussion to be had about the with the way we look on historical figures, particularly creatives in retrospect. Because you were sort of touching there on how there's a school of thought that tries to elevate Shakespeare above a common upbringing, which sort of carries with it the suggestion that you cannot create these sorts of great cultural works, great creative works without that sort of background. So I'm just wondering, is there a discussion to be had about how that's applied to other figures in history, and whether that's something that we do to people today, whether the assumption that someone isn't from a well-educated background means that they cannot create great works, and maybe there's a lot more people undiscovered that just aren't given that opportunity. Something to think about anyway.
What do other people think about that? Yes.
I was going to say, I think the best sort of fertile environment for creativity is time and boredom, and a lot of us don't have time to be bored because we're working. We're in the rat race. I don't have time to create, and I'm tired. So it's more like the luxury of not having to work, and that certain people in society have that luxury and therefore can create. Doesn't mean you need a certain upbringing. It's just you need time.
Okay, you need time.
One of the things.
Do people agree with what Imogen's saying? There's a definite nodding. Yes.
No, I just wanted to say I heard about a lady who was she was a lady, so she did have the luxury of leisure time, but as her leisure activity she translated the entire works by Rousseau. She was like, well, I've got time, I may just do it. I don't want to capitalize on it. Rousseau is a philosopher, right? So the idea of leisure and what you do with leisure time is quite interesting.
Do you agree with Imogen that we don't have time to be creative?
I think you can always find time, but it is harder when you have to think about, being in the rat race. Not think about being in the rat race. You are in the rat race, trying to pay your rent.
Yeah, I think I'm going to piggyback off what Imogen. Oh, sorry, thank you. I think I'm going to piggyback off what Imogen was saying as well. I think with time is essentially money as well, and I think being a creative, it's very expensive actually. I think, because you're so caught up with, paying bills, paying rent, whatnot, I think time almost escapes us. And I agree with Imogen 100%. That's what I have to say.
Okay.
It's just, again, sort of continuing on Imogen's conversation there, because I do creative works myself, not really so much in the prosaic, but more so in the artistic. But I do feel that as someone that works 9 to 5, when you've got other obligations as well outside of your work, it can be difficult to think, when am I going to get the time to do this? The whole week's gone already, the whole month has gone already, and I've not achieved what I wanted to. I don't know how much of it is just a mindset thing and putting yourself in a position where you are maximizing the use of your time, but that's easy to say. Doing it's a very very different thing, and I definitely empathise with the not having enough time to do things.
Yourself to be bored.
Oh God, no! I hate being bored.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if I subscribe to this thing where you need to be bored in order to create. You agreeing with it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that being bored is very helpful for creativity. When I say being bored, it's not really being bored. It's having, like you say, having the space. And it's not so much that we don't have time, although certain writers, I think, have had trouble with certain careers. You look at the careers of people like T.S. Eliot. He worked in a bank. You know, Larkin worked in a library. So having a job which is quite dull and gives you time to think is probably a good thing.
So library's quite a good place for a poet.
Yeah, I guess. And you've got poetry on hand as well if you need it. But I also think that we live in a world where our attention is sold, where, you know, our moments are commodified and sold off, where we've got a lot of pressure on us to engage with social media, with online life, and actually it's kind of winning back those little nuggets of time and allowing yourself to get into that state where you can think of something.
So everyone wants our time, everyone wants our attention, and then how do we actually make time for ourselves?
I was just going to say what you said earlier about giving yourself a certain amount of time to do a creative activity. Is that what you said on the tram? Like the poem, like a couple of minutes. I don't know how long you give yourself. I think that's good, having the boundary there, like that's doable. But yeah.
I'm going to say, Imogen, because, and this is, if ever any of you does decide to leave, and I will say that this is a free-form talk show, so you can leave at any time. Don't feel you need to stay. But if you are going to leave, hit us with a final thought, because often those thoughts. Maybe it's because of time, because you're not under pressure anymore. Give us a final thought, Dave. And hold the mic.
We should all collectively read more philosophy and learn how to think about the world that we live in. I think we're too convinced of our ability to be confident in our perspective of the world, and to assume that we've got everything figured out. And I think if we all sat down and read more about people that have thought about these things in the past, we'd open ourselves up more to alternative ways of thinking, and perhaps even find a way to describe the world around us that fits more appropriately with us and makes us feel a little bit less adrift.
Okay. Is there a particular philosopher that would help us in that? We'll hit you with a round of applause.
It's going to depend on who sort of aligns with your philosophical outlook on the world. I read a lot of existentialist philosophers, so the likes of Kierkegaard, Sartre, that sort of thing, but they may not be your vibe. But just try and read philosophy and find philosophers that talk about the world in a way that resonates with you, and I think you'll find yourself looking at things differently. Even if you agree or feel like you've got things figured out, I think you'll start looking at things differently and start taking life a bit more by the horns.
So there's a philosopher out there for you, we just don't know who it is yet.
Yeah, that would be my final thought, if there's any takeaway.
Okay, all right, well, have a dig into. We're gonna hit you around the applause. Have a dig into that Sartre or Kierkegaard. Yes, go on.
Well, I feel like I'm channeling my inner Sartre. I mean, I am wearing a turtleneck, and it is a poetry day, so I'm just want to point that out.
Yeah. Well
but I really agree with him about, you know, philosophy it just offers you another perspective. Okay, there may be no quote unquote point to doing philosophy, but I think it just makes our existence richer, and you may surprise yourself just by finding yourself thinking maybe outside of the rat race, for example, or something, or feeling, you know, or just making different meaning. I don't know. I like a few, but I'm really into philosophy.
Just hit me with one philosopher that's not Kierkegaard or Sartre.
Wittgenstein, for example, he was so notoriously difficult. I didn't really understand his philosophy. Marx, there you go.
Oh, Marx. Wittgenstein, mathsy. Was Wittgenstein like very mathsy?
Yeah, but he also kind of popularized. He didn't come up with it, but he popularized the duck rabbit image in one of his either articles or one of his books.
Yeah, okay.
So, but I think what that is saying is like your what you're seeing will depend on the perspective from which you view the thing.
Like the strawberry duck?
Yeah, are you a strawberry duck or are you a strawberry
Rabbit.
Rabbit, exactly. That's exactly right.
Earlier on, none of you were here, but me, Margot and Imogen and Sue read us a poem about the Strawberry Duck, which is a pub in somewhere near Bury. But where is it?
Oh gosh, I can't remember. It's somewhere between Bolton and Bury. It might be. It might be. It's that area.
There's one in Clayton as well.
Okay, there's another Strawberry Duck. But nevertheless, there is a connection with Wittgenstein's philosophy, especially when merged with a rabbit. Where are we going to go with this conversation? Do people feel that we need a bit of philosophy in our lives, or can we do without it?
I think we should have a public health warning on philosophy, which is to say that, it's enter at your own risk, really. And I would say the same for poetry, actually. If you're really serious about poetry, and we're not just writing a nice, pretty poem about a flower because I want to write a poem about a flower, that's fine. But if you're getting into poetry seriously, you'll find that you start out writing a poem about a flower, and then you end up writing a poem about a dying relative, or you start out writing about a dying relative and you end up writing about skating in Vermont or something. I think that's where poetry can get a bit uncanny and kind of unsettling and strange. And the same with philosophy. Philosophy is, you got to be a bit careful, right? Because you could, it's a Pandora's box. You don't know what you're going to find. You might find it changes your whole worldview and upsets the way you want to live your life, and not everybody wants that necessarily. Which is not saying anything about philosophy. I love philosophy, but
dangerous ideas.
Be careful before entering.
Okay, so there's some dangerous ideas out there in philosophy. We've got our philosopher back, our existentialist at least. Is there a connection with existentialists and dark clothing, would you say?
I think that's more nihilists.
Oh, is it more nihilists? Okay, yeah.
I would say one of the interesting elements of existentialist philosophy for me is how all of the well-recognised figures in the field, although the vast majority of them never even considered themselves to be existentialists. It's sort of a retroactive label that is put on many of them, and some of them even rejected the title. But I only sort of caught the back end of your discussion there about getting into philosophy and the ways that it can influence your world.
It can destabilise your world. That's the thing. It can unsettle you.
It can do, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think we should be open to being unsettled, or open to having our worldview disrupted in that way. I just think if you live your entire life not opening yourself up to being unsettled by something, or not engaging with something that you might find will change your worldview, you're gonna live I feel like you're limiting yourself.
Okay, typical existentialist view there from Dave. Are you limiting yourself by not destabilising yourself, Margot?
No, but it is so true. But also, I had a funny situation with my friend. She's been with her partner for like, I don't know, maybe 10 years. But last year they decided to get married. So they got married, and then she said, "Oh, why don't I come to London for my hen do?" She lives in Poland. And I said, "Yeah, sure, we can organise something." And I was just trying to think outside of the box, what she might like. I didn't think that she was a person who'd want to go to city, get completely smashed, and and go to a strip bar, which she didn't. And I said, "Listen, why don't you?" It was a bit out there. I said, well, "Why don't you go and have a tantric massage? Maybe I can book something for you." It's kind of sensual massage, which kind of connects you to your sexuality, right? And she said, "No, I don't want that. I don't want to be connected to my sexuality. I've got enough on my plate as it is. I just don't want any further disruption." And I was like, you know what, fair enough.
She closed the door.
She closed the door. She said, "I just don't want to have my mind opened." I think it's something like that. I'm just opting out. I've got shit to do, and this, I don't want to be interrupted. Thank you. So we do go to town and go smashed.
So okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. But does getting smashed open up the door sometimes to a new experience? What do other people think? Do we sometimes need to close the door? Are we opening a can of worms, so to speak, when we open our minds to new experiences?
Don't know how everyone feels about astrology, but that's a new experience.
Yeah.
But they say there's certain times, like in certain transitions of the planets, that you shouldn't like take, for example, psychedelic drugs, or there might be like a gateway that would be far too open and I don't know, too disruptive. So yeah, that's be careful as well with that. There's a time and a place, basically.
Okay, so astrology says there's a time and a place for psychedelic drugs, maybe other things as well. Maybe there's maybe the rhythms of our poetry should also be determined by astrological phases. Anyone else subscribe to this? What star sign are you? So come and talk about it over here. Well, I don't know what you can say about it. Yes. Come and join us. Come and join us. We have got Ben, we've got Drain, we've got Dana, we've got Margot, we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got Dave. I'm Mikey. Tell us your name.
Annabelle.
Annabelle, welcome to you around. What's going to join us as well? Yeah. We're actually, because this is World Poetry Day, and we've got. You never guess, but Dave here is an existentialist philosopher. We've got a poet over here in Ben. We've got another poet over. We've got poets. So we're surrounded by poets, but. Imogen's just dropped the bomb. That's this one. Are our rhythms actually determined by astrology? Are there certain phases where we should be doing poetry? Or she actually said taking psychedelic drugs, or not taking them. Do you subscribe to that as a Sagittarius?
I mean, yeah.
What are the typical?
I'm down.
Typical traits of a Sagittarian.
Well, I know they're like adventurous.
Yeah.
Very outgoing.
Yeah. Do you feel that's you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
And is there a particular time of year or a particular? At the moment we've got the equinox, but does that mean anything for you as a Sagittarian?
Oh, I'm not that familiar with.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah,
well,
sorry.
maybe we'll ask someone else. Anyone else help us out here? Because I've got to say. Do you know? Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say, like, I use an app called CoStar. I don't know if you're familiar with it, and it's like.
I just use a cardboard coaster.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. I'm old
It's
school.
basically it's got like your horoscope sort of thing for the day, and they have these like do's and don'ts that are a bit ridiculous, to be honest. Can anyone guess? Does anyone want to guess?
Okay, can anyone guess what star sign Imogen is? Can we have any help here?
Earth sign. Earth.
Are you an Earth?
Crazy, I am, yeah.
Okay, all right. Are you a witch? All right, any thoughts?
I want to say Virgo. No? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna guess Leo because you've got good hair.
What? Okay. Yeah, this is an Earth sign. Do people know? Do you know? Did Satcher write about this?
I'm not the person to ask about astrology. I'll put myself out there as sort of a skeptic, but I don't even know what an Earth sign is. Like,
okay, can someone explain?
Taurus.
Yeah.
No. Capricorn. Capricorn.
Capricorn. Okay. Let's have a round of applause.
That's my moon sign.
Okay. Yeah, what's the moon? Who's Capricorn's? I didn't hear.
I don't know. That's my moon sign, Capricorn.
What does that mean?
Is it like the? I think Imogen, right?
Yeah.
I think she would know better the actual definition of.
What's a moon sign?
I'll be the resident woo-woo translator for today. Moon sign is like your emotions and like your deep inner world, I guess. So I guess yours would be quite grounded, Capricorn. I don't know. Okay. Mine is what is it? What is it? Cancer. So I'm watery and emo, basically.
All right.
Are you?
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, how much does the patterns of the stars, astrology, influence our day-to-day behaviour? Does it influence the poets? Yes, go on.
I'm a Virgo, and then when I read as a teenager the Virgos are pedantic and control freaks, I felt quite upset about that.
Yeah.
Because I felt like it gave me made me feel guilty for things that I didn't know I was. Maybe I wasn't, and then I was just like growing up thinking, oh, I must be perfectionist. Did somebody say jungle drumming there? He's a jungle DJ.
Come and join us. At the moment we're talking about
What are your influences? On this side, we've got Kierkegaard and Sartre. On this side, we've got the phase of the moon or something like that. And yeah, come and join us. We have got Dana, we have got Margot, we have got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got Dave, we've got, we didn't get your name.
Ray.
Ray, and what was
Annabelle.
it? Annabelle, yes. And we've got Ben, and we've got Drain, and I'm Mikey. So come and join us. No contractual obligation. Are you, what's that?
On that course in the...
Yeah, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, yeah. What's this?
This course.
For the sound obsessed.
Yeah.
I mean, what influences you're a musician? What influences your creativity? That's essentially what we're talking about.
I think.
Grab the mic. Yeah. Tell us your name as well.
I'm Tony. Yeah.
Okay,
I think I've come to realise that. Yeah, thank you. I think I've come to realise that everyone is a beat.
Right.
And that's what it's finding your rhythm. So I'm 174, which is drum and bass. You know what I mean? And it's all about that. You realise that it's that timing that's
right. So you're 174 beats per minute.
174 beats per minute.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
That is my.
I mean, can you do poetry? Talking about poetry, can you do poetry at that speed?
Poetry.
Yeah. At that speed, at a very fast 174.
I suppose like a rapper or an MC, a good MC could do that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. So you're saying everyone's got their kind of core beats.
You don't necessarily know. You don't necessarily know until you actually start listening to music, and then you realise that you are because tribal beat. I mean, years ago we used to stretch pigskins over bits of wood and bang. We've always had to have that tribal beat.
That rhythm, yeah.
Exactly, and it's finding that rhythm. It's finding what your speed is, what your BPMs are. I think that's the important thing about music.
Right. Okay. And where are you from, Tony?
Manchester. Literally, just up the road.
Is that a 174 place?
No.
No, it's not. Okay. No. So you had to travel to find your tribe. Okay. What do other people think? Are you a 174 as well, Ben?
I think it's interesting that the idea of having different beats. Poetry, I mean, there are different types of poetry for different types of folks. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So whether or not you believe in Aquarius, Taurus and all that stuff, I think knowing all about that stuff is not going to hurt your poetry at all.
Yeah.
Knowing about anything in lots of detail isn't. Like, I think knowing about the stars isn't, knowing about names of plants and animals. Those things are really important if you're a poetry person. But I think the idea of beats is really interesting. Countries have beats, languages have beats, English has beats.
Yeah.
The French beat's different from the English beat. You know, the Anglo-Saxon beat is different from the modern English beat. So
how is the Anglo-Saxon beat different?
Well, the Anglo-Saxon beat, they had a very different way of writing poetry in the days of Beowulf and things like that. It was alliterative, so they used alliteration, which meant that they tended to emphasise the first beat of the word, where we don't do that. We say things like, I'll have a cup of coffee and a roll in English, which is iambic pentameter. Just basically means de-dum, 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 which is the way people speak.
So that is essentially the English rhythm is de-dum, 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 where the Anglo-Saxon was more like la 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 la, something like that. Yes, yeah.
I'll just give you a quickie. The Anglo-Saxon, I haven't got Beowulf memorised, but there's a little bit of, if you know Longfellow, who wrote Hiawatha. So he was trying to write a poem that sounded kind of exotic and Native American. I'm not sure how Native American it was. It was a kind of English white guy's idea of Native American culture. But if you listen to the beginning of Hiawatha, it's sort of, by the shores of Gitche Gumee, by the shining big sea water, lived the warrior Hiawatha. So you have that dum-da, dum-da, dum-da. Makes it sound foreign and not English.
But it almost feels like the kind of the beating of the drum around the fire kind of thing going on there. Do different poems or different ways of speaking have different rhythms, and what is your rhythm? You're not from around here, are you, Annabelle? Where are you from?
So I'm originally from Russia, but I was born and raised in South Korea.
Oh wow!
And I've been living in the UK since 2018, so I came here for university.
Okay, so you've got a lot of different kind of language environments. Do you feel like they have got a? Do you think Ben's right? They have got a different rhythm.
Definitely.
Even if you don't know the words, you can hear the rhythm differently.
Definitely, yeah.
Can you give us a Russian rhythm? What would the Russian rhythm be?
Oh,
or even a Korean
I don't know.
rhythm.
Korean, I don't know how to speak Korean.
What is the rhythm? Can you say? Or you can just sense it? You think?
I think you can sense it. I think it's the tone of voice. It's how you like yeah, it's literally how loud you speak as a tone of voice. Because I know when I speak in Russian, my voice goes deeper, and I sound like it literally sounds like I'm swearing, like I'm angry. That's what people always tell me. But then in English, I have a very, how my sister says, I have a very customer service voice in English when I speak.
So you're swearing in Russian, but customer service. I mean, I think Russian is 50% swear words anyway, so we know where that comes from.
Which of the two would you describe as your native language? Because I think, I think that's quite interesting. The way, because what I was sort of hinting at there was like, if you've got one native language and one language that you also speak, which of those languages is a more truthful representation of how you feel in a given moment? You say you've got a very customer service voice approach to English. So my thesis, potentially, my thesis was that maybe is the way you speak Russian more authentic to yourself, or given though that you don't consider it your native language, maybe that's I'm completely down the wrong track. But happy to.
I get that because I relate to that as a lot, because I always get this question like, when I think, in what language do I think? It's always English, because I never went to like a Russian school. I never actually lived in Russia. I only learned it because speaking like with my family. So it's always, my default is always English. So the fact that my sister makes fun of me saying that like I act like I'm nicer, which I think is just me. It's just how I am. It's funny. We always joke about that.
So thinking in English, we've got some other bilingual people here. You've admitted to being bilingual. What language do you think?
Yeah, no, I think in English, but I'm Polish. I was born in Poland.
Okay, so why are you not thinking in Polish?
Well, it just depends. But I will say that Polish swear words are much funnier, because swear words, they're just funny because a lot of them I can't quite explain it. Maybe somebody who's a linguist can explain. Like, you know, it's just they just sound funnier, and I think maybe in Russian maybe there's some overlap, so maybe you get the humor. It's more rich, but it's a swear word you can say in the heat of an argument, something that is like it's not like a child speak or something. It's like I don't know. I can't explain it, but they're more fun.
The Polish swear words in English. Do you miss having that kind of?
Yeah, but
it's about a vocabulary. Do you miss having that sort of?
No, what I
element of a vocabulary?
Yeah, no, what I really like is if I'm speaking English with my friends and they say, for example, there'll be like a Polish person, I just like slipping like a random Polish word or a swear word, and then automatically you just click. You're like, oh yeah, because it's not about the actual swear word; it's about the connection that you make. You both know what's going on. Yeah. And it's just funny. The intent,
Yeah, okay, so it's like a secret hidden language of swear words.
That's how we became friends. Yeah, I was talking to my mom on my phone in Russian, and you came up to me and you were like, are you Eastern European?
Have you also got this vocabulary of swear words as well?
Yeah, so I'm from Lithuania, but hello. Funnily enough, though, our swear words are mostly Russian and Polish, so we take it from we import our swear words from other countries. Wow. But yeah, like they mentioned, it's more rich expression, and yeah, I guess it doesn't sound as offensive as it does in English in a way, as it's more descriptive of a situation rather than aimed at the person. So just like an expression of, well, fuck, basically. But just in different words, and it sounds a little bit stronger, richer expression. But yeah.
Tony, give us a final thought before you go. Are we talking about swear words? No. You gave us a thing about the rhythm, I suppose. Maybe you could say a little bit more about the rhythm of life, or does it extend to beyond music? Grab the mic as well.
I can't think of it.
You're just in your music, basically.
My zone, yeah.
You're in your music, so you don't know a word. Is there a world?
I'm going jungling tonight.
Okay, yeah, where are you going?
It's Cable Club in City Centre.
We'll
the jungle night until 5 o'clock at night.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, okay, so we will let your music do the speaking. Thank you, Tony.
But in music, then you have like the brown noise. Is like a swear word equivalent of...
Brown noise? What is brown noise?
I don't know, I'm not a musician, maybe someone can explain.
Yeah. Okay, give us a final thought.
thank you very much for all the zodiac signs. Have a wonderful time here.
Are you a creative person? Would you say you are?
I think everyone is creative. Everyone is creative. Some of us are still looking where's our creativity, but I think all of us are creative in
Where would you
ours.
say your outlet is, your creative outlet?
I'm trying to paint more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's very relaxing. I think we all do a lot of things that are too screen focused, but doing something with your hands where it doesn't require looking at the screen is very relaxing and thanks. Yeah, and kind of makes you reconnect with your true self. You're more soulful.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's what I guess where we can take the conversation, connecting with your true self. Annabelle, give us a final thought.
I don't know. Just wish everyone a good day. Have a good day.
Well, thank you. Typical Sagittarius thing to say. Are we connecting with our true self? That was a very good question. Are you off as well?
We'll be back.
Have you got an initial stroke final thought for us? No? No? Nothing?
I'm also Russian.
Yeah.
But like really Russian.
Is that why you've not said anything yet? Because you don't want to
my
swear on the
KGB
mic?
code. Keeping it quiet.
Do you agree with what they're saying about the swear words? No.
I don't know.
No. Is Russian swearing better? Is it more satisfying?
I don't know. It's my native language, so it's obviously I relate more to those words.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it's the same for.
Okay. What do you think, Ben? Do you?
I don't know. I'm very jealous of some Eastern European swearing. I think Slavoj Žižek said that there's just way worse things that you can say in some Eastern European languages than there are in English. Which we always like. I mean, I think we want a lot of things in the arsenal, don't we?
Yeah.
If we're going to go off on somebody, you want to be able to say some nasty stuff.
Once again, it's about the vocabulary, isn't it? Have you got a final thought of your own?
Final thought is that there's poems out there for different sorts of people. So if you didn't like this poem, there'll be a poet around. They're like buses, do you know what I mean? There'll be another poet along that you will enjoy, even if you didn't like Emily Dickinson. You might like Allen Ginsberg or whatever.
I mean, that's talking about Allen Ginsberg. Are there poems with a lot of swearing in them that for those people that enjoy that kind of that more, let's say, percussive or guttural or kind of rich, visceral utterances?
I think swearing gains traction when you've got a very censored society. So I think when those poems in the 50s and 60s came out, where people started using four-letter words, they have just way more power than they do now, because it's kind of devalued. We can see swearing on Channel 4 every evening. So
maybe we need to come up with some new really offensive swear words. That's a thought. Thank you for that, Ben, and thanks for the contribution. Okay, give us a final thought.
Okay. Yes, I think.
Have you got swearing in your poetry, Karina?
I mean, I don't really have much poetry at the minute, but I think I will start swearing because I think it's nice to just release some frustration. Yeah, it does. I think sometimes it drives the point home. But yeah, final thoughts. Be more present, and I think learn to savor moments. So easy to get caught up and trying to capture everything just to showcase to the world. Excuse me, sorry, just a trick to my spit. But yeah, so be present.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I feel like we're circling around this point all day, that it's about this sense of authenticity. Who is the real me or real you, or, what is a more authentic way of communicating? It seems to be a really kind of key question today, which is unusual for Talkaoke, I've got to say, but there you go, yes.
People are feeling introspective.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. Go on.
Thank you, guys. I'm scratching my chin as you said that, definitely. We're going to swap around. Thank you so much. And also, people, do remember to follow us on all sorts of Instagrams and things. But not on TikTok. We tried it, didn't really work.
I mean, it worked. We got a lot of follows, but it was just like, it didn't
It's just too much. Come and join us. We're just having a little swap of hosts. I mean, I could go in, but I don't have to go in. There could be some other people going in as well. Anyway, this is my phone.
Yeah. I'm sure they will.
No. In German. Anyway, so big up Mikey in the middle for doing such an amazing job from midday all the way up until now. There's more business cards in our red box.
I believe, which is in a van, which I don't know where it's parked. So there you go. All is irrelevant information. Maybe these people will come back.
Come and join us, yes.
Imogen, you're in charge of photos. Mike, you jump out.
I'm jumping out. Yeah.
Oh, God. Whilst I'm still on the outside, I can have thoughts. Is this bucket hat quite a Manchester thing? That's what I wanted to ask. Because I just wanted to check. Anyway.
Yeah.
Actually, it's fine. I'm going to wear it. Okay.
You're almost running out of theme tune now.
No. I'm going to be in there before the theme tune ends.
Yeah. No.
Anyway, it doesn't actually matter, guys, because it's about being in the moment.
Just lift it up.
Is it still alive? Is it still alive?
Oh, shoot.
Well, we will have to see to that later. You hold on to this, Mikey. I'm just going to use the pink microphone. So anyway, here we are. My name is Margot. This is still Talkaoke, which is just a normal existentialist pop-up talk show. But it doesn't have to be. That's the thing. We had some poetry. We had some philosophy. We had some conversations, which you would expect of a talk show, right? Just have some chit-chats. Let's maybe, whilst Mikey's put that thing in, we will just do a round of names. I'm giving this to you because I realise this. I'm just wearing too many things, basically. Okay, Mikey, are you ready?
Yeah, it's not working anymore.
Okay, so people, welcome to Talkaoke. Let's do some names. Maybe these people will join us as well. MCR, what does that mean? What's MCR? Oh, the Smiths, MCR, what does it mean? Come and join us. Manchester. Okay. Folk Festival, are you performing?
No, we're going to see John Bramwell at the Manchester Folk Festival, Band on the Wall.
Okay, do they have lyrics in their songs?
Oh, of course they do, yeah. He says John Bramwell is the best folk singer from Manchester ever.
Okay, because we're talking about poetry, we're talking about writing. I mean, it feels like on brand. Anyway, have a great gig. Yeah, MCR, Manchester, now I know. I knew that, but just wanted to catch their attention. Anyway, so welcome to Talkaoke. My name is Margot. Who do we have here?
I'm Dave. Hi.
I'm Sue.
Sue, welcome back.
Imogen.
Imogen, who we got?
Mikey.
Okay, the fluffy face. And here we are. So, what do we want to talk about? I mean, we've talked about so much. Yes.
Do you want more poem before?
Yeah, go on. I feel like this is like a protocol now. You just kick us off. You kick off every new round with a new poem. So, take it away, Sue.
Okay. It's called P.O. Oh no, look at the queue. Each new entrance reacts as I do. Grumpy faces show how we feel. Breathy sighs, the people's ordeal. There used to be 7 staff, now there are 3, and one of them's hopeless. Yes, he gets me. Second-class stamps, please. He picks up the first, and I have to tell him and try not to curse. When I'm paying by card, the machine doesn't start. He's not pressed the button, the silly young fart. Then I ask for some leaflets with new prices on, but we cannot dispense them until today's gone. The queue is now laughing, it's cheered them all up, and when they go home, they will all raise a cup to the man who personifies how things have changed. This once was a post office, covering a range of all different services swiftly and well. Now it's the customer's idea of hell. It's really so useless, we don't need to cough to cover our comments. Post office, piss off.
Wait, was that inspired? Thank you so much for sharing your poem. Was that inspired by the whole conversation about swearing?
No, it was inspired by my local post office.
All right, so, yeah, I mean, what do you want to say about your post office? I mean, did it get any better, or is it always just a bit disappointing?
It's got better since, yes, yeah, they're better at what they do now. But
okay. Was it as a result of your poetry?
No, I hope not. I don't think so.
Okay, so talking about post offices, talking about swearing in poetry, writing poetry about your daily activities. Can poetry change the world? Can poetry about post office can change the post office? These are just some of the subjects I'm trying to make up. What do we want to talk about? Have this. Is that your contribution to the conversation?
Well, I've got a lot to say about poetry because, as you know, Margot, I do write my own poetry. But being in the middle of the table, I didn't get a chance to say it because that's not my role. Those 2 roles are mutually exclusive. But now I'm on the outside. It's a different story.
Okay. Are you gonna do us a poem as well?
Maybe in a bit. But right now I'm just focusing on the technical side, I think. Yeah.
So why do you write poetry? I mean, you're a talk
Well, you know what?
What's with that?
Weirdly, it was in Manchester
Oh.
that we were just having a conversation about. Actually, no, I'd written other poems before then, so that's just not true. But it's just like having all these conversations. Suddenly, you realise there's sort of things that really stick in people's mind, I suppose, and it's just a different way to distill out some of the meaning of the conversations. I just put that in there.
Sorry, it was just I just didn't want to stub my eye. Sorry, I didn't do it deliberately. Sorry, I really didn't do it deliberately. I just wanted to move it.
Put this together and also
okay.
At the same time.
That's fine. So you wrote your first poetry in Manchester, except that this is not true. No. It's like fake news. Yeah. So that's good to establish that. But is writing poetry about like everyday interactions or things that people say, is that worthy enough subject of poetry? I mean, did people write about that in the past? I mean,
I think, yeah, it's good to have as maybe a starting point for like mundane sort of everyday activities. Yeah, I think it can be quite inspirational in part. Like,
should there be some kind of like a diversity in the World's Poetry Day where there's a day of pedestrian poetry and there's a day of grand
something
poetry.
profound. Yeah.
Come and join us.
I think so.
Come and join our Talkaoke table talking about writing poetry about just mundane things. Welcome to Talkaoke. We've got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got Dave, we've got Mikey flustered. They're doing some technical stuff. It's just seething. My name is Margot. What's your name?
Steve.
Steve, welcome. Steve, we're talking about poetry, talking about writing poetry based on just what people said. It's a bit pedestrian, but it can be good. Do you know about poetry? Do you write poetry?
I do indeed, yes.
Oh,
but I'm going to be reading a bit later actually on the stage, so just a couple of things actually on the open mic thing.
All right, I mean, like, is that something that you planned to do? Was it a spontaneous decision to perform your poetry today?
Well, I kind of came down for a workshop that I couldn't make it because I was late actually, I knew there was a kind of open mic thing, so I thought, well, I'll try and get on it, you know. So, but yeah, I actually think well, not just poets but writers generally speaking should probably kind of spend more time on buses and public transport than going in cars, because I think that's where you get your material from, actually.
Okay, so you mentioned the public transport. Actually, funnily enough, we did talk about trams. This is how it all started. We talked about trams, writing on the trams. Yeah. You were on the train and you wrote a poem inspired by that. Have you ever written poetry? Yeah. Perfect. This is a perfect talk show for you. I mean, it's not just about poetry, but we have been kind of moving around the subject a lot. So we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, we've got Dave, we've got Steve. We've got Mike over here. My name is Margot. This is Talkaoke, just a normal pop-up talk show, you know, on Saturday. What is your name?
Lynn.
Lynn, welcome.
Linda.
Linda. Excellent. Lynn. Okay, great. Welcome. So you were just saying people should just stop driving cars, just be on public transport, write some poetry, right?
Yeah, I think you overhear things, you see things happening, you know, and I think I've got quite a few things out of just hearing things actually. Just hearing what people have said and things like that actually, and putting them in as lines into the poetry.
Okay, so thank you for this. So so just pick up the inspiration that is around you. I guess that's what you're saying. You were interested in the badge as well. What is the badge?
I always like to look at people's badges to see what they're about.
Oh yeah, and what is he about? What's this badge?
He's an artist, he tells me.
He's an artist. Okay, is that what your badge says?
It says, "I'm an artist. And you're lucky I'm even here."
Damn! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, is this true? I mean, are you an artist? I mean, we're extremely lucky to have all of you here. But if you're an artist, does that make you like slightly a better person?
I'd like to think so. I mean, I always feel like
a bit of a fraud if I say I'm an artist, but I did go to art college and then I didn't do any art myself for quite a while, but I have started doing stuff in the last year.
Okay,
So,
what kind of stuff do you do now?
painting, drawing, writing, and I've just got into drama, bit of drama.
Okay. Are you a dramatic figure?
Oh, extremely dramatic.
Okay, so drama is perfect for you then. Okay, I mean, that's interesting. So you felt like a fraud when you went to the art school, right?
No,
art college.
afterwards.
Oh, afterwards.
I feel like I can only call myself an artist if I'm actually doing it. So if I'm not doing it, it feels like you're being a fraud.
Well, that's a question. I mean, I don't know. Do you have any other artists around the table? Obviously, we've got the multi-artist, we've got the drama personality, we've got the writer. We've got, I mean, are philosophers artists?
I draw and write as well.
There you go. Best of both worlds. Obviously,
My dad was an actor, so I was brought up doing sort of poetry recitals and that sort of thing.
Okay, did that traumatise you or was that okay?
No, it was okay.
It was okay, yeah, great. So yeah, quite a lot of artists.
I drum and yeah.
So musician?
Yeah,
say, yeah,
do a bit of that.
Okay, a bit of drumming. Mikey, you an artist?
Mm-hmm.
What is your art? What is your art?
You know what? I would see myself as a conceptual artist, really, because I think all art is really about just ideas. It's how you do them.
And just get people to do it.
No, I do it myself. But I get other people to do it as well. Like, for example, Talkaoke, which is this system here, was invented by me as an art project 29 years ago.
Well, you're getting some applause. I mean, it's good, it's still going, right? But I can't remember what the original question was. It actually doesn't matter because we move the conversation here and there. So do you have to be doing your art in order to feel like an artist? I
think there's this thing which is very common, which I'm not saying necessarily you've got, but you hear it a lot, is imposter syndrome. That I'm not good enough to be an artist, to be a singer, to be an actor, to be, or my voice is not important. Even people that are quite successful and relatively well known have this imposter syndrome because they feel like they're not good enough. They're not as good as, there was a guy earlier on quoting Byron or something like that. I'm not quite Byron. I'm more of a Mike Skinner.
Yeah. Okay, so imposter syndrome. I mean, is this just part of the artist's journey to feel a little bit fake it till you make it?
I feel like it's sort of an inevitable part of being an artist to feel to a certain extent like you're faking it or you're not good enough, that sort of thing. But I think that just speaks to something that is foundational in someone that pursues art, in that you want to express yourself in an authentic way and you want to improve your craft. And I think if you don't have that feeling like you're an imposter or a fraud or something, that's, for me anyway, that's kind of what motivates me to improve in my craft. I feel like it's fundamental or foundational in a lot of artists. Maybe some people don't have that and they are convinced, they are confident that they are cock of the walk. They're the one, they know everything there is to know. Well, I wasn't going to go that far, but
luckily it's a collective effort.
I do think it's important to feel like there's always something you can improve on, especially in a field like art where it's not, there aren't rigorously defined regulations and all that sort of thing. A lot of people are self-taught, some people have formal education in various artistic disciplines, and all of those people have the ability to contribute to artistic spaces and develop works of art. And
yeah,
I feel like all of them probably feel the same thing deep down, that they're not good enough.
It's interesting what you said about, maybe this kind of feeling that you're not good enough or you're an imposter is because you really are chasing that true expression of yourself, and that only you yourself can know potentially whether you're being authentic or not. Mike, you've had a hand up bump. Yeah, but I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say that sometimes it's about class and upbringing and things like that, actually, and sometimes, or at least that's part of it, it's not the whole thing. It's kind of like, because I'm from a working class background and people like us were not expected to be writing poetry or making art and things like that. We were expected to work in factories and offices and things like that, and we're not kind of. So there's part of that. That's part of it. Also, kind of, you know, there's a kind of thing about, you know, women artists are generally, you know, downgraded and things like that. And then again, you know, there's kind of like the sense that there's the right way of doing things, you know. So, okay.
So a couple of things. So one is about the class and maybe not being expected to be an artist, expected to work in a factory. I'm interested actually in when you decided that factory life is not for you, but I'll come back to that. Obviously they're going to be starting the open mic, we don't want you to miss it, but not just yet. Yeah. And then also the right way of doing art, and you were saying like some people are self-taught, maybe the art is not as well defined as maybe some other areas of life. There are no rules, there are rules, but there are no rules. So how are you supposed to know whether you're good at it? You know, Mikey?
I mean, I just want to come back on something you said, that it's about self-expression, because for me, my art is not really that much about self-expression.
What is it about then?
I don't even know. It's just a thing. It's awesome. It's probably more about getting other people to express themselves, or to think, or to, you know, to do their thing. But yeah, maybe that is an expression of myself. Yeah.
Okay, so expression, yeah.
But it's interesting because my job was about that. It was like arts development in mental health, and it was about like creativity is really good for your mental well-being, and I fundamentally believe that everyone can be creative, and it's just a lack of confidence to do it and have a go, and it's a language that a lot of us stop when we leave school, and so not surprising we're not confident about doing it. We carry on learning to speak and write, but we well, maybe not creative writing, but so yeah, it's no wonder we feel like we can't, because we haven't had a go for a long time. So
okay,
yeah.
so should there be some kind of like an ongoing creative, I don't know, something, support structure for when you finish school and then before you become the factory worker? Should there be some kind of, well, hopefully you can be other things as well, but you know, what would be like a good artistic support to kind of sustain that feeling of I can be creative in people? I mean, Linda, do you have any ideas?
Do I have any ideas?
What gives you, like, are you a confident performer?
She is today. She's doing it today for
I'm
the first time.
I'm doing an open mic thing, and this is my. Listen, darling, I am 82 years old, and this will be my first. This will be my first open mic.
You are literally a legend. Give it up for Linda, 82, first open mic. You know, are there any rituals for the kind of people who are doing open mics for the first time? Is there something? Yeah.
I would just say, you know, don't rush it. Just get up there. Don't even start straight away. Just take the crowd in, look at them in the eye, each and every single one of them. Then just start slowly, but also deliver the poem with some emotion as well. That's what my performance coach told me.
Okay. I mean, Linda, yeah, you've got your performance coach, or did you know all of this anyway?
Yeah, I did actually. Listen,
thanks.
I was a teacher for 30 years.
Okay, what did you teach?
I taught primary school kids.
Right, yeah.
So you know, you're an actor. You're an actor every day.
Yeah.
You stand on the table, you do a tap dance, you do whatever. You know, you're.
Yeah. You have to read the room and then just.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Right. I mean, have you ever felt like an imposter in your job as
every day,
yes.
every minute,
Serious?
every day as a human being, I feel an imposter. Not just as an artist, as a writer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just being human, that's stressful enough. You can feel an imposter. I mean, obviously you're wearing leopard print, you know. Maybe you're just pretending. Maybe
Oliver Bonus, my nephew bought me it for Christmas. He said, I don't know whether you'll suit this or not. I said, give it to me.
Yeah. The red makes sense.
And you certainly do suit it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so being a human imposter, you are shaping up. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go in a minute. But yeah, I've performed quite a lot actually over the years, and I think I kind of agree with our conceptual artist friend. I forgot his name, but Mike, and that it's not really about self-expression so much as discovering. For me, it's discovering language. So I'm going to go and discover some more language now because the open mic started.
So
So
self-expression is like a byproduct of your discovery. Really.
yeah.
Okay.
It's and I like to discover things. I like to find poems rather than drag them up out of my subconscious or something, you know.
Yeah. God, you may become an existentialist if you keep it subconscious.
Yeah.
But okay, so yeah, good luck. We will be here. We'll be rooting for both of you. Are you performing as well? Then? Are you just going to be?
Well, I have to watch some 82.
This morning I was doing this.
No. When did you know?
What? Well, about an hour ago. About an hour ago. I wrote my name down on this list. I wrote my name down on this list, and he said, "Well, you're on at 5 to 4." I went, "What? On what?" He said, "You're performing."
Okay.
So there you go.
You were tricked into it.
I'll be all right.
Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, like, so. Okay, welcome back to New Face. Tell us your name.
Imogen.
Imogen, welcome back. We still have Sue. We still got Dave. You had something to say, and I will come to you. We've got Linda and Lynn. And we've got Mikey, and we've got me, Margot, and just talking about,
Can I just ask a question? Are you carrying on through the open mic? Because we disturb them.
we don't want to disturb.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, because they're finishing. They're starting soon, aren't they?
How long is the open mic? Do you know? Oh, sorry, Mikey.
We could always potentially move it more that way, so we're further away from the mic. Yeah. Well, maybe we should ask them and see what they say.
Oh, he's actually... Damn, they already started. I feel a bit bad. Okay.
I'm on that stage in 2 hours.
2 hours, well, that's amazing. Maybe we can turn ourselves down a little bit, but in a kind of quiet voice. Let's just... Dave, you had your hand up for me.
Yeah, sorry, if you'll forgive me, I'm going to get a bit existentialist again, but it's sort of aping on something that you mentioned earlier there, and cycling back to this discussion of imposter syndrome and feeling like every day, you sort of mentioned every day in your working life you felt like you were sort of an imposter, and I don't know how much this will resonate with you, but I feel like it's sort of a fundamental part of being human to feel unsatisfied or to feel like you're not living up to your full potential. It's just
Don't you? There's some form of ideal that you're not living up to.
I think it's foundational to being human to fret about the path that you didn't take or the things that could have been.
The horrible mix of religion coming into it, which I was brainwashed as a Catholic during my early years, and so therefore I have this sieve now in my head that all judgments, all thoughts go through, which I hate. I can't remove it.
Yeah.
In many respects, because we're all doomed to be somewhat unsatisfied, the way that translates into a life lesson is to just sort of don't try and take the path that you think will leave you with the fewest regrets. I think is the only way to go about it, because you're never going to have no regrets. You're always going to have something you wish you'd done differently, or things that you thought you should have done differently. But I think in the moment you've just got to do the thing that will leave you with the fewest regrets. That's just the thesis piece on that.
Okay, well, I hope you can write it down, and then in 10 years' time you can actually record. So, so regrets. Have you got any?
Well, it reminds me of my shortest poem. Like, it's one line which goes like this: "Regret is how you learn," said the old man.
Way, sound effect. Drop that bench. Sorry, it's a bit loud. Okay, so regret. So yeah, it was kind of like a mic drop. I'm just kind of thinking, because this conversation is really popping off. It's really interesting. I feel like maybe we should either move or chat to somebody, because really I don't want to.
We need to ask them first.
Okay, you have to go. Okay, well, let's do final thoughts. Maybe we'll take like a little. Do you know? Okay, we're gonna do some final thoughts. So give us some parting comments. Could be about anything that we said, we talked about, or something brand new. Could be a message to the world. Could be a beginning of a poem. Anything. Lynn,
my brain's gone blank. I was just thinking I might get a coffee because my legs are a bit cold. That's what I'm thinking. Because it's summer and I thought if it's sunny and on my lalo. No, I can't think of anything profound. I feel no.
No, it's okay.
No.
Yes, but you're a creative person. What's the next kind of creative thing you're going to do?
Well, we've just been brainstorming. I've written quite a few short stories, and a lot of them, weirdly, seem to have trains in it, which Linda pointed out. So now I'm thinking, actually, I might do a self-conscious collection of short stories that involve trains, but in lots of different ways. Not as a train spotter. I'm not that kind of train person.
Yeah.
But, as a sort of dramatic scenario, a lot happens on trains. So that's what I'm thinking. I might develop it more.
Would you hold your storytelling event on the train? Would that work?
Oh, that would be good.
Or through the tannoy or something?
Yeah, well, they have folk trains and dance trains, and so why not? Why not? A creative writing train. I think it could be a thing.
How do you find out about your story?
No, I don't do all that stuff. No, I don't. No, I'm like Banksy. I just.
Okay. That's probably not even your real name, Lynn, so that's fine. Well, thank you so much, and good luck with the train writing. Keep that train of thought going.
I'm a very quill pen person, me.
What's your next kind of creative project? Obviously, drama. You've got some stories.
I'm doing a bit of both. I do write poetry.
Okay.
Poetry is my biggie, really, and I'm going back to poetry from being younger. I branched out into longer story writing, but I find that the older I get, the more compressed I feel that my thoughts have to be. It's like going into the cod end of a net when you're getting older. You're in the struggle end. Know what I mean?
So you have to be a bit more kind of precise.
You be precise. Don't waste anything.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Don't waste any words. Don't waste any sentences. Don't.
So does that
pack it on
mean that the themes of your poetry from back in the day to now, have they changed? Or are you still writing about the same stuff, just in a more concise?
Maybe more concise. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because you've had more to bring to it.
What are the big themes that you write?
The usual things about love, betrayal, hate. What the hell are we all about? What's it all about? What's it all about?
Oh, it's a nice and light read on a Saturday afternoon. Well, we're really looking forward on the train. Exactly, we look forward to you performing, and congratulations again. That's going to be your first spoken word, your first open mic. So we'll definitely be there, clicking away.
Oh yes. I noticed that. I went to Slamchester. About 4 weeks ago, and I noticed it. What's that noise?
It's an etiquette.
It's an etiquette. What the hell's that about?
Yeah.
Clicking like what?
Did you pick up? Did you do this?
No, I didn't. I thought, stop it.
Don't be rude. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be doing that in a non-destructive way. So don't worry. But thank you so much. So final thoughts from Dave.
I guess just don't try and live a life free of regrets, because I don't think it's possible. Just try and do what you think you need to do in the moment. Live a life with as few regrets as you can.
God, you're on fire today.
Sliding towards entropy.
Okay, so have regrets, because it's only human. It's all about entropy anyway in the end.
Don't feel like you're the only person that struggles with it. Everyone's got regrets. Everyone worries that they're not living their fullest life.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just
I can really see that Linda is a good performer. She's always got things. Yeah, you've got the gift. Okay, thank you. We will be still here. We just need to figure out how. Some final thoughts I'm collecting. Any final thoughts from you, Sue?
Just take one day at a time, I think, and try and do and not so much what suits you as what you think's the best thing to do for the day. And don't waste. Well, I say don't waste time, but it's very easy to do that. So try not to waste too much time.
Okay, so waste a bit.
Yeah.
Not all of it.
Yeah.
I think that's a good advice. And also it's just admitting, some clicks there. Double, I can't do double. But no, just kind of admitting something about the imperfect human nature.
You can't really hear you over there.
You can't?
No, I was getting a bit worried I was going to interrupt the
Yeah, you're very good like that, very conscientious. Yeah. All right, well, that's good. Good intel. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm not going to waste any more time. I just wasted a bit, but I thought it was fair enough, because she just had some good information there. Final thoughts for this round?
Final thoughts. Yeah, I agree. Waste time, not too much. And yeah, my brain is empty of thoughts. It's gone. Sorry.
That's okay. Emptiness is a part of human existence.
That's a good place to be, because I've struggled to get my brain empty of thoughts.
Yeah.
The thoughts. No, you know where it was? I remember it was actually on my birthday, which was the 11th of March, and that makes me a Pisces with Scorpio rising. I couldn't say that in the middle of the table. I'm a water sign, yeah. But anyway, I was just dancing. I went to this thing called ecstatic dance, where you dance without drinking, and I just completely forgot myself in that. So I was completely devoid of thoughts. But I'm sure when I'm asleep, I'm also devoid of thoughts when I'm not dreaming.
When you're not dreaming about kind of mundane stuff. Okay, well, thank you so much. Well, at least we know there is no... come and join us. Do you dream? Do you dream? Well, no. I don't know if they can actually hear us. I don't know anything. Do you dream? Do you dream? No. Clearly, yeah, you dream... What, do you have nightmares or good dreams, or do you dream about mundane stuff? Come and join us. Do you have dreams? Do you have dreams?
Turn it up a little bit.
Do you have dream? Hello, good afternoon. Do you have dreams? Do you dream? Come closer. I can't hear you because I'm competing with poets. Yeah, good. And then you realise, oh shit.
Why is this person yelling?
Come and join us. Yeah, sorry. I just didn't know how loud you've got your music on. Maybe it's a sound cancelling.
Yeah, a little bit. Wait.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome to Talkaoke. As you know from the flag, this is Talkaoke. This is a pop-up talk show. We do have conversations here. We've got... Who do we have here?
Mikey?
We've got
Imogen.
Sue. My name is Margot. What's your name?
Andrew.
Andrew, welcome. So here you are, just crossing this piece of concrete floor ring. And you say you have dreams. What do you dream about?
I don't remember my dreams.
Oh, you don't?
No, I have zero dreams. Like, I could not tell you.
Okay. I mean, is it important to have dreams or to remember your dreams? I mean, is this a competition? I mean, Mikey?
I've got a poem here. Sorry, but it is World Poetry Day, so I've got good excuse. Sorry about this, Andrew, but I have got a poem. What is going on here? Come on, I'll explain this. Talkaoke is a pop-up talk show where we talk about whatever people want to talk about. We've got booked by Sadler's Yard, which is where you are now, because it's World Poetry Day. But we don't have to talk about poetry or do poetry. However, I'm going to, because I've got a poem about a dream.
Is it going to give us nightmares, though? That's the question.
May do.
It's a form of dreams.
It may give you nightmares. I'm going to turn you up as well a little bit. There we go.
Turn me up. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, not that loud.
All right, bring it up.
Yeah, not that loud.
Sorry.
Okay, so everyone want to hear it first of all?
Do people want to hear it? Do you want to hear a poem?
Okay.
Do you want to hear a poem?
Okay, do you want to hear a poem?
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to hear a poem?
Yeah, come
It's deep, it's deep. Come here then. Right, it goes like this. I dreamt I met the devil at Old Street roundabout. That's not a roundabout or a crossroads, something far more twisted. Don't know how he found me there. You called me, he said. Now prepare for a life of unending turmoil. That was months ago, I replied, and for something somewhat trivial. I was struggling with a website, couldn't confirm an email. Plus, you never came. I lost those tickets. Where have you been? Honestly, I haven't been myself these days. Not feeling that relevant in this millennium. 1. I can't do foreboding like I used to. The likes of Lynch's cinematic trickery makes mine inferior. 2. Yes, I can raise a building to the ground with everyone in it. I can goad a lover into murderous rage. But my true power comes from belief. Who believes in anything anymore? 3. Irony is no longer a currency. It's a likes and follows. Nobody wants a good old Faustian bargain. And besides, there's this other guy. They say he's dumb. I say he's a genius. He got himself elected. He evokes the finest hate in half the people and raises hatred for the other half too. If he feels overlooked, he does some precision bombing, killing 1,000 in a foreign land. Comparison is the thief of joy, I said. You could see your rival as your alloy too. Long after he is gone, they will still play your song and credit you for what he's done. The devil wasn't reassured, at least he wasn't being ignored. I don't know what I didn't do wrong.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Any thoughts and feelings? Well done.
That was part of a dream. That was a dream. It was a vivid dream, yeah, that I met the devil.
Okay. Okay, so meeting the devil, writing dream-based poetry.
I'm just wondering, is there anything that you eat or drink or that makes your dreams more vivid? How do you remember these? I don't remember my dreams afterwards. Well, I don't remember them to sort of recollect and write down. But I don't know that I dream or not, but yeah, I rarely seem to have them or recollect them.
I mean, but what is it? I mean, is it just a bit of a kind of like a buzz, like a, I don't know. Is it really that important to remember your dreams? Like, it kind of is a bit competitive. I mean, do you feel bad that you don't remember your dreams, Andrew?
Not really.
No.
Yeah, no.
Do you wish you did remember your dreams?
Only because I could have funny stories about when I'm talking with people about what I dreamt about, but
right.
I have other friends that have these funny stories, so it's fine. I
you
don't
want
have.
to fit in, basically. Yeah.
That's not the words I said, but.
That's okay.
No, it's like conversation starter, I guess. Why not?
I mean, well, this is a good point. Like, are dreams a good conversation starters? I mean, could you, like, what is a good conversation starter? If you can't dream, and obviously you can't, like...
I think they're notoriously not a good conversation starter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think there's a big thing. It's like, no one wants to hear other people's dreams. I'm not saying the poetry that's come out of your dream, that's incredible. I'm intrigued about the process, but generally speaking, it's no one, well, from my perspective, tends to be the case. No one wants... Because it's a meandering, doesn't make sense, it goes on, it's only really important to the person that's experienced it. It's, I don't know.
I mean...
Happy to debate. Okay. Poetry of life, dreams.
Okay, so it's talking about dreams. Is it only fun for the person who's talking about it and everyone else is just like snoring? Have you ever... I'll come to you, Mikey, but you've had a fair share of the microphone, that includes the poetry. So, do you remember your dreams?
Very rarely.
Okay.
And I'm quite grateful that I don't. I don't want to.
I mean, what do you think about this idea that if you try to retell your dream to somebody, it's actually just really boring for people listening to it?
It depends what the dream is, I think, and how you tell it. I mean, it can be. It could be exciting. It might be boring. It could be anything.
The storytelling, in a way.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, so Mikey, here it is. You can tell any kind of poetry, but if you use your storytelling skills, you can actually make it exciting for people. You can tell a good story.
I mean, that's the thing. I think both dreams and poetry have got the same kind of risk, really, that it's just your own thoughts, your own world, and you've got to try and make that exciting and lucid for other people.
Okay, so it's about the storytelling, like making people get as excited about your dream as you are. But I mean, what else is this? Welcome to Manchester, Andrew! Sorry. He just moved here. No, I'm sorry. How is it going?
I just wasn't sure if this was a regular thing or a one-day thing. This is why I was
Where did you move from?
It's Italy. Italy.
Tintarella di Luna is a song in Italian which I really like, but I'm not gonna sing. What brings you to Manchester?
Just work.
Okay. You want to expand? It's a secret.
Secret. I just work in research.
What are you researching? Clearly not.
No, I can't talk about it.
Okay, yes. We've got a button for that. Yeah, can't talk about research. Okay, so moving Italy, Manchester, research. I mean, do you have to be qualified to research? Can anyone just research something? What was the last thing you researched, Imogen?
adoption is something I'm trying to research at the moment, and I'm gathering information. It's a bit heavy and deep. There's probably something. It's probably more to do. Do you know? It probably was Real Housewives of Atlanta, actually. If I'm like researching some of the people in that, I don't know if anyone watches that, but it's either adoption or Real Housewives. It's a reality TV show about rich women. There's a franchise, Real Housewives franchise. And it's just about really rich women who are having catfights all the time, and it's just full of a lot of drama, and I'm addicted to it, and I love it. And I was researching some of the the women that take part in it. You don't knock it till you've watched it. You get really drawn into it. So yeah, that was my area of my special interest at the moment. Adoption and Real Housewives.
Okay. Are there any common themes?
Any crossovers between those two? Trauma.
Okay, we don't know what you researched.
Yeah.
This you know for
Maybe
sure.
Andrew knows.
There's no crossovers.
I've heard of Real Housewives, and I'm fairly certain there is no crossover between adoption and Real Housewives.
Okay, have you watched?
Not the Atlanta version.
Okay, what is your favorite soap? Well, kind of like reality TV.
Oof. Honestly, I don't watch a lot of TV right now, but my brother is a huge fan of Big Brother, so he tells me a little bit about Big Brother, but
Yeah, but that's his view.
Really, I don't watch TV, so.
You don't watch any TV? Do you watch anything?
I occasionally watch movies, if I want to hang out with friends and watch a movie, but I don't watch
Just
TV.
kind of fit in with the friends, like, hey, we're gonna see a film.
Well, it's like a thing to do together, right? So.
Okay, so it's like a way of spending time together.
Yeah, that's all.
All right. Okay, welcome to Talkaoke. We've got Andrew, we've got Sue, we've got Mikey, we've got something in your nose, you've got Imogen. My name is Margot. What's your name?
I'm Gordon. Hello.
Gordon, welcome. Right now, we have been talking about dreams. Is it exciting only... Well, if I tell you my dream, is it only going to be exciting for me, because it's my dream? Will I make you bored? I mean, we just bored Andrew to tears, so he's going to leave now. But he's new in Manchester. Okay, give us a final thought. Message to the world about anything.
I still don't understand what's happening exactly.
Give this man a card, literally.
Yeah, like...
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever you're researching, we can help you with that. And yeah, good research. And good luck with the move. So yeah, this is just a normal talk show. We've been talking about reality TV programs. Do people still watch them? Imogen likes, what's it called?
The Real Housewives franchise. Have you heard of it?
I have heard of it. I don't watch it, I'm afraid to say, but
what do you watch? Do you watch any?
What I watch? The last thing I was really into is The Traitors. I love that. I think it's really good. Yeah.
Well, I've heard about it, but what's it about?
The Traitors.
Yeah.
It's basically it's a reality show where there are 3 people that are, or 2 people that are traitors, and you have to try and work out who they are and try and get them out and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's really good.
Okay. And could anybody be that traitor? Could anybody be on that program? Could you be on it?
I don't think I could be on it because no, because
You're not a good liar.
No, I'm not a good liar. No.
Okay. Right. Being good. Yeah. Are you a good liar, Mikey?
I'm a terrible liar. I'm really bad at all of those games like poker. I cannot play poker. As soon as I get my cards, I'm either like really happy or really sad.
So you and Gordon make
contending. Exactly. I just can't do any of those things.
I mean, is there a skill to be able to lie? Can that be ever a useful skill? I mean, apart from wanting to.
I think it probably makes you the president of America, but apart from that.
Okay. So it helps you get to the top job in American.
Certainly, being a politician, I think they have to lie all the. I think they do lie all the time. But,
okay.
That's just my opinion.
Okay, so politicians lie all the time. Do politicians lie? All the time. So do you have to, I mean, is that a skill that we could kind of pick up and get better at? Like, come and join us. We've got Sue, we've got Mikey, we've got Gordon still. Okay, tell us about, are you a good liar?
A good liar? No, I've never told a lie in my life.
No? Why not? Why not? Hey.
We're in Manchester now. They're a bit more tricky around here.
Yeah, tricky.
I think politicians should be like put in prison if they tell lies. I honestly do. I think at least someone should throw the book at them.
Oh yeah, but why?
But they're saying that in Wales they're going to start to do that. They're going to start to prosecute politicians that tell lies.
But is it? I mean, is it easy to prove a lie? I mean, have you ever lied? No comment. No comment. Have you ever lied?
No, never.
No. See, only honest people on this square, that's for sure. Come and join. Oh, you can still come and join us. Are you good liars? Are you a good liar?
You'd have to ask someone else, wouldn't you? Because
I don't know.
because
I'll
if I'm a
ask
good
anyone.
liar,
Yeah, true. That's true. I see.
then I.
What's your name first of all?
Maybe would I say no? I'm Ben.
Okay, so we've got Ben, we've got Gordon, we've got Imogen, we've got Sue, who's shaping up to either start dancing or leave. Or
I've got to go in a minute. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I will get your final thoughts before you do have to properly go. We've got Mikey. My name is Margot. Ben, don't walk away on me. I just wanted to include. What's your name?
Oh, we're participating.
Yeah.
I'm just tired.
You're on tour. Do you have a name though?
Fiona.
Fiona, welcome. So, is Ben a good liar? This is kind of where I was going with this. Do you know? Sorry. Okay, Gordon, give us a final thought before you go. Okay.
I think genuinely that the world is a much better place than the likes of Trump, Farage and people like that would make out. I think people get on a lot better than it's true, and I wish people would stop kind of listening to social media and actually listen to kind of working with other people, because we get on. Most people in the world, I would say 95% of people get on in the world, and the ones that are the worst people are the people that are trying to divide us, when actually when we're united we're much better.
Absolutely. And so why do we get divided? Why all these lies then? What's the benefit?
It's a good question. I think that that's a very good question. I think that I personally don't feel that the likes of Trump and the likes of Farage, who are meant to be, they make themselves to be the saviours of, like, the right wing, if you like. They're just not. They're not interested in normal people. They say that they are, but they're just not. They're just out for their own gains, and that's really problematic. I think the problem is that ultimately politics is probably, you don't probably get paid as much as you probably should for being a politician, and it doesn't attract people with calibre. The people that are politicians now are not anywhere near as good as the politicians we had maybe 30, 40, 50 years ago, and I think that's a huge problem. I think that we ought to use the best people in education, the best people in medicine. They ought to be the leaders, not necessarily the career people that we have, because they're just out for themselves and they don't really know what they're doing.
Okay, well, that's an excellent final thought, and really thank you for this. We're here for all day. Sue, as you're going, as your final thought, I want to ask you something. Would a poet make a good politician?
Depends on the voice, I think. Some would. Some would be able to be supremely sarcastic, which is probably needed in the House of Commons at times, I think. Yes.
Okay, so there's the tone of voice, the kind of the manner, the attitude.
Yeah.
What about the storytelling that you were talking about before? Do you need to be a good storyteller to be a politician?
I think you probably do, yes, because you need to make people believe that what you're saying is true.
Even if it's a lie?
Maybe even if it's a lie, preferably not. Preferably if it's true, just if it's true, and be able to tell it and make them believe it's true,
Okay. Well, Sue, thank you so very much for sticking around for this whole morning session up until now. Do you have any final thoughts from yourself? Any messages to the world? What are you going to go off to do next?
Just keep hoping for the future. And just do what you think is right. That's all I can say. And we've got to hope it's not going to go downhill.
Well, there's always hope, and thank you so much for sticking around, and thank you for your beautiful poetry as well. So keep writing poetry, and welcome back to some returning faces. It's still Talkaoke, it's just I'm a different Mikey now, so that's the only difference really. So we've got Imogen, we've got Mikey, my name is Margot. Who do we have here?
Alina.
Alina, and?
I'm Ben.
Ben, and who do we have here?
Edda. She can sing sometimes.
I just thought that maybe she would like to eat this sponge, but no, it's not her jam. So right now, guys, we have been talking about lies. Are you a good liar? Are you a good liar? Are you a good liar, Leah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Good to know. And then we were talking about is it essential to be a good liar if you're a politician? Would a poet make a good politician, or is it just two different skill sets? Sue is saying it's actually a little bit related to storytelling. As a politician, whether it's lies or truth, you have to be able to spin a good story, preferably about the true things. But you're a bad liar, we know that.
I'm a bad liar. I don't know if a poet would make a good politician.
Why not?
Because they might be a little bit too sensitive, let's say.
Oh, sensitive. Do you have to be? Okay, are poets just too sensitive to be world leaders? Are you a poet? Are you a poet? No. Are you a good Are you a good liar?
Good liar?
Yeah.
No, I'm terrible.
Yeah. Was that a lie?
No.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why, but I'm just not sure whether it was or it wasn't. Anyway, this is a talk show. All three of you are welcome to join us. Are you a good liar? Yeah. Okay, there you go. I love the confidence right there. Do you think it's an essential skill for being a politician?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, come and join. Yeah, nowadays, okay, so maybe not before, but right now, quite essential. Come and join us. We're just talking about, we're talking about that, but we don't have to. We are moving from one subject to the next. So yeah, being a liar, being a politician, are poets just a little bit too sensitive to be leaders? I mean, you seem to have known a lot about poetry in a previous round. I guess that's still the case.
I was trying to think about any poets who were politicians, or any politicians who were. There certainly are politicians who've written poetry.
Is it any good though?
Well, that's the thing. Who's to determine that? Churchill used to paint watercolours, and probably wrote poetry because he was an educated man. Napoleon definitely wrote very passionate letters and a novel, but I don't think he wrote any poetry as far as I'm aware. So there have been people, and then you've got figures like people who in countries where you've had overthrowing governments, coups and things, often those figures have written poetry or written at least creative pieces. So I guess there have been, but I don't know. I think poetry and politics is an interesting one. There are definitely political poets and very powerful political poems. And the question is it the politics or the poem that wins? I think that's the question.
Okay, so you've been quite a lot of interesting stuff there. Is it better to be a political poet or a poetic politician? Wow, sorry, surprised myself there. Any answers? Any further questions?
I think you smashed it now, so we just leave it there.
I just won the game of talking.
Yeah, you just won it.
I'm going to ask this man. Are you listening? Are you listening? I've got a question for you. All right, come closer. I've got a question for you. What's more dangerous? A political poet or a poetic politician? A politician that writes poetry.
First one.
Yeah, political poet. Yeah. Why so certain?
I think with a poetical politician, to me, they're able to enunciate what they want to say, talk about a little bit more, with a bit more vibrancy, because at the minute it seems like all lies, whereas they may add a little bit of grace and a bit of flowiness to it, whereas the first one, to me, I don't know, I think you can go down a bit of a rabbit hole with it.
I think you're completely right, yeah.
Yeah, I think you can go down a bit too much of a rabbit hole and talk about what you want to talk about, but sort of dress it up a little bit more. So that's, to me, seems like a shift with the lies that we're already expecting.
Okay, so in a way, a poetic politician would be even worse. In a way, maybe, because they can spin the lies just to make them sound beautiful.
Well, it's all about interpretation anyway.
Interpretation, yeah.
Yeah, so with politicians, what you see is, I say what you see is what you get. I think with a poetical politician, there adds that extra level of interpretation, which can go either way. So there's already uncertainty.
Yeah.
So it adds that little bit more onto it.
Yeah, I think you tackled that question extremely well. Just completely apropos of nothing. You just answered the question. Thank you very much. What's your name? Dan, welcome. We've got Imogen, we've got Mikey, we've got Alina, we've got, what's her name? Enda, and we've got...
Yeah, I just thought of I thought of a poetic politician.
Oh, yeah?
And this was Robert Kennedy on the occasion of the assassination of Martin Luther King, where he was at a different occasion with a large black audience, and he stood up on a car and delivered an impromptu speech about the death, maybe from notes, maybe extemporaneously, but in the middle of the speech he quotes from Aeschylus, the Greek poet, by heart to the audience, and he said, "My favorite poet was Aeschylus. He wrote, 'In our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace of God.'" And he just drops that into the middle of the speech. The crowd was pin drop silent, and then he continued to deliver an amazing speech. And I think that education he had in classical poetry obviously informed his political ability to communicate with the audience. So, but also how marvellous to be able to quote from Aeschylus just off the cuff, or any poet, where in a way that's appropriate to the occasion and the situation.
But also on top of that, I mean, I don't even know Aeschylus as a poet, like I'd never heard of him, but also people were just maybe a bit more ready to hear something like this. They wouldn't go like, oh, here we go, or like they didn't roll their eyes. We were talking about rolling eyes before. People just went with it. It's like, oh yeah, sure, there's poetry, there's some wisdom to be gleaned from that. I mean, are we just a bit more resistant to deep knowledge these days? I mean, has anybody ever quoted? Have you ever quoted poetry in your conversations? Like, oh, this reminds me of the poem by, you know. And what does it even mean? It was like pain that you can't forget drips into the blackness of your heart. So, I mean, like, Jesus, that's deep. Are people just more shallow now, is the question. Are people just more shallow, Alina? Do you know any shallow people?
Yeah.
Are they with us now?
In this room, yeah.
Yeah. So people are shallow, but like, what does it even mean? Like, yeah.
I think there's always been shallow people. I think there's always been different. I don't really agree with the deep, shallow kind of thing because, you know, people are always thinking about stuff.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it's about how you express it.
Yeah, I mean, I quite like shallow poetry as well, I've got to say.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What does shallow poetry do for you?
Like, or like whimsical poetry, like Lewis Carroll or something like that.
Yeah.
It's not really about anything. The Walrus and the Carpenter walked along the sand. The walrus, what was it? The walrus shrugged to see such quantities of sand. If only this were cleaned away, well then it would be grand. If 7 maids with 7 mops sweat for 7 years, I surely do not think they could get it clear.
Okay, is poetry these days just alienating people? Pushes people away?
I'm illiterate, am I?
But you said you're a good liar, so I'm picking up something. But yeah, I mean, whimsical poetry.
I love whimsical poetry. We're going to have to go now, but I really do like it. If you want a nice shallow poem, you should read Frank O'Hara's poem, Lana Turner, Finding Out Lana Turner Has Fallen Over, which is a great shallow poem. And it ends with the line, "Lana Turner, we love you. Please get up."
It's a very clear message. Thank you so much. I'll take it as your final thought. Ben, thank you so much for sticking around. Final thoughts, messages to the world?
I really like your table. It's a really nice table. Where you got it, I don't know.
Well, thank you very much. I think it goes with your coat as well for the kind of grey edges.
We made it ourselves.
Yeah.
It's self-made, this table.
You can't get it in IKEA.
It cannot be bought in IKEA, no.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for bringing your dog as well. Her colour also goes with the edges of Talkaoke. I think it's time for a coffee break. So, as I don't like to compete with the poets, I just want to do like a quick whispered final thoughts. Give us a final thought, Imogen. I can fill time until you come up with a final thought, but maybe you have one now.
I was thinking with poetry for me, it needs to be a bit more visceral, and I don't like to work too hard to sort of relate to something or understand something because my brain's tired. So, yeah, shallow poetry works for me, or comedic poetry.
I want dogs fucking the ride, dismal, mindless heat, sinners listless the tarmac, roast the black spots at the beginning of a letter.
That's what you just asked for, right? I couldn't make it up. Only on World Poetry Day, guys. Just for one day only. Final thoughts, thank you. Shallow poetry.
Well, you know what they said on International Women's Day, like, why can't it be International Man's Day? And then everyone says, yeah, A, there is one, B, every day is International Man's Day. So the reason why they have World Poetry Day is because every day isn't World Poetry Day, it's just one day. So we need to keep the poetry going 365 days of the year.
Okay, so then that one day a year just doesn't feel as significant. But what about the diversity within the poetry day? Should there be like a particular shallow poetry day just to kind of draw people in and then progress them in December, for example, to a deep poetry day?
Maybe
well,
if we like had more of a like oral tradition that was kept alive, especially in England specifically, because I know like I think Irish like culture has more of that lyricism to it, and it's just part of maybe their everyday life. And my mates that are here went to Ireland recently, and then they got invited to start singing a cappella in the pub and reciting stories as well. But we don't really have that tradition in England. But yeah.
Restart this tradition in England.
Oh.
Like, what would be good?
Something bawdy. In the pub, someone gets up
How
and.
could you kind of restart it? So
I mean, I could recite a really not a very intelligent poem. It wouldn't be very exciting. Well, like, even when you're a kid, rhymes are a big part of learning language. It's huge. I can still think of one my dad used to say, and we'd repeat it. Yellow belly custard, green snot pie. Anyone know it? I just, yeah, thank you very much. All mixed together in a dead dog's eye. Anyway, I'm not gonna compete with this beautiful poem with that, but
no, but
yeah.
But that's good. But I think, maybe there's some kind of simplicity to getting people to participate in culture, or have more of a kind of immediate. There's no threshold really. If you tell a rhyme, you're in.
A cheap laugh, maybe. A good entry jug, maybe.
Does that describe the spirit, the cultural spirit of England? Cheap gag. Is this what it's all about?
No, I mean, I think it's ripe. I mean, just going back to the sort of not the reason why we're here, but the reason why we do what we do is all the flags and those flags are just, they're, in a way, I feel like they're a kind of request from the people of the UK to have a bit more culture, to have a bit more identity, to have a bit more of a tradition that is sort of lacking. Because really the tradition of England is going to other countries and taking things. So we've got to come up with something new. And there's a big void there, and I think this oral tradition is possibly part of that.
So flags are backed by popular demand, on request, on demand. I think there's an option I player, isn't it? On demand. Okay, is it just people wanting something like their final thoughts? So thank you, and that's what it was. That was the round of final thoughts. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we're going to be starting this up. If you don't know what this is Talkaoke. Come and join us. Yes, that includes everyone that is a human being or canine. You are welcome here at the Talkaoke table, at the table of chat. Yes, come and join. Where's the headset mic? Have we got it? What's that kind of? I'm still wearing it. Okay. No, we don't need that. We're just going to get going. We are here at Sadler's Yard, Manchester. Which is a place of great reflection and of meeting people. My name's Mikey. Let's find out who we've got around the table. Thank you. What's your name?
My name is Margot.
Imogen.
Okay, let's keep going.
Alex.
Alex, welcome.
Hi, it's me. I'm Dave again.
Dave, you're still Dave, and you're doing a good.
Dave again.
You're doing a great job of being Dave. And who have we got over here? Come and join us. Yes, that's you. Yes, man with pint and dog. Yes, come. So let me just do this again. Who have we got over here? Tell us your name.
Tony.
Tony. So we've got Margot, Tony, Imogen. What was it?
Merlin.
Merlin. And what was it again? What's your name?
Alex.
Alex, that's right. And we've got Dave. Who have we got over here?
Jennifer.
Yes.
Alex as well.
Alex, another Alex. Makes it easy for me. I'm Mikey. This is Talkaoke Freeform Talk Show. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's kind of up to you. Has anyone got anything they want to kick off with? Any thoughts, comments, observations?
Well, we've just had a bunch of poetry, and I know some present company performed in it, so...
Okay.
Do you want to talk a bit more about your poem?
Okay, do you want to say anything about the poem? Was it just one, or was it many poems? Alex.
I performed one poem that I wrote a few hours ago at the event up the road.
Yeah.
For this event. I'm not very used to performing and having a microphone stuck in my face, but it's all right because
it's the second time.
Well, I've done it a few times, but I'm getting used to it, so that's what it's about, I think, for me. But yeah, the poem was about. The prompt for writing it we received was about childhood and something that might have been learned, something you learned in childhood, but would turned out to not be quite so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So something you thought you learned, well, something you learned, but it's not necessarily the case these days.
Yeah.
I mean, we could even start with that. It's kind of up to, this is Talkaoke. We can go wherever we want with this. So there's so many. Yeah, go on.
I just want to know what was the... I missed your poem.
Yeah.
What was the thing you learned that is not true?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
You don't have to say if you don't want to.
Well, it was about...
Don't trust people with pink microphones. Was that what it was?
Well,
Yeah.
I've started now. Well, it's about an experience of another person, but I don't know what that experience would be because I'm not that person, but it's more of a commentary of a situation that's quite difficult. So it was my way of perhaps empathising with people who were involved in that situation.
Okay. emphasising the empathising with people in a difficult situation. Obviously hard when you're a young person. Did I see a little raised hand over there? Does that relate? Does anyone else learn something or thought they've learnt something as a child that they now no longer believe to be true? That's definitely a... Yeah.
I mean, the obvious one is Santa Claus, but sorry, it's not even the season for it.
Come on, there's children here. Be careful what you're saying. Okay, joking. Just joking about Santa Claus. Santa Claus is a real... Kids, Santa Claus is real. Okay, anything on this side?
Of things that I believed as a child that I don't believe anymore.
Yeah.
I guess political views that your parents have.
Right.
It's quite a big one. Yeah. Probably some of the more cynical views of my parents. That makes them sound like prejudiced people, but that it's not prejudice necessarily. It's just a cynical
what you're
attitude.
saying is, I'm picking up on that because my parents not prejudiced, not cynical, but they are definitely somehow managed to put some of that cynicism that they didn't necessarily kind of like express boldly onto me, for sure, definitely, and the prejudice as well. They're not prejudiced, but they were prejudiced. Okay, anyway, this is not making any sense. Yes, Merlin, grab the mic.
Is there a worry that people actually start reverting to their parents in the end?
Do you? Oh.
Because you do find that in pubs, and
Yeah.
like once we're just like, oh, we're all punks and stuff, we're against the system,
Yeah.
and then they turn out incredibly conservative.
Have you got a particular punk? Oh, sorry. Have you got a particular punk in mind?
Particular punk? Oh, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I
you
know
do.
of it, like, but Sex Pistols and
Yeah.
stuff. The
Yeah.
particular lead singer to that. He's for once he was like pro, like against the system, and then he just reverted into an absolute conservative.
Yeah.
There's just so many as well, like the Smiths and stuff, the Morrissey,
Yeah.
whose just views now are a little bit. I mean, you can like his tunes, but his attitude can be a bit.
Okay, so it's not just the parents, it's also the pop singers, and there's a lot of pops going on the pop shield of the microphone. So I do apologise for all the popping, the popular popping. Yes, go on.
No, you said an interesting thing, which is a lead singer in a punk band. I mean, are you really a singer if you're in a pop band? In a punk band? Do you have to be able to sing?
Lead shouter.
Yeah.
Is that more? I think that's quite a pedantic point. When we're actually, are you disappointed by your heroes? People like John Lydon or Morrissey having quite right-wing views, or you're okay with it? Yeah. Okay. What about you, Jennifer?
I think to your point that the scary thing is when people, like when you're in uni, you learn all these ideas and then you believe them whether you have like real life experience of them or not.
Can you give us an example?
No, I can't. Sorry.
No. It's all right.
But as you get as you get older, you have things in your life that inform your new views, and because you've got them yourself, you believe them even more, and you believe you're right, and it's even harder to change your mind after that.
Okay.
Yes.
The older you get, the harder it is to change your mind.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not old.
I think I've got a sort of a thought. I feel like it's what I believe is one of the potential reasons that this happens is we start off very much raging against the machine to take on the musical vibe.
Yeah.
But the more we do that, the more we realise that takes an awful lot of effort, and that's not an easy thing to do. And it's much easier to fall into complacency, especially if you're already in a position where you've got advantages inherently. It's easier to fall into complacency, to just accept that this is the way things are. And the more time passes, the more you're inclined to fall into that, to just accept things.
Okay.
And just agree that this is how things are. To actually continue to hold those beliefs, even when it's easier to not do so.
Okay, so it takes a lot.
Exactly. It takes a lot of
effort.
It takes effort to maintain that. And I feel like some people maybe just run out of effort.
Okay, we run out of energy. You can't just rage against the machine forever.
I think, like, especially after uni, if you've gone to uni, like, you are maybe potentially, depending on what uni you've gone to, around a lot more different types of people, and therefore maybe your world gets a little bit bigger and idealistic. Also, if you're not maybe paying tax, you've got different views on taxes. And as you start to acquire more assets or property, you want to protect that, and tax is illegal. Yeah, speak on that.
Okay. So the paying of tax changes your views. You're saying, tell us, explain the tax is illegal.
Yeah, right, no, I'll go on to another point actually. You were talking about Satan Claus before.
Yeah.
I think that's the most destructive thing for a child.
So, okay.
Up to a point.
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, yeah. Satan Claus, yeah.
Satan Claus, yeah.
Because a child is very trusting in its parents.
Yeah.
The parents are everything. The parents are everything. And then all of a sudden it reaches a point in its life when it thinks, they've been lying to me. And they're not young enough to express it or show it in any way, shape or form. But it really does have a psychological effect on a child that they can no longer trust their parents because their parents have been lying to them.
I mean, is there some advantage to not trusting?
No,
your
there's no
parents?
advantage at all.
Okay.
No, no, no.
All right.
That trust, that trust has gone with the parents. You know what I mean? The parents have been lying to them all them years. You know what I mean about, you know.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Go on, Merlin.
Just one last point with that, with all the Santa Claus thing. Is it conditioning us to consume and purchase things? I mean, it's all the assets and stuff. Like,
What you mean that Santa doesn't make
Santa
his
Claus is all about purchasing items. I mean, it keeps the economy afloat. I mean, we have so many things we don't need. And what's worse is, as we get older, we don't know what we need anymore, and we have to sift through endless amounts of things. So I've still got like a collective of assets from my grandparents. Not just my parents who passed away, but my grandparents and their grandparents. And what do we actually need? Aside from food, roof over our head, and you know, food and maybe a bit of company with a dog.
Yeah.
We need to start examining what we need.
Okay, so Santa Claus is some kind of consumerist smokescreen. It's also the point of where we lose faith in our parents, what our parents say when we find out that Santa Claus... Well, I'm not going to say it out loud just in case there's kids. It's not my responsibility to break the news. Is Santa Claus like the kind of front man for an edifice of unnecessary consumption? That's what Merlin is saying. We've got Imogen, we've got Merlin, we've got Alex, we've got Dave, we've got Alex, we've got Jennifer. Jennifer. And we've got...
It's Jennifer as well.
Jennifer and Jennifer. We've got Tony, and we've got me, Mikey, and we're talking about this. I don't know if you've got any views on it. Jennifer, you've just come in here, so maybe you're not ready to say it, but do we lose faith in the whole edifice that our parents present us, and is that a good thing or a bad thing? Tony says no, it's a bad thing because we just never get the trust back. What's that? Go on there, Alex.
I don't necessarily have a moral judgment on the point of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I think there is a case to be made for a collective suspended disbelief and the sort of joy of fantasy that comes with something like Santa Claus. He's maybe a bad example because I do agree that there's a potentially problematic aspect of children being lied to by adults, and adults basically and the wider society as well, because everyone kind of participates in that same lie, don't they? I do think there is fun to be had in it. I don't think I felt betrayed by my parents when I found out that it wasn't real. Whether it impacted me.
Is it buried too deep?
Potentially, but I think also, I think we can make informed judgments about our own reactions to things, though. I think that can be for the individual to sort of interpret how they felt about that particular. Do you think so? But as an adult, can't you then reinterpret it?
Okay, have we got the ability to readdress, to reassess?
That's how we grow.
Okay, so let's get some other views on this. Maybe we can ask this person here.
As a Jesuit said, give me a child to the age 6 or 7, it will belong to the church because you don't know anything else. Your brain's in a different, it's in fader mode, it's, you know what I mean? So you're trusting in your parents, and then all of a sudden this lie comes along. They lied to me. It's just, it's nuts.
Okay. Sorry, that might be a bit deep for Talkaoke.
Listen, Dave. You've been contributing all day, but I just want to say there's no such thing as too deep for Talkaoke. Just go on.
I just presented the talking point that perhaps there's some element of religious trauma associated with that interpretation then.
I mean,
that's not for me to say, obviously. I don't know your life.
Religious trauma?
No, my parents were, so complicated. My mother is Northern Irish, so if you know anything about Northern Ireland, you know that carries with it a certain level of baggage. Case in point. But I mean, my family was not very religious when I was growing up. My mother very deliberately moved away for that purpose, and my dad was never very religious either. So I don't really have that level of experience with it growing up. It was never a big part of my life. It was just a thing. I mean, I still sang hymns at primary school, but it wasn't something that I ever really took that seriously, like someone that grew up in a strongly religious family. So it's not for me to say. I don't have that lived experience.
Okay.
But I'm just sort of presenting it
Okay, you've said, but there is a sense of trauma, of disruption. Can anyone else relate to that? That sense of like, what I've been told is not necessarily the world that I see. Yes, go on.
This is maybe going to get deep too. Are we ready? Oh, but yeah, maybe the first thing that's come into my head is, and because it's a theme that I think about, is adoption. So I'm adopted, and yeah, there's the narrative about like family origin, and yeah, I think I'm starting, and you're talking about what you believe when you were younger to sort of what I'm starting to believe now, and my narrative around that and how I think about it has completely changed dramatically, and I'm 36 now, so yeah, just on that subject.
I mean, was it like a necessary sort of fiction that you had around your kind of, let's say, origin story?
Yeah, I think so, the more I think about it. I'm hoping to like look into it more and do more of a project around it, because I think it's like, I'm quite surprised by how it shifted, but yeah, I think so. This idea that like it's a good thing inherently, and that there's there's not as much nuance around it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a change from being young.
All right. So sometimes we are told these things. Maybe we need to hear them, or maybe it's more convenient to hear the fiction. Jennifer, have you got anything?
Oh, just on Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I remember I already had an inkling Santa wasn't real, but then I found the letter open on my mum's dresser. And I wasn't bothered that Santa wasn't real or that they'd lied, but I thought that is so sloppy from my mum to leave it out when obviously I'm gonna come in. I just thought, no effort whatsoever. I was disappointed in my mum's bad lying. But not the fact that she lied. We get lied to as children about all sorts. Like, at least this is a nice lie where we can get a little bit excited about something. Wars? Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Yeah. I mean, it's been one of those Talkaokes. Where am I from? Why am I here? What's it all about? These are some of the big questions we're answering today. Jennifer, have you got any views on this? Do you ever wonder what you've been lied to? Are there more lies to be revealed that you haven't quite discovered yet?
I don't know, I think one thing for me was like being brought up as Catholic, and then one day I was chatting to a hippie in town. I'm from Brazil, and he was just talking about how all the churches were built by indigenous people and they were made slaves and stuff like that, and that just broke my faith completely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's... My world just kind of crashed down a little bit, but it's all good.
So it was almost like a kind of the bubble was burst, the balloon was punctured. By this thought that the cathedrals were built by slave labour.
Yeah. It wasn't as ethical as I thought. They weren't as good. It was like changes point of view.
In spite of that shattering, you keep living, and you keep experiencing the world around you. So as someone that's never really had that experience, how has that coloured the way that you see the world and the way that you engage with other people and the world around you?
Didn't change for me. Like, I think still treat people good, as you want to be treated as well and stuff. But
so it's more about the institution. It wasn't about. It didn't.
Yeah, but now I'm just thinking that everyone is a bit of a hypocrite, like in churches and things like that.
Okay, so it's about the hypocrisy. No, I'm okay. Yeah. Yes.
Chilly now, isn't it?
I just wanted to say about like the lies that parents tell us, but I remember I grew up, I said it like a million times today already, so sorry about this, but I grew up in Poland. I'm from Poland. And I was born in the 80s, big up the 80s. And I remember when I was thank you, I was small enough. You don't want a shirt with a long sleeve. I remember when on TV they were showing a lot of the kind of downfall of communist Russia. I didn't quite understand what was going on, but there was this politician, Mikhail Gorbachev, and I don't know if you remember him, but he had like this kind of like a birthmark right on his forehead. And they were talking about war all the time, like, oh, is it going to be a war? Like, I didn't understand what was going on, because you said, oh, parents lying about wars. I didn't know what was going on, but I was scared. Yeah, right. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So I knew that I was scared of war. Didn't understand exactly why, but I thought it's not a good thing. And I remember asking my mum, so what is it? What's it all about? Who is this guy? Yeah. Is he gonna lead us to war? And my mum said, just I don't know. Maybe he's been selected by God to do this nasty thing or something like that. So she was like kind of scrambling for meaning as well, and so what I'm trying to say is, like, parents sometimes just don't know themselves.
They don't have the answer necessarily. Maybe it's easier as well to cover it up with a lie than say I don't know. Merlin.
So my problem with my dad was, getting back to this and what parents lie to you about. The problem was he was always a Daily Mail reader, so he was fed lies himself, which he then spewed out. And you see this in a whole load of political systems. There was a TV series called Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. So he he referenced basically how the politics had become skewed and nothing was real. And problem is, today we are the worst point. We're at the cusp of a new age of Black Mirror. Nobody knows what real is anymore. Because the systems of AI systems have actually overwritten anything you see. Because nowadays you can like look at a video and nobody knows if it's true or not. So the truth now is getting really hard to figure out. And just this week, NVIDIA, who produce all these AI architectural systems for, graphics cards and things, so like, they've brought out this thing called DLSS5, Deep Learning Supersampling. And basically, that can basically take any video of like a video game and stuff. You will not know that it's a video game anymore. It'll look real to life. So now you can like do all this deep learning super sampling over a massive amount of architecture of 3D graphics and things. You can basically rewrite history, whatever you want. And politics is going the same way. And at the current system, there's this point, people are starting to say Netanyahu might not even be alive. And we've got like a problem with nobody even knows the truth. I mean, Putin in the past, what he did was basically had doubles, body doubles, which would go into Crimea and all stuff. Putin would never put a step in that country or what he sees as Russia. But it's becoming very crazy now.
How do we know what's the truth and what's the lie? We just don't anymore. We've got a new face. You don't have to tell us the truth, but what's your name?
My name is The Truth.
Okay, The Truth. We have got Imogen, we have got Merlin, we have got Alex, we've got Dave, we've got Alex, we've got Jennifer, we've got Jennifer, we've got Tony, we've got Margot, Mikey. We're talking about, we started off with this kind of thing about the lies that adults tell us as children, and we've moved now to the lies that are just out there. And how do we know anymore with artificial intelligence what is true and what is the lie? We're going more and more into, as you said, the Black Mirror idea, where we just don't know. We're stuck. We're a bit confused. So that's where we are right now. Give us a final thought.
I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Well, yes.
There's something I wanted to say when you were talking about reality and what is real. And we're talking about digital things, though, aren't we? So we know none of that is real.
So none of the digital stuff is real?
No, because we're looking at it on a screen. It's not the actual thing. The map is not the territory of what it is. All right, but not to hang on to that anyway. It's just a kind of statement. But what I was trying to say, but like what I was trying to say is, what about in this in the space that we call waking life that we're observing right now, what about the concept that we are all one? So what does that mean?
Okay, so can we be?
Are we a part of each other's imaginations now, and we're only like how does that play out? Is there something to it in terms of like looking at it from the Matrix perspective, or?
I mean, I've been alive for 52 years, which I think is probably longer than you. Have I just been a figment of your imagination the whole time?
Of each other's, I mean.
Yes.
In a co-dynamic way, you know, like not just in a linear way like that.
In a co-dynamic, I love that word, co-dynamic.
Yeah, like so everything. So in a way to say it, that we can affect matter by our observation on a subatomic level, and we don't fully understand how or see it, but if we start to pay attention, then you can start to see connections and synchronicities that line up, and they keep happening the more you pay attention to it. So how does that relate back to, does that relate back to all one?
Okay.
And
what I'm going to do is I'm going to summarise that. What is the nature of our reality? Is it imagined? Is it a co-dynamic imagination? Has it got something to do with the subatomic realm? These are some of the questions, Dave.
There is a sort of hello, resident philosopher. There is sort of an interesting philosophical point to raise out of that because we all. Just to start with, I know I've lived my entire life. I don't know about the rest of you, but whether you're just a figment of my imagination. But we all have our lives and our authentic selves, the lives that we have all lived, that only we are really privy to. And there is everyone else around us that only really sees or experiences the aspects that we present to them. And so there is sort of a discussion to be had on, you know, is everyone around us real in terms of, is this who they really are, or is this just how that we perceive them it to be? Like, there's a dance group that's been going ever since I got here ages ago, and I'm just wondering, are they there? Are they real, or am I just imagining them?
We'll have to bring them over and ask them. Dance group, are you real? Because your moves are unreal. Hang on a sec, Alex, because I want to spread this out to this side of the table. I'm going to come back to you, but what do we think on this side? What is the nature of our reality? Is the imaginative side of ourselves more real than the physical side? Are we holding back on who we really are? These are some of the questions.
No, I think I've got a lot of time and energy for philosophy, and I love these sorts of questions. But at the same time, I think it's really important to just, you know how they say, like, go outside and touch the grass, just do something like real, you know?
Bush over there.
Yeah, I'm going to go and touch it shortly. Well, that sounds a bit wrong. Anyway, I was just talking to my flatmate recently about, because he's just gone up north to his family to spend Eid together, and he was like, I don't always get on with my parents, with my family, you know, blah blah. Yeah. And then we kind of, in that course of that conversation, we realized it's actually not about getting on with your family. It's about making time to actually meet them physically with their imperfections, bringing your shit there as well, but just like physically share space together and see how bad it can be, or you know, or just bear it, you know, for this 2 days or whatever it is. It's about that moment, it's about reality of it. And I think, yeah, you can't really over-intellectualize it. I mean, you can, but it's about the real fleshy experience. Anyway, I'm going to go and touch that.
You can or you can't over-intellectualize it. It's up to you. You can choose. Well, you've not said anything, the truth.
I'm listening. It's all a lot more than I thought.
Okay. Jennifer?
I agree with, what's your name?
Margot.
Because it's unfortunate you've got to that position, because it feels like, where do you go next when you start thinking what's real or not? Maybe you just have to accept your reality for what it is and hope you don't go crazy. Because if you have delusions, maybe it's not good to accept everything you believe. But what else do you do?
Okay,
what do you do?
Yeah, okay. You come to a point where if you start questioning everything, you're left with nothing to sort of actually hold on to, apart from this bush over here.
Well, just kind of clarify what I'm trying to say, or like the the thinking
I'm going to say,
behind it.
sorry, let me just get a final thought from Merlin and I'll come back to your clarification.
Oh well, that was on the topic of like the Matrix, and I guess you can like stipulate quantum physics and stuff, or like Schrodinger's cat, or like we exist then.
Yeah.
But yeah, the world is what we make it, I guess.
Okay, the world is what we make it. How are you going to summarise that? Thank you. We'll give you a round of applause. Thanks for contributing. Go on, Alex.
Thank you. I mean, not like nothing's real. It's like it's there. Look, because kind of there's gravity, or like what we call it. Look, there's a ground. Like we can feel it, but potentially a lot of it's happening in a mind state, and we might miss a lot more, or perhaps might not be using certain parts of our mind or observational ability just by not using it. It's kind of like use it or lose it. So in a way, in our kind of subconscious, how we subconsciously kind of connect with each other, perhaps, kind of in a way of putting it, the people that come to us are just in any situation at all, in any environment, in real time, in the present moment, we don't really pay much attention to. It's just like, oh, it's just a person passing. They might say something innocuous, and it's just like passed over as if nothing.
So in
but
a way, it's like
they could offer some part of you. So basically, as if we're all one, this kind of term, that we're missing a part of ourselves, because if we're all connected as one dynamic organism within the earth and everything, then we could well be, by dismissing whatever comes to us and not really fully engaging with it, we are very much potentially missing a part of ourselves. But we only think of it as like me,
So
when you is me and I am you as well.
In a way, we're kind of, we've got a lot more potential. We could connect more. We could exchange more if we were open to it. That's what I'm going to take from that.
We had there, contrasting the collective identity with the individual identity, and how the individual fits into part of the collective. I think that is something worth exploring, and something that I've also thought about a good deal. You know, this is something that's sort of inescapable to us in the modern day. We all have some form of collective identity, whatever it is for you, whether it's a religious identity, a national identity, a cultural identity. You are part of some greater identity. But how does your individual identity form part of that? Are you encouraged to be an individualist? Do you have...
Where does that sit for you?
Well, okay, yeah, that's something I'm still kind of working out, if I'm perfectly honest with you. But I feel like individual expression and the individual perspective is something that is very valuable, and that should form a part of informing the collective consciousness. Because we are all part of our individual collectives, but we all have our own individual experiences. I feel like we should leverage individual understanding and the fact that we're all different, and use that to create a more effective collective consciousness. I don't know. It's, like I say, something I'm still working on.
Okay, well maybe we can all help here with this collective consciousness that we've got here. It's getting too deep now for Alex. Give us
I can't take it anymore.
Give us a final thought.
It's not a final thought. I'm only going to the toilet.
Okay, right. Well, give us a...
If you must know.
Okay, all right. What does that mean? What does it mean? Yes, Margot.
No, but it's interesting. Like when I heard you talk now, it's almost like every person in the world is, well, the people that you encounter in your daily life, they are essential for you to understand who you are, and by that you're also understanding what humanity is all about. And maybe, you know, artists who express something about human condition, the people in different parts of the world, and music does that too. You know, it expresses something. Like, I mean, you're a musician, right? You know, people somehow connect to it. Okay, maybe it's not the words, maybe it's not the philosophical treatise on X, Y, and Z, but it's something almost like intuitive that we can connect with. It's essential to have a rounded, full experience of being alive, a human person, and definitely collective countries.
Okay, so we kind of depend on each other maybe more than we really say. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say probably I don't know if it's what you were saying, like we exist in relation to each other. So my individuality is based on who I am to you and da 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 da. So I don't know why the phrase "one man's trash is another man's treasure" keeps coming up, but I guess that's one way of a really rubbish way of describing that. That's so reductive and sexist.
Yeah. What you said sort of just prompted a thought in my mind, and that's, is there such a thing as objective reality? Does an authentic, true, objective reality actually exist anywhere? Because as you were sort of saying that you exist by... Yeah.
What's that? Well, possibly is, but I think it's been quashed all the time because we live in this false environment of everyone living in their own cardboard box, whereas we should be living as tribes. You live as your tribe and everyone would help each other. Some people would be good at building houses, some people would be good at looking after children, some people, you know what I mean? And if anyway did a bad thing within your tribe, you would be turfed out of it, so then you'd be wandering around looking for another tribe. Of course, the question would be, well, who were you with originally, and why are you wandering around now looking for? So you knew it was in your best interest never to do anything wrong with your tribe. You know what I mean? And that's why I find the rave scene is. I mean, years ago, I wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't have dared go to it. You know what I mean? When I was younger, you know, going out into a forest somewhere in the middle of nowhere and like there's no police, no. But then you realise it's a different type of thing. For example, there are certain memes within mankind that we need. For example, fire. There's usually a fire, you know what I mean? And you feel the heat, you feel the heat dancing across your fingertips. Whereas what we've got this thing on the wall. Yeah, it involves fire, but it's just these metal things that heat up in a. It's not really fire. It's just false heat, isn't it? You know what I mean? Tribal beat as well. We need tribal beat. So it's the music, the tribal beat. You're getting that. There's so many things, and the collectiveness. I mean, a lot of people go to football or concerts or whatever to get that en masse because we need that every so often. You can live a singular life, but we need to come together at some point. You know what I mean? And people do different things. You know what I mean? To me, it's a rave scene, so it feeds so many different memes within mankind that you don't even know that you need and exist. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Have we kind of almost forgotten that sort of sense of that tribal sense of, you know, maybe you're getting from the rave scene of togetherness?
I mean, that's right. I think in some ways we're living in a world that's just been kind of passive, like our instincts have been pacified by this consumer culture. Like you don't have to put yourself at risk. You know, it's a kind of a risk to put yourself out of your comfort zone, go to a forest and just dance or take drugs with people that you've never met before, enjoy the music, just, you know, tap into something. It's risky. What is easier is to get a subscription to Netflix and get and go on holidays, a packaged holiday somewhere. You know, it's much easier. Money buys you some kind of I don't know, illusion of you putting yourself out there, you experiencing life. I'm going to go on a fully coordinated trip to South America. I'm experiencing life. I don't think you are experiencing it, yeah.
David Icke? Have you heard of David Icke?
I've heard of him, yeah.
He had an experience in South America. David Icke, he went to South America and had an experience, and that's what changed him, you know what I mean? Anyone heard of David Icke? Anyone heard of him? Yeah. He used to be a BBC sports reporter, you know what I mean? And
Did he actually take ayahuasca?
I think so, yeah. He didn't actually say so, but I'm sure he took ayahuasca.
Okay, so, I mean, where do we want to go with this? Do we want to go down the David Icke path? Do we want to talk about ayahuasca?
Quite a lot of my colleagues are David Icke supporters. Quite a lot of my colleagues, unfortunately, are Holocaust deniers and have become Holocaust deniers in the space of the last year. I work in a special needs school, which I think has something to do with it. I think there's a lack of social norms in a place like that because the children themselves don't have much of an understanding of social norms. So I think that leaves for quite an unbounded workplace. I've had a lot of fairly heated conversations with colleagues recently on that particular point. I don't really have much else to add to that. It's
what other people were saying about this kind of lack of an objectiveness or lack of a sort of common truth.
I think there's a big aspect of that, yeah. I mean, they all get the vast majority of their news and their worldview from TikTok. It started, I know, I think the starting point for them was the COVID vaccine, and I think they've all gone down a very sort of specific rabbit hole since, and the end point of that rabbit hole is the most extreme form of anti-Semitism, I would say. I don't have much to add, it's just frustrating, and I'm venting.
It's an observation of a cultural shift, definitely, and the TikTok, and it does hit upon this idea of the collective reality or the objective reality or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go down this route either, but I was going to say, heard of, is it the Mandela effect? Is that like an idea people have like a memory that a few people share, but hasn't actually happened, but there's like a collective memory that's been disproved in some way, which you remember that? Do you remember it though? But yeah. Anyway, that's what it reminded me of that.
Okay. Yes.
I think the Mandela effect does have a lot to do with the conclusions that they've reached, because one of the idea is that Mandela died in the 80s, isn't it? And there's people who claim to have a memory of him dying, and then obviously he didn't die, he got released from prison. Yeah. My colleagues make similar arguments about the Holocaust. One of the points that they make is that news articles used to report X million number of deaths, not specifically less than 6 million. And that's evidence that they now use for the fact that the goalposts have shifted. If they claimed 20 years ago it was 2 million and now it's 6 million, then their argument is what else are they lying about? Again, not building to any particular point.
I mean, what I'm getting here is a sort of balance between kind of skepticism and like total not believing in anything at all. So where do we sit on that? As you were saying, Alex, as well, it becomes more and more difficult to pass where we actually sit with the truth.
Can I? Yeah. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go home. Well, sorry to raise this and then run off. It's something that I've been thinking about for quite some time, and I want to say actually that my mum was diagnosed as with schizoaffective disorder, and I've been living with that, and then kind of talking back to being a child and being told things that you don't believe, like there was things that she said that she kind of believed, and it was like, no, as a kid, it's really horrific kind of thing. It's like, no, that can't be true. But anyway, like, being a carer for such a person and having to try and understand what schizophrenia actually is when no doctor or psychiatrist will be able to say it to you, then you have to read very widely, and you have to ask and reserve judgment and really take the time to understand the person, and that's what I've been through, for 30 plus years. So it's not something that, and some might say, like, all right, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, so, but I think there's some sense of, like, kind of, there's something more to it, in terms of imagination, and anyway, what I was going to leave on, which is something even perhaps more, was, we're told, or like kind of what the understanding of physics and how we see and light is that light enters our eye and via photons, and then and it's processed via our brain. So there's some barrier between the light, the actual light, and then how it's formulated inside there. So whatever's out there is reality. So imagine this, or just consider it perhaps, if you would, that photons are coming in, but also photons are coming out. Perhaps.
Okay. All right. Just that's a good thought. Thank you, Alex. Let's give you a round of applause. And thank you for sharing with us. So where do we want to go with this? Do we want to talk about this? You know, and I think one of the yes, come and join us. Yes, we've got spare seats. Yes, that's you. Yes, you can. I mean, yeah, maybe we could go back to the shallow. I don't know.
Shallow poetry. No, but it's interesting because you know, I think we are living in times where reality is just not like it's very difficult to navigate, and you don't know what's right. Well, you can still know what's right and what's wrong, but I think we just need to kind of remember that it can be really manipulated, and there are people. What's really worrying is that there are people who are deliberately exploiting that. But for example, things like, you know, there's a lot of, like, I see a lot of conspiracy theories in my Instagram. I don't know why. Must be feeding some kind of curiosity.
Conspiracy theories.
Like about Hollywood celebrities being replaced, stuff like that. I mean, I don't fully like believe it, but with the Epstein files coming out and all the kind of stuff that goes with it, it's not it's really no surprise that people are doubtful of the truth or the facts out there. This is just a symptom of the fact that, you know, yeah, it may be preposterous what people believe in, like on this conspiracy theory side, but it's not unreasonable considering that there is a lot of truth manipulation and fact manipulation. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of conspiracies, a lot of stuff going down. Some of it does look to be true. So how do we, makes it even more difficult to understand what is just a story and what is a real true thing?
Oh, crikey. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of it about at the minute, as you sort of say. Everything, it feels like almost everything's got something behind it. And I think part of it calls to the fact that we want to understand things, we want to understand the world around us. That's kind of what's gotten us to where we are, is trying to understand how things work. But that can be very easily weaponized, where, you know, and the obfuscation of truth means that we then want to try and discover the facts of the matter on our own, or what we perceive to be the facts of the matter. And it's very easy when people maliciously throw into question things that are generally accepted to be true for the purposes of then making you suggestible to even more extreme examples of I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but sort of like it's similar to what you were saying earlier. You know, people can definitely weaponize human curiosity and our desire to understand the world around us.
Okay, curiosity, your curiosity has been weaponized. Yes. Okay.
Just a little point, just to say that despite all of this, we still have individual agency and choice of how we choose to live our lives with all of this at play. Just because the world, you know, we live in a world where truth is like a victim now, you know, like it's been trampled on. That doesn't mean that we have to live completely cynical lives. I think that's just what I wanted to say. We've got agency to make our reality, like the guy was saying, the photons are coming out, so you are shaping the reality around you. And sure, you may not be able to take on the algorithm of the world, but you can still shape how you appear in the world.
How can you live your life less cynically then, would you say?
Just focus on the things that follow your intuition a bit, and just, as Sue was saying here ages ago, just live your life, I don't know, I can't remember what she said now. But
anyway, okay, yeah, go on, Alex.
I just agree completely. I think it's really frustrating how much people think their lives exist in the digital spaces in which they engage, and they seek to influence those spaces as if they're having a meaningful impact on the world. I think the meaningful impact that we have on the world is much more direct than that. And much more interpersonal. I think also on the point of curiosity being weaponized, I think you to some extent have to resign yourself to the fact that trying to learn about the world is just it's a means of entertaining yourself more than it is actually informing yourself, and you either resign yourself to basically knowing nothing and accepting that you're constructing a reality for yourself for the sake of making peace with that fact and entertaining yourself whilst you do it, or you go the other way and you become a megalomaniac who acts as though there's some sort of authority on the world, and that's much worse, isn't it? Yeah.
So sort of between the devil and the deep blue sea, let's just admit we're entertaining ourselves by pretending we know what's going on, but none of us has got a clue. Okay. So there we go. Yeah. Yes. Where do we go from this? I mean, you know, what's the sort of implication then of what Alex is saying? There was something from you that I just kind of passed over. Something about, you said you've got an intuitive knowledge of what's right and wrong, but does it inform?
Well, everyone has an inherent. Yeah. It's inherent within everyone what's right and wrong. You know what's right and wrong, and I consider myself to be a conspiracy analyst rather than a conspiracy theorist, because conspiracy theories can be just as wrong as the so-called truth can be so-called, wrong as well. So yeah.
I mean, does that help us to have that sense of right and wrong, or is it, do we sometimes almost get like rage baited, I believe the term is, by some of the things that may be out there? Jennifer, have you got any views on this? Do you struggle to know what's real and what's not real, or are you kind of on top of it?
Only when I take magic mushrooms, you know. You guys were talking about, change of perception and what is reality. I don't know, it made me think a lot about those moments, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what does taking magic mushrooms give you?
I mean, I don't usually take it, okay?
Yeah. No, but does it give you a different perspective, or does it help you to navigate this crazy world that we live in?
But I mean, one thing definitely, you start thinking everything is just in your mind, because instantly you can see things differently, things are melting or this and that, but also you feel different about yourself and the world, so you
realise that you're actually constructing a reality.
Yeah, so the reality is not out there.
Yeah, it's in here.
It's in your mind, so that has a lot of implications for a lot of things, right? The way you see yourself or other people, everything is malleable, I think. That's the thing about life, isn't it?
Well, thank you for that. That was a big one. Is our reality actually constructed inside our minds? And we forget talking about a necessary suspension of disbelief. Maybe that's part of how we get about our day-to-day life. Yes.
I think art, not to keep on bringing it to, not to bring it to art, but art does that, or creativity does that a bit. Because I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in such a kind of straight core, norm core family. That I just really needed to break out of it, but there was just no real kind of ways out of it. And then I started doing drama, and what I didn't I thought I'm just entertaining myself or just doing something nice, but what I didn't realize is that how that gave me a route out of this kind of norm core life, where your life path is predetermined, and there's a list of jobs that you can do, and if you don't do them, or there's some kind of family role models that you can embody, and you can't live your life in any other way. And it's a battle to kind of try to force a different point of view, a different lifestyle to people who are.
So in a way, drama was almost like a portal to another space.
Yeah, exactly.
Way of thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, a portal to another way of thinking. Does anyone else have that? Jennifer's got the magic mushrooms. Margot's got the drama. Do other people have this kind of portal through some kind of outlet, some kind of place where they can see things differently? Yeah.
I've got a question for people, are you good with small talk? Because I sometimes really struggle with that, and I think, just finding a way out of how to make small talk a bit more meaningful, that's always been my interest.
Okay, so there's that question on the table. That's a very different question. It's up to you what you want to answer.
What is this if not collective small talk? But
I personally think it's small talk for people that can't do small talk.
Well, fair enough, yeah. I guess we can go on that. Just sort of dive down into the philosophical aspect of it, and this idea of morality and this intuitive sense of morality that we have. That this is to ape off greater minds than I. One of the fundamental aspects of existentialist philosophy is this idea that there is no objective morality. Because to try and get to some sort of objective understanding of what morality is requires there to be
indisputable facts that are fundamental to everything around us, which you can't get to that point through reasoning. And so what comes to the forefront of that is not so much objective reality, but like authentic reality, or authentic morality. So you're not trying to be objectively moral or objectively reality, that sort of thing. You're more trying to be authentic to yourself. So what is your authentic morality? What is morality to you? How does it resonate with yourself, and being honest with yourself? And it's very introspective in that respect.
It's a subjective thing. It can't be objective.
Exactly, but you've got to be authentic to your own interpretation of morality, which may conflict with the collective understanding, but it's all about authenticity at the end of the day.
Do people agree with Dave?
There's the existentialist.
It's what Dave says. Existentialist Dave says it's all about authenticity. Do we agree, disagree? Gentlemen, you've not said anything for a while.
I'm not a big philosophy person.
But are you an authentic person?
Yes.
Where do you get your authenticity from?
Yeah, I think it is something that you're born with. A soul, I guess. That's where you get it from.
Where you go, yes, that's the authentic me. That's the authentic Jennifer.
I suppose when I'm dancing, that's when I feel like me. That's me. Yeah.
Okay.
At the club. Yeah. When everyone's like.
Yeah.
When you're getting other people dancing and everyone's having fun because you're there, like leading the way. Then yes.
In a way, it's kind of also sort of beyond verbal language as well, isn't it? It's a kind of space of together. This is kind of a bit like what you were saying with your tribal thing as well. I mean, to other people, what are your versions of authenticity, Imogen?
Well, I guess like on that note, like something that's like some form of embodiment, or like drumming. I like drumming, or getting into a flow state through dance. But then I find it really awkward to dance with other people. Like I can't think of anything worse than being in the club and you're in a circle and having sort of. I just kind of want to parallel dance.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like integrating with anyone unless we've got a choreographed routine. That's different. Yeah.
Okay, so you're more of a parallel dancer than an integrative dancer. We're talking about authenticity. Anything to say on it, Tony?
No.
No, I love dancing, and I think, again, I'm going to go back to the Manosphere documentary we were discussing at the beginning of the day. Way back. Oh, it wasn't Louis Theroux, put it that way. It was the one on. There's a knockoff version on iPlayer. I can't. It's Men of Manosphere?
Men of Manosphere.
Something like that. But just because I don't have Netflix, so obviously, everybody's like talking about Louis Theroux. Yeah, it's like, no, just watch the knockoff version. Just pretend you've got the TV license. Anyway.
Yeah.
But so these boys were kind of like trying to find the masculinity and kind of like be really masculine. They were really trying to keep control of the environment and themselves. But I think one of the bravest thing you can do is to dance in public, because you're just saying, yeah, my body, is shaking. I'm doing this thing, and I'm completely cool with that. And it doesn't matter what you think. So I think it's a really kind of brave thing. It's a really kind of authentic way of self-expression. You don't see any Andrew Tates doing any dancing, and I think there's a reason for that.
Okay. Interesting. So we're talking about authenticity. It seems like that embodied dancing, the rhythm, is where that authenticity sits with us, at least around the table. Yes.
I also think maybe there's times when we shouldn't be authentic because you might have some like selfish instincts. I know I don't like sharing food so much, and I've had to get more generous with food as I've gotten older.
You're kind of like a food hoarder.
Yeah, authentic me doesn't want to share my dinner if there's like not much left. And
is that okay? Isn't that okay?
No, I think we should try and be better.
Okay.
I don't think we should just accept who we are.
That's kind of contradicting what Dave says, because the authentic you and the moral you are in two different places, because the moral you is saying it's wrong, but the authentic you is saying, this is my food.
Exactly. They're fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
expand. I don't think I mean, I agree with you. The point I'm going to make is that I don't think your authentic self has to be static. It's not a thing that has to, once you've found out, that's it. That's who you are for the rest of your life. It's very much something that evolves as you get more experience, as you live your life, and especially if you're introspective and you think about the reasons why you feel certain ways, or if it makes you if you enjoy feeling that way, even if that's how you genuinely feel. If it's not something that you enjoy feeling, it's exactly. You're not stuck with it your whole life. So I think what you're saying about realizing the way you feel about things and wanting to change the way you feel about things is in many respects being authentic to yourself.
Okay,
because
so
you are realizing that you want to do things differently.
So it's noticing that contradiction, that actually where the authenticity sits in, I want to be a better person. Yes, go on, Tony.
Yeah, as I said earlier, when the Jesuit said, give me a child to the age 6 or 7, it would belong to the church. It's that programming, that is your blueprint. That programming that took place in them first 6 or 7 years, that is you. You know what I mean? You've got to get into there, you've got to dive deep into there and break down the things that weren't necessarily right, you know what I mean, within that programming. And that's why I'm saying you've got to analyse every thought that you have, basically, because a lot of it is based on that pre-programming that you weren't aware of that took place. You know what I mean?
In talking about this kind of reprogramming yourself thing, does it happen on the dance floor? Does it happen in the rave, do you feel?
No, for me it happened taking drugs. But what I've noticed is it's all the drugs are doing is making you aware that you can feel different ways. You don't necessarily need to take them all the time. I've been to a rave sometimes and I thought, have I taken something? No, I haven't, but it's just the feeling, it's the whole thing that's made me feel that way. But it's the drugs in the first place that taught me that you can feel these different sensations.
Okay, so it gives you a different perspective in a way.
And it opens the mind, and of course that's why they're legal, because it makes people think more, and you know what I mean, what does alcohol do apart from numb you down, you know what I mean? It's got no benefits whatsoever really, has it? Apart from maybe a self-bravadery or something of that nature, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Where do you want to go with this? Yes?
My boyfriend went to an indie gig the other night. He had some drinks and he went crowd surfing twice. That's the benefit to drinking alcohol. I was like so proud of him. I wasn't there, but I thought good.
Is alcohol part of the suite of mind-expanding substances, or is it not? Do we subscribe to Tony's belief that the government doesn't want us to think?
I think on the alcohol and the drugs point and the authenticity or inauthenticity point, I agree that it's important to be authentic, and that should to some extent be one of your highest aspirations. I think there is virtue in inauthenticity, because inauthenticity, I think, is how you to some extent step outside of yourself, and I think there's an inauthenticity to small talk which can ultimately loop back around to a greater authenticity, because the small talk might be the icebreaker for having a conversation with someone who will then actually affirm or develop or shape your thinking in some kind of way. And I think there's an aspect to that. I think perhaps taking drugs is a good example of that, because to some extent there's probably an inauthenticity to you taking drugs for the first time in your life or having your first drink and things like that, because if authenticity is sort of predetermined by who you were prior to the moment in which you're engaging, there's a restriction of the gamut of your possibility. And I do think sometimes you have to peer pressure or overconfidence or nervousness. These kinds of things aren't necessarily authentic emotions, but I think they coax you into stepping outside of yourself, which can develop the boundaries of what your authentic self is.
Okay, so it's a journey, it's dynamic, it changes all the time, yes?
I was thinking when you talk about the authentic morality, or like maybe not what's innately what you're born with, but like whatever helps you to live more comfortably in the world. So whether that's through changing your behaviours so that it doesn't mean it's my intuition is not to share my food with anyone, but it makes it easier to like exist and have relationships with people. And it's the same with alcohol and drugs, I guess. It makes it for some people easier to exist and more comfortable to exist. That makes sense.
So yeah, there's the effort versus easiness kind of trade-off, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay.
But equally, like sharing or not sharing the food, I think like even if it's
Just going with that, but I think it's a good example. Okay, that may not be like necessarily like socially nice thing to do if you're not sharing your food, because there's like a peer pressure to share and be kind. But this is literally not the worst thing in the world. If you don't share your food, but you're overall a good person, that's good. That's clearly good. But it's just like you can be socially, you know, it's about these double standards as well. Like you can be, you know, publicly a really kind of upstanding citizen, and behind closed doors you may be like up to really horrible stuff. So there are different kind of degrees of, you know, doing things which, you know, like politicians, for example.
Yeah, okay, so there's a level of duplicity where it's quite extreme, and maybe we see in politicians, maybe see in those kind of people, those, let's say, successful people, and we've all seen that in the news, been mentioned already on Talkaoke. So is there like a good level of duplicity, just a sort of small amount of duplicity? I don't know, I feel like Alex wants to answer this. I mean, because you know, we're talking about a little bit of kind of wiggle room where maybe you kind of say, yeah, I want to go out and get smashed with your friends, but actually you're just doing it for peer pressure. It's not the same as living a complete double life in public and in private, I suppose. What's that?
It's all false, isn't it, when you're trying to follow the norm, isn't it? And
yeah, but I think what
the peer
Alex
pressure
is saying
and
is
having to
you might
sort
discover
of
something anyway,
no,
even though you.
I take it now that I'm me. If you don't like it, you've got the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna change myself just to be liked. You know what I mean? It's
well, were you
that's
always
a
like
false.
that?
No. Obviously, it's things that I've learnt. Obviously, you know, as time's gone on.
What was the kind of turning point, or was it a gradual thing?
Drugs.
Back to the drugs. Yeah, back to the drugs. Okay. But it seems like to me, for people around this table, or at least some of them, the drug experiences are actually quite important in terms of understanding self. I think.
What was that guy that used to talk about drugs? He actually used to talk about psychedelics and the experiences he had on them, and he spoke so eloquently. He's dead now. What?
I do know who you're talking about, but.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Terence McKenna. Yes.
Yeah. On the Terence McKenna point, I read his book over the summer, and he had an interesting point about that, about how. I'm sorry if this is going off on a tangent or anything.
This is Talkaoke, that's what it's about.
I misspoke actually. Sorry if this is indulging myself, is more what I was trying to say. But in that he was talking about how the Mongols used to allegedly take magic mushrooms, and they had psychedelic ceremonies basically, and they would harvest them at a certain time in the year and then preserve them in honey.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason there was a bad harvest, the mushroom harvest diminished, so they had to be preserved in the honey for longer, and then the honey fermented into mead. The mead was obviously alcoholic, so then they started transitioning away from a sort of psychedelic recreational activity to an alcoholic recreational activity, and he attributes that to their violence basically, and their desire to conquer, which I think there's merit in that. The alcohol is a substance which compels you to be egotistical and be domineering.
We can test this out. All these people with pints. Do you have a desire to conquer? What about these people with pints over here? I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to wait for someone to come more within earshot, and we'll test this out, because yes, it's an idea from Terence McKenna. But is it really true? Do the people with pints have more of a, or is it mead in particular? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's even a theory that. I mean, we were nothing more than apes or monkeys or whatever, but we got curious, came down onto the forest floor and started picking mushrooms, and that's where our intelligence came from. How do we know?
All right, so we are the ape that fell to the forest floor and started picking the mushrooms. What's that?
No, I'm just making jokes. I was going to say, usually my friends don't get more eloquent when they get off their face on drugs, but I'm not. It's just a joke. I'm not casting assertions. You know, I'm not casting assertions.
There's abusing them, isn't there?
There's still the use and abuse, yes.
I was watching a video on ayahuasca, and yeah, we can take mushrooms, but are we actually getting as much out of it as people in tribes in the jungle who took mushrooms? I don't know if we can have the same experience. I'll still take them. It's still fun, but I feel like we've come so far from like their original.
What are you missing? Hang on a second.
Well, with ayahuasca, people can just completely freak out, can't they? Just go into like a doom spiral, and I feel like, but I feel like the way we live now, there's too much to worry about, maybe.
Yeah.
Too many options
we don't have the space to actually really go deep and really kind of go into a different dimension or a different space. We don't have that time and space to do that now.
I think we can go into another dimension, but I think, the people that they were talking about that would take it as a ritual on a regular basis, they're not freaking out. Like, they're fine. They're not thinking that, I don't know, like, when we live in this modern world, there's so much, so many regrets to have, too many options, too many chances to make mistakes, too many chances to think we've not lived right. Yeah. Come on!
Come over here for a second. I've got a question for you. Drinking that pint, do you have a desire to conquer? No. Okay, thank you. That's all. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we found out. No. So maybe your theory or Terence McKenna's theory doesn't quite stack up, at least when it comes to beer. Yeah.
But I think, it is interesting. Probably the people living in the West, they don't get the same experience because our lives are just so fundamentally different. But my friend recently went to Colombia. He's partly Colombian, partly English, and other parts as well. And he went and he wanted to do the ayahuasca. They call it something else there. It's kind of more medicinal, right? And it's called no.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But when he went there, he went with this group of people that he's never met before, and he was a bit worried about freaking out and stuff. And then he saw that this guy brought 2 of his teenage kids with him to also take part in this, and he was like, holy shit. But then he thought, well, if they take ayahuasca, then it's going to be fine, right? It can't be that bad if a kid's taken. Apparently the kids just went to sleep. But it's just not been, they were just like, it's just part of like a family ritual. This is just what people do. Whereas the adults, they were like having all these conversations and stuff like that. Colombian, exactly. The family was Colombian, and apparently, like, they don't do it very often, but they do it, and kids just, they just go to sleep. So that was kind of normalized, but I think maybe my friend was expecting something, bigger than that. But in the end, he was like, oh yeah, well, ayahuasca didn't teach me anything that I didn't know about myself. How cocky!
Okay, there's another person with a pint walking past. No, too far away. They don't look like they've got a desire to conquer. But anyway, yeah.
But if we, instead of pints, if they were serving like ayahuasca, would that take the whole thing, like...
How would that look?
I don't...
If in Sadler's Yard it was ayahuasca, let's ask these people, would you rather have a pint of ayahuasca than a beer? Well, it will be diluted down a little bit, obviously,
Yeah, how did our ancient ancestors know that the leaves of a plant and the root bark of another plant, thousands of miles away, brought together, made ayahuasca?
How did they know? Or is it, I don't know.
I think there's been form of intelligences that have gone before us that we're not even aware of. You know what I mean? I mean, the ancient Babylonians were supposed to use electricity without wires and whatever. We've just lost so much over the years, haven't we?
Yeah, okay, so is there ancient knowledge out there that we're just not tapped into? Do you know any? Are you tapped into any ancient knowledge? Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. Yeah. So we've got Dave, we've got Alex, we've got Jennifer, we've got Jennifer, we've got Tony, we have got Imogen, we've got Margot, we've got me, Mikey. What's your name?
Hannah.
And
Carlo.
And at the moment we're sort of talking. We were talking about what is real, what's not real. Can we trust anything? Is anything true anymore? AI, all of that stuff. Then we talked about what is our reality. Then we talked about reality altering and like mind-altering substances. Do they give us a new perspective on life? And are we in an alcohol-based culture? What would our culture look like if we took other mind-altering substances more kind of let's say, socially significant, like ayahuasca in South America or something like that, or mushrooms out on the Mongolian steppes. These are some of the things we're talking about. So that's where we are right now. Is that a fair summary? Yes. And that, and then Tony was talking about, there's a lot of ancient knowledge that we're just not tapped into, that we've just lost. And that's where we are now. I don't know, obviously you've just come in cold to this conversation, but have you got any views on that?
My only one thought that came from that, I think an alcohol-based world would be very different to a drug-based world. I think more of a hallucinogenic world would be very pleasant. I think an alcohol-based world wouldn't be.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Alex was actually saying, that there's this guy, Terence McKenna, that said when the Mongols stopped taking mushrooms and started drinking mead, that's when things got nasty and they took over the whole of Europe or Asia or wherever it was.
I find it crazy that we used to just be able to live off the land. Like, we've developed as humans this entire time, just with whatever we needed was here. And now we're in a situation where it's like, you need this, you need that, you need all these things that are artificial.
Yeah.
That we never used to need.
Yeah. Are you off, Dave?
I'm up next. So.
Oh, you're up next? Okay, just give us a quick final thought. Quick.
We should all aspire to live lives that we find fulfilling, and to create a world where everyone has that same opportunity should be our highest ideal.
Okay. That's a very good. Okay, that's an excellent final thought. Good luck with the poetry. Yes. Okay, Jim.
I think sometimes we romanticize the past, and none of us lived back in day when we were working the land, and I think there's a lot of fun things about modern life that we don't really appreciate so often. Yeah, like Aldi.
Yeah, Aldi. Yeah.
So many things. You can do what you want. Yeah. You can do anything you think of.
Okay, so you actually think maybe, yes, Carlo's maybe right about some of those things, but maybe also it's quite handy just to pop into a supermarket to get some, I don't know, some halloumi or something.
Well, I was just thinking on the note that you said before about not being able to get the greatest amount out of a hallucinogenic experience because our nervous systems are so overly stimulated by lots of stuff that's probably not necessary. But I suppose, I don't know, like back then when there was less sort of fake anxiety, for want of a better term, then maybe that would have been preferable to the amount of superficial
in a way what you're saying
stress.
All the gifts of the modern world come with anxiety attached, and that's what makes us unable to enjoy them, I suppose. Yeah,
I mean, but I do sometimes feel sorry for people who have got office jobs that really are not, I mean, okay, they're jobs, they pay people's wages so people can have lives they want or they think they want, right? But what about this kind of living off the land? I mean, I probably would struggle with that. If I knew how, maybe I would. But I really enjoy living in a world where I can be myself. I remember once we were doing Talkaoke in a place where there was people from Singapore and stuff, and the girl was saying I really love living in London because here you can be whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Whereas in my culture, you have to be a person who earns a lot of money. You have to have a reputable job. You couldn't just go off and be an artist. And you guys in the West, you can do that. And I was like, wow. Interesting point.
Well, maybe that's one of those things that Jennifer says we're not appreciating. We've got a new face at the table. Tell us your name.
Naz.
We've got Imogen, we've got Margot, we've got Anna, that's right, and we've got Carlo. And we've got Alex, we've got Jennifer, we've got this person. Come and join us, yes. We've got... bring the group over. We've got Jennifer, we've got Tony, and Naz, you said, yes. And I'm Mikey, I know that one. And we're talking about, this is Talkaoke's a pop-up talk show. We're just talking about any old stuff. Right now, we're talking about, are we appreciative of what we've got in a modern life? Does it bring us more anxiety than all the gifts of the supermarkets and well, it's not a gift, you've got to pay for it, but nevertheless, you've got
all those things on tap where you don't have to farm it. Are we appreciating that? Are we appreciating the freedom we've got in our society? This is some of the chats we're having. Do you appreciate the freedom of your life living in Manchester?
I do, although I don't live in Manchester, but yeah.
Where do you live?
London.
London, oh.
Even more.
Is it more free in London or more free in Manchester?
Seems pretty similar.
Similar, okay, yeah, okay. All right, come join us anyway. Yeah, bring the group, yes. Okay, so where are we going to take this conversation?
A few things to say.
Go on, Anna.
I feel like I suffer really badly from anxiety. It cripples my everyday life. The only time I've ever felt free is from hallucinogenics, which makes it's just I just forget everything I've ever worried about. And in bringing back to terms of living off the land, I know it's really difficult from where we've come from in terms of yes, we have a lot of conveniences and it's amazing. We're so lucky for it, but at the same time, there's so many times in my day I think to myself, I wish I could run away and live in the forest and never have to look on social media again or see people again, and like we would learn how to live from the land, and I wish we had that opportunity, but I think we are so construct in what we do day to day. And I just think I don't know, like I say, as someone that lives with great anxiety, I would love to be able to run away and just live that life of just to it all. And I work in social media, and I'm saying this, like, I would love to turn off all social media and never have to live from that again. I think social media is damaging our society so much.
You have a bonfire of the devices.
Oh my God, please burn it. It's it's my job, but at the same time, please, I don't want it.
Okay, so interesting. So there's I think you said, did you say crippling anxiety? Yeah. Okay, there is a crippling anxiety out there.
What do people think of where was it going with this now? Unfortunately, mankind only thrives on devastating events and what have you. And this has been the longest period where there's been no devastation whatsoever. And we've reached this point now of this, where we're going, what we're doing and what have you. And unfortunately, I think, you know what I mean, as it's going to take a catastrophic event to bring mankind back together again to where we should be. You know what I mean?
Do we need devastation? Do we need catastrophe?
Unfortunately,
what do people think? Yes, Jennifer.
People live with catastrophe. We just are quite lucky that we live in England.
We're insulated from
So I think, it's quite a privileged position to say maybe that's what the world needs, because other people are already experiencing that.
But do you think? Hang on. I mean, do they? Is this not wishing catastrophe on anyone? But do they have like more of a sort of sense of purpose living through that catastrophe, or a sense of like togetherness, or that anxiety becomes something that's just not relevant anymore?
But maybe, they have real life problems. Yeah, I'd take anxiety over like real life, like war. You know, I'll take anxiety. I say that I don't have anxiety, so. But well done for coming over with crippling anxiety as well. Just wanted to say that.
Yes. Okay. So where do we stand on this? Naz, you've not said anything yet. Okay, go on. Yeah.
No, I was just thinking about this kind of catastrophe. I remember I went to Croatia this summer, and then I took a coach across Croatia, and then we were kind of passing near Serbia, and I was reading about the genocide in Srebrenica, and just reading some testimonies of people who survived it, and the kind of the determination of, that was Serbs, right, who were pulling male Muslim males, little boys, away from their parents because they really wanted to destroy that group of people. And I just thought, it just made me think, like, there is more to having children in life than just a life choice. And I've never kind of thought about having children because I just thought, it just doesn't suit my lifestyle. I don't have any children at the moment. But I just kind of, in that moment, just reading that thing, I just realized the real importance of people having children and preserving life. It was by reading about genocide, but sometimes maybe you don't need to live through it. You can learn from history to understand the real meaning behind, some actions. I don't know. You can make a change.
Okay, so maybe we can just look in the history books rather than have our own catastrophe, come and join us. This is Talkaoke. We're talking about all sorts of things today, the nature of reality. Do we need to get closer to our authentic experience, living off the land? Is the price of modern life anxiety? Do we need more catastrophe in our lives? These are all some of the questions that we're... Come and join us, yes. Come on, let's give these people a round of applause. Okay, so we've got Anna, we've got Carlo, we've got Dave that's back. We can ask him about how his poetry went. We've got Alex, we've got Jennifer, we've got Margot, we've got Tony. Are you off, Tony? We've got Imogen, we've got Naz. Tell us your name.
Alicia.
And
Jimmy.
Alicia and Jimmy, welcome. My name's Mikey. This is Talkaoke. This is what Talkaoke, yeah. You have walked into Talkaoke.
What's happening?
What's happening? Good question. Good question. We're having a chat. Well, it started off just being just one about the nature of existence. Is anything real? But now we're talking about. Yeah, I don't even know what we're talking about.
Is modern life worth it?
Is
it
modern
worth
life
it?
Yes, exactly. That's where we are right now. But we've got Dave that left us for a few minutes to go and do some poetry. You've done it?
I have, yeah.
And how did it go?
It went well.
Yeah.
It was a very quick thing. I'm not much of a poet.
Yeah.
I don't think I've written a poem since secondary school. But you know, when you're in this environment, you know, a creative environment.
Did you have at least one to say?
Oh yeah, I did. This is what I'm sort of saying. Like in that environment of introspection, I jotted down a quick thing in 5 minutes. I was like, oh, I'll read that then, and that's what I did. So.
How did it go down?
Yeah, it went well. I mean. I enjoyed delivering it. Yeah, no, they got rid of me. They were like, "Do not come back, dear God, do not come back." But
yeah.
No, I think it went well.
Let's give Dave a round of applause for stepping up there. And that's what it's all about today. It's getting on the mic, be it that mic or this mic. Has anyone else read a poem out on stage?
Not on stage.
Has anyone done it?
No,
it's
not
just
today.
Well done. Well done, yeah.
Well done,
Would
yeah.
you do it, Jimmy?
Yeah, I would do it.
You would do it?
Yeah, I'd do a poet.
Yeah.
I'd do a poet. I would read a poem. Yeah.
Have you got one? Or do you need to sit and think about it for a while? Can we help you do one now?
You could help me do one now. Yeah. You could do.
Well, maybe we should just get on with it and just help Jimmy with a poem.
Please help me with a poem.
Yeah.
It's our first date. And I came, and I came all the way from West Wales, and I promised a poem.
Okay.
And
all right.
I haven't got one, so.
Okay, pressure's on then.
Do your stuff. Whose chocolate is that, by the way?
You can have it.
How powerful is that mic? The mic's very powerful.
No, it's
the
not
range.
the mic, it's the PA system. Look
at this.
Yeah, but I'm a vocalist, so I'm like, that's some good dynamic.
Well, you need it because you've got everyone coming.
It's Talkaoke.
Yeah, exactly.
I play Talkaoke every day.
Okay, all right. So we're here. We've got a bit of a challenge. So, what do you want to convey, Jimmy? First of all.
Okay.
What do you want to convey?
What do you want to convey?
Yeah, first date.
It's not a first date.
It's kind of a first date, like.
I mean, that's a great way to live life. That every day is like it's a first date.
Yeah. So I guess you could help me out. I'm a musician and I'm working on an album at the moment about. I found, well, I didn't find it already existed, but a monastery in Rhodes when I was out running, and I was too scared to go inside. So I've done an album called "There's a Monastery Up the Mountain, but I Don't Want to Go Inside." And I need a final song.
Right.
And the title of the final song is "I Really Am Happy for You."
Right. Okay.
So if you think of the journey of the album, it's like there's a song they call "McDonald's on Toast." There's a song they call "Middle Thumb." So it's quite surreal, but it deals with the modern world being quite crazy and creeping into your own home. So like the idea of McDonald's on toast feels real to me. One day I'll put the toaster down and a Big Mac will pop up. I think it'll happen. But there's a moment of realization where you go, you know what, no, it's actually alright, I can be myself, my authentic self, despite the noise of the modern world. I need a final song and it's called "I Really Am Happy for You." Take it away.
Well, talking about synchronicity, we've been talking about all of those things in the last... Not McDonald's on toast, no, but we've been talking about authentic self, we've been talking about happiness, we've been talking about getting back to who you are. So has anyone got anything or any questions maybe just to help elucidate?
That's a great phenomenon, synchronicity. Yeah, it's amazing. When it happens.
Yeah, exactly, and this happened now, so yes. But have we got any questions for Jimmy about? Yes, we're going to help him out.
Why are you so scared to go into the monastery?
Okay, what?
There's a few reasons. I actually went on Wikipedia when I got up there. I Google imaged it, and then I found out what the monastery was, and it was known for its fertility powers. So I was like, I definitely don't need to go in there.
Way too fertile.
Have you got children?
Yeah, I got 2 children.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So my balls work. Like, I know they work. So that was kind of put me off going in there. But I saw there was a big image of Jesus you could see through the door, and people were kissing it. And I thought, if I went in there, I probably would want to kiss it.
Yeah.
But know me, I would do it wrong.
Yeah.
So it's like a social awkwardness. Like, if I go to a health shop, I'm too scared to ask where quinoa is because I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah.
So I'm very socially awkward in that situation. So that's why I didn't want to go in there.
So it's about that sort of sense of am I doing it right?
Yeah.
Am I doing it? Yeah.
Like going into a chemist and asking for rubbers.
It's a bit late for Jimmy now, isn't it, for that?
Remember, she doesn't know what I got.
Okay. Okay, so we're talking about that sense of social awkwardness. You're in a monastery, you don't know quite how to kiss Jesus.
Culture as well, you know, it's a different culture to what you're used to.
My culture though, I'm Greek. Well, my dad's Greek.
Right.
So it's funny because then after we met, he was telling me about, because it's not our first date, we've been together for like 3 months, but he's very funny.
Is there a right way and a wrong way to kiss Jesus?
I don't think there's a wrong way to kiss anyone as long as it's real.
Okay, so it's about the authenticity, really. Okay, but Jimmy didn't know that at the time.
Maybe it's different with an inanimate object. I've not tried to kiss many pictures of people. Maybe like, I don't know, when I was a kid.
They were kissing his feet. They were kissing his feet, and like, I haven't really got a foot fetish, you know.
Let's find the go.
Did you only want to do it because you wanted to follow everybody in what they were doing? Because in life, sometimes we're all followers and not leaders.
Okay. So what are you saying?
How do you feel about
So,
yeah.
the Wailing Wall?
Okay, hang on. Let's just capture this on the microphone. Question.
How do you feel about the Wailing Wall then?
What is that?
Okay, so explain the Wailing Wall.
The Wailing Wall, I think it's in Jerusalem somewhere, is it? Where they kiss it, don't they?
Okay.
I think kissing a wall would be alright. I feel like you could kiss a wall and you'd be okay, like fair play.
Yeah.
But a picture of Jesus, it's like where? Like his cock?
Okay.
You know? So many. I was quite dehydrated. I must stress.
Okay. All right, Carlo.
Thank you so much for having us.
Okay. Yes. Give us a final thought, like Carlo.
I wish everyone the best. I hope everyone lives their best lives to the fullest.
How do we do
It's been.
That's good to say that. How do we do that?
We're all sat around the table. We're all strangers here. We already have everything we need. Like the fact you can sit around the table with strangers and have this conversation, you already have everything you need within yourself.
That's brilliant advice. Anna, give us a final thought.
I think just think about other people's experience in life sometimes before you judge them.
Okay. We've never found out what that was though, what other experiences, but maybe that's for the next Talkaoke. Tomorrow we're going to be in Manchester Cathedral. Talking about cathedrals and monasteries and all that stuff, yeah. But we're not doing anything that religious, we're just telling people how to do my job, actually. What's that?
You're not kissing paintings tomorrow
No,
then?
there's no kiss. Well, I never know.
Maybe we could do a painting there, and we could all kiss it.
Do you want to ask if you can borrow that painting and we can just show you how to kiss it?
It's just, you know, sometimes you're aware that you're in a situation where you just think, I wasn't brought up to be in this situation, I'm not armed to the right things to do in this situation, and it can be terrifying, but you know that I really want to take a chance and go in there because I might feel something. So I think the whole thing is about, I want to go in there because I might actually feel something amazing, but I don't know if I've got the tools to do it.
Okay.
I don't know if I've been equipped. How would you summarise that journey?
Okay. Well, earlier on we were talking about the imposter syndrome because there are a lot of poets around the table, but they were all saying, I'm not a real poet, I'm an imposter, I'm a fake poet. But what is a real poet and what is a fake poet? And is that just a feeling people have got? That's what we were talking about earlier on, whether that has got relevance. Anyway, Yes. So where do we go from here? Yes.
I know that you already said this is not your first date, but if it was, I'd really love it. But for my first date, I took my now partner to an open mic. And I didn't even know I'm going to perform. And then I did. I was like, this is either going really well or really fucking badly wrong. But it went well. So it's good to... I performed some poems. Because it was open mic, but yeah.
Okay. So
it was a risky first date move, that's what I'm saying. But it was a worth...
I mean, did you feel like you were a fraud or that you didn't belong there?
No, I felt like quite confident there. Yeah, just confident.
Yeah. Okay, so it's all about there's a bit of confidence involved. Maybe Jimmy, come and join us. This is Talkaoke.
I'm on a tight schedule, then
Tight schedule. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Have you got time?
Next thing.
Yeah, go to. I will say there's no contractual obligation. No one is sitting here. If they don't want, hopefully anyway, if they don't want to be here, you can stay as long as little. Even just say hello. We've got. You're gonna go. You're gonna go.
We were just on our way to get a coffee, and we're like, this looks cool.
What kind of coffee are you gonna get?
I'm just boring and Greek. I just have plain black Americano.
I'm on this double espresso.
Oh, there we go.
What about you?
I probably have oat milk flat white.
Okay. Anyway,
that's hummus. That's not a flat white.
Anyway, it's plant-based.
Okay.
Anyway, we've got. I've got to do this quickly because everyone's going to go. We've got Jimmy, we've got Lissy, we've got Naz, we've got Imogen, we've got Tony, we've got Jennifer, we've got Jennifer, we've got Alex, we've got Dave, we've got Margot, and me, Mikey. What's your name?
Zandra.
Xantha, welcome. Let's give this person a round of applause. At the moment, we're sort of talking about a few things, life's dilemmas, and how sometimes they can inform us. Like, there's a moment when Jimmy was in Rhodes, in Greece, up a hill, and there was a monastery that he wanted to go into. Something was drawing him in, but something was telling him not to go in. And it's that sense of authenticity versus trepidation, let's say. And that's become a sort of thematic for the album that Jimmy's created as a singer-songwriter. But the last song is still missing. And that's where we are right now. We're just trying to help him out to
inside that monastery.
Yeah,
get me
just in an imaginative way. Yes.
Thank you. On the inauthenticity point that we were talking about earlier, and the feeling that you don't belong in a place, I think this is what makes the case for inauthenticity, because you'd feel inauthentic going into the monastery, but the value that you could get from having done that, I think, outweighs the feeling of being inauthentic in the moment.
It's easy to say that now, but now we're in Manchester. This was in Rhodes. This was a time.
That's true. I sang in a pub the other day, which I don't sing. I got peer pressured into it, and I felt inauthentic in the moment, but I felt affirmed for having done it afterwards.
What song did you sing?
Well, I was in.
Karaoke.
Yeah, there was no music, so it was a cappella. Yeah. Thank you.
In Ireland, in Cork.
And I sang the Pogues. So this is an example of inauthenticity, but good inauthenticity, that you're happy that you felt coerced or peer pressured or.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just need that little push across the threshold.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel lastingly better for having done it.
Yeah.
Which.
Hopefully it's a bit like these people that have just arrived on the Talkaoke table, that they feel a little better for having stepped into our little tent of chat. This is Talkaoke. Welcome to the Pop-Up Talk Show. We have got Xantha, we've got Jimmy, we've got Alicia, we've got Naz, we've got Imogen, we have got
Tabs,
and we've got Tabs. I just felt like that was the right response to Tabs. We've got Tony. We've got. Let's see what we can generate with our Jennies. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, but where are we going to go with this conversation? We're here in this moment. People have stepped across the threshold.
Yeah, this is the monastery.
Yeah, in a way, this is the monastery. We've even got the soundtrack. Oh, I'm somehow combined it with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which seems totally appropriate. Yeah. What's that? You don't like it?
It sounded great.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here. We're in our own monastery, our own creating. But what do we do in our monastery? What is the point of being here? That's the question, really.
I think think we're all vibrations. Everything is energy. We can feel when someone's energy is right or in alignment with our own energy or something that we strive to be around. And I think it's our kind of, not duty, I can't find the right word, but it's important for us to all find what makes us vibrate at our highest possible vibration. Yeah, even if it's just meditating or do some yoga or go out for it, whatever is meditation for you, knitting, crochet, whatever, write a poem, journal, do gardening, tell some, also, just if you see something you like, I will always express it. Just try and spread joy in any small pocket that you can. I would never walk past something that I didn't think was beautiful and not say, by the way, that's beautiful. So spread happiness.
Okay.
Well, you were there for the mic drop moment. Time to give us some initial and final thought.
Have fun and be kind to each other.
Right, yes. That's also. Are you off as well?
I'm having a great time, but we should. No, I know. I am enjoying myself though.
You can always come back to me.
You can always come back to
me. And I can't wait to go back to Wales and tell everybody about what you weirdos do in England.
Okay, well, yeah, be kind. Be kind.
In my area where I live in South London, they've just opened first ever Welsh cafe.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's I just want to say, I don't know, Welsh rabbit and a lobster roll. I don't know if it's Welsh.
Okay, is that Welsh dish? What, lobster roll?
I've never had it. We eat, particularly where I live, we eat seaweed a lot.
Right.
It's called lava bread.
Right.
And we fry it, which is I didn't realise it was weird until.
Yeah. I mean, it's perfectly normal in Manchester to sit around the table with a person in the middle. In Wales, it's perfectly normal to eat seaweed bread. So there you go.
Save hedgehogs from cattle grids.
Right. Okay.
That was one of my favourite things to do as a child, was to go to the local cattle grid. And we'd all go in a gang on our BMXs and we'd save hedgehogs.
Okay.
That's beautiful. Yeah. And we used to tell our teacher then, oh, I saved 10 hedgehogs, and he'd give you a star.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's. We haven't really spoken to this Jenny or Tabs.
We're gonna get coffee.
Okay. Give us a final thought. Alicia, final thought.
The comfort zone is a great place, but nothing ever grows there. So get out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing I was saying? Oh, being ready isn't a feeling; it's a decision. You know when people say, "I don't feel ready," you decide to be ready.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like you're ready to leave. Yeah, it's Jimmy though.
I need some
eat a grapefruit on a really crowded train. That's my tip for happiness.
Why?
It's quite a challenging fruit to eat in a neat way.
You say in a heat wave?
In a neat way, in a neat way, yeah. In a heat wave, yeah. But so if I see you all on a train, I want you to have a grapefruit.
Okay. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Tony, give us a final thought. Final thought. Yeah.
The world has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
Okay, so where are we going to take this? As I said, we've not really heard from Jenny or Tabs yet. I don't know if any of it makes sense. Come and join us, yes. We've got some more poets over here that are going to come and join us, potentially. Yes, come on, over you come. Yeah, you can do it. We're doing spontaneous poetry. Can you eat a grapefruit in a neat way in a heat wave? Is what we just had on the train, yes. Anyway,
maybe that's his song. Maybe that's his last song.
Yeah, maybe we did it, yes.
I don't know if this is overly combative, but I think if you complain about the modern world and social media, you're a hypocrite if you still have social media.
Do you think so?
I agree. Thank you very much. I would say so. Yeah, I think personally, I do think social media is massively corrosive. I think just about everyone recognises that. I don't think people.
Why do they still do it?
I think we're addicted to it, and I also think there's an aspect of a self-fulfilling prophecy where everyone thinks that they have to be on it because everyone else is on it, but you only break those chains by people taking principled opposition to that.
Okay. Come and join us around. This is media and it's social, but it's not social media. Alex is saying, get off of social media. It's bad. It's corrosive. That's what we're talking about now. Come and join us. Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Come and listen here. It's better. Okay, Margot.
No, I think essentially I agree, but I recently started my massage therapy business, and I realized that having a website is not as good as having Instagram. Just very simply, because it's more dynamic, you can let people know. Because I've already tired out all of my friends, all my close network, were like, hey, do you want a massage? It's very affordable. People are just like, yeah, I can't, like, enough now.
Massage on social media.
I'm massaging the figures as well.
Jennifer, give us a final thought.
Just look at life on the positive side and be happy. Just choose to be happy, that's it.
Okay. Is it that simple? Just say, yes, I choose to be happy? With all the things going on, is it so simple just to say, yes, I choose to be happy?
You're going to keep me here, isn't it? Yeah, it's true, like, with what's going on in the world, but still try to see the beauty in every corner that you can find it.
Okay, there is beauty. Earlier on, somebody said, never skip over something that's beautiful. Thank you. Lovely to... thank you for being here and giving us your point of view. Okay, right. So yes, social media.
If you have a business, you're let off, I would say. Yeah, everyone else, you're not.
Okay.
Yeah, just agreeing with that. I think the argument sort of runs out of track when you're talking about people who do need to self-promote. I think on an individual level there's no reason for it to be on social media, and if everyone wasn't on social media then there wouldn't be the need to self-promote in that fashion either.
Let's start a campaign. Yeah. Okay, shall we start a campaign?
Yeah, off social media.
Still, Tabs and Jenny, you've not said anything. Have you got any views on this, Jenny?
On social media, I don't know. I don't think it's a simple answer. I agree. It is corrosive and bad, but it is also a tool that has helped connect me with information and things going on here in my community and stuff that I wouldn't have known otherwise. So I do see some of the positives.
Can we have both things? Can have social media without this corrosiveness? Is it possible?
Maybe if we had a way ultimately to be more connected in communities and with each other in different ways, and that would be better.
Okay.
Get rid of big tech, I suppose.
All right.
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe there are some answers there. Tabs, have you got any views? Are you yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a bit more nuanced than if you're on social media. Then, if you disagree with it, I think that big tech has taken over. I think loads of great activism stuff happens on social media. We've seen that internationally as well, even with like Arab Spring and stuff. Like social media was massive in terms of building movements. And as an LGBT person, being connected with LGBT communities and support is absolutely key, and that's kind of happened through social media.
Okay, all right, so definitely there's some good things about social media we've heard there. We've got some new faces, so Alex, Jennifer, Jenny, Tabs, Naz, Imogen, tell us your name.
Mavra.
Mavra and?
Beatrice.
And Margot, we've got Dave. I can't remember where I started. I start with you, Alex. I say you. I think you did. Yeah. Anyway, I'm Mikey, and this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. At the moment, we're talking about social media. Can you have big points from Tabs. If you're, like LGBT, if you want to connect with other people, if you want to feel like you're part of something, then social media does it. But is it big tech taking over? Can we have the best of both worlds? Can we do it in real life? These are all the big questions. Yes.
Just a small point about it's okay to be on social media if you have a business, because I feel like sort of our identities online, they became a business as well. Like this, we present a certain type of lifestyle, or we express ourselves. We show our individuality on social media, but that's kind of business too, in a way, whether we realize it or not. But totally, finding your tribe
in whatever space, be it online or whatever. I think that's very important. But I also think like maybe social media should be restricted to like you can only search for stuff like once a month. So really make your decision wisely what you're going to search for, and then make notes of all the events that are coming up in South London for me. But
you get like one.
Yeah, just like write it on a piece of paper, put it in your calendar. That reminds me to buy 2026 calendar. Still got previous year on my wall.
So should we limit? Is the answer to limit social media to one go every week or every month? Or?
I just wanted to sort of clarify my point because I think I put it quite heavy-handedly. I don't have qualms with people discussing on the internet and such things. I think there is immense benefit in that. My gripe is with Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and it's the algorithm. I do think we have a responsibility to divest ourselves as much as we possibly can do from these algorithms, and I think there are online spaces where you can have an exchange of ideas that is not commodified, not engineered to make you hate each other, and I think ultimately the best place for the exchange of ideas to occur is in person with each other, because that lends the scope for greatest nuance, doesn't it? But I guess my point is that I do think we have a responsibility not to be on the big tech social media platforms as a boycott, basically. Okay, I think it needs to be boycotted.
So they're kind of engineering a little bit of dislike, or a little engineering that side of humanity, which is maybe not the best side. But I guess the other thing you've said as well, real life is best. And we're here all in real life, so we've got the opportunity. So maybe we want to sort of make the best of it. And is the best of it, of that opportunity, cycling off social media, or is it something else? Gentlemen.
Yes, I feel like real life is best. I feel like it's when people who drive in cars just shout like "wanker, you dickhead" at each other, but just because there's that like little barrier between them, and if they were walking along the street, you would never say something so horrible to someone. But as soon as there's that barrier there, people lose all of their kindness.
And that's a question of authenticity. Is that maybe a more authentic version of them? The more
and hide it, get it gone. It's not nice. It just spreads anger, I guess. And yeah, I feel like even if big tech did not manipulate social media, it's still a place that just makes you annoyed. I feel like comment sections need to go, because all of them everywhere, and now they're just adding more and more, like on Spotify, on podcasts. You just have to see someone's opinion, and less opinions, please.
Okay, it's a bit difficult for my profession, less opinions, but anyway, I hear what you're saying. Yes, Imogen.
I was going to say, conversely, like, have you ever been on the YouTube comment section? It's one of the funniest, silliest, weirdest things ever. But yeah, and on the other side, it's like the most frustrating. It's either people saying who's here listening to this in 2026, or like just really silly little like comments about a video. I don't know. I find them really hilarious.
So you like to look through the comments?
No, not all of them. But I just think you can sometimes look at the internet and social media. It's like, God, this is the best of maybe that's dramatic. The best that humanity has to offer on a really silly, connective level, and also the worst. But go on YouTube comments. There's some gems.
Okay, so there are some gems in the muck. We've heard that expression already today. Mavra, Beatrice, have you got any views on this? Are you social media people?
Yeah, I'm on social media, but I think there's a lot of positives and advantages to it, but I work with young people and I can see how social media really influences them in a negative way. So when we're talking about the manosphere and stuff like that, I work with also with young girls that are affected by this, and while I'm really for social media and being able to express yourself and not censoring that at the same time, and I don't have the answer to that. It's what do we do with really vulnerable people who are affected by certain ideologies.
I mean, can you say a little bit more about how that affects the young girls, this manosphere thing?
Basically feeling like there's no other future for them than serving or catering to a man, and kind of, you know, I don't know if anyone's seen the Louis Theroux documentary report. Louis Theroux report.
I think it's because it's on Netflix, and half the people here are not subscribers to Netflix. We've had that discussion already.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yes, and it's very relatable. Those are a lot of the things I also see when working with young people, and it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, to me that doesn't sound like a very positive, view of a future, that you're just there to serve the men. And is that really happening in 2026? It seems like it is. Anyone got any comments on that? What do we do about this kind of thing? I mean, yes.
Well, it's happening because there's an algorithm, isn't it? So when you go down this rabbit hole, you keep going down and down and down. So there should be more rules in place. So, there is no algorithms, so you're not bombarded with one ideology. So then you're thinking, oh, this is what it must be. Because at the end of the day, people are scared because they're overstimulated by things that are happening around the world, or being scared of this has happened around the corner, someone got stabbed, someone got a gun out. So you see all this news and you don't know what's real, what's not real. So then you get stuck in like a loophole, because then the algorithm plays into it and gives you more images of people getting hurt, and then you just, then you're isolated, aren't you? And then social media is your only connection. So I think the big companies need more rules in place.
Okay, so that's quite a dark picture you're painting, but it probably is what's happening. More rules, more regulations. Is that going to happen? Is there anything else we can do which doesn't require the government to act?
I don't know about the Louis Theroux documentary, because I watched the knockoff on iPlayer for free. But I've said that a million times today. But I think it's trending. The conversation is trending. But what I found interesting is that there's never in the documentary that I saw, they don't mention money or like the power of capitalism. How we just suddenly decided that having fuckloads of money is really the ultimate value of somebody's worth, and that is just never questioned through the documentary. It's like, they just want to be successful, and they are in this fucking pyramid scheme of becoming like some kind of life mentors to other young boys who are lost. So it's just like a pyramid scheme, but nobody's saying but why do you need to make money in this way? Why do you have to have this much money? And capitalism is never mentioned once, and I just think what the fuck is the BBC doing? It's a very emotional documentary. It's got a lot of really good points. You can learn a lot from it, but the main crux of the problem is we live in a system that prioritizes and values money above anything, sadly.
Okay.
And that's not even mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are you going back up?
No, I think I just...
Okay, so we're getting a bit too deep with... Come join us, yes. Let's talk about your Freeform Talk Show. At the moment we're talking about social media. Does it lead to things like toxic masculinity, stuff like that? Come join us, yes. Give us a final thought though before you go, Dave. Come join us, yes.
Oh, crikey, I've had a few already. I'm trying to think of another one. I don't know, change will not come from above. The people in power are not in a position where it is beneficial to them to relinquish it. You've got to make individual changes at your level, organise with your communities, and together build a world that is better for everyone. There you go, there's the final closing.
Okay, so how does that relate to social media? Does that mean we've got to change social media?
I think a lot of the problems with social media are a product of the environment that they were created in, where it's in many ways engagement is commodified, and if we lived in a community that was more focused on engaging with each other and living in a space together, that would eventually become less of a problem. I think it's more systemic than just putting in additional rules and regulations. But anyway, I'm done with my soapbox.
Okay, well, thank you, Dave. And we've got, come and join us. Yes. You don't have to say anything, but just come and come and help out your friend. We have got Beatrice, we've got Mavro, we've got Imogen, we've got Naz, we've got Margot, we have got Tabs, we've got Jenny, we've got Jennifer, we've got Alex. Tell us your name.
Mohammed,
welcome, and here with a round of applause. And my name's Mikey. Yeah, come and join us. So when we're talking about social media, is it a good influence? Is it a bad influence? So far we've heard it's a bit of both. Any thoughts on this, Mohammed? I know you've just come straight into it. If you've got nothing at this point, it's fine.
I don't really have any strong opinions on social media.
Are you on social media?
I'd say so. But no, I've never really thought about it as much as some other things.
Because one of the things people have been saying, and it is probably from your perspective, mostly older people, I've been saying that young people are like, oh, it's corrupted, they're too anxious, they're too kind of, let's say, influenced by social media. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
Yeah, definitely. I think social media can really root a lot of like teenage problems and problems within the youth. Like, for instance, I think like a lot of self-diagnosing happens like among youth, and that can really be rooted to social media. Like let's say videos on TikTok, like, telling them they kind of should be like people kind of like thinking it's like it's become like normalized to be like suicidal or something, or becoming like normalized to have like depression, you know. And I think a lot of people, if they just got off TikTok and got off like watching sad videos and watching like just didn't watch these things, they wouldn't think they have it, you know, even if their problems are bad. I think that really amplifies it.
So in a way they're relating to the problems, but it's almost been contextualized in the wrong way, where it's made worse than it actually is. But there is this kind of relatability. Any thoughts on this side, the self-diagnosing going on?
I'm in the wellness, and I totally agree with Mohammed. One of the main frustration I have is not that only normalized, but it's an utopia. You know, and it's very dangerous because it makes almost ideal to be in the situations that is depression, and it's not. Sometimes people, including myself, they don't experience it as beautiful as social media making it seem, and that is a dangerous game. And the other thing going about money and making money, I think the problem is that now social media, everybody wants to make money. So people without qualifications or psychological background or any kind of, you know, university degrees, they want to sell the experience and how they heal. And the reality is, even if you did go through a journey, you heal yourself, it doesn't make you a specialist to help other people. And people asking for money on top of that, to me, is quite a sad place.
In a way, you're kind of agreeing with Margot that it's prioritising money. Come and join us. We're talking about social media. Have we kind of got it wrong with social media? How do we fix it? Is there a good side to it? There's all these questions. Does it lead to some kind of psychological issues that we're kind of almost over-diagnosing or self-diagnosing problems just because we can relate to them? Any thoughts on this side? Go on, Jenny.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of, like I was saying about it being systemic, I think that these big social media companies have found a way to make money and exploit problems that are happening and existing maybe elsewhere in society. So
we just need to like put some laws on them and just kind of like.
I don't think that will work. I think we do need more laws and control if that's an option, but I don't think that will work. I think it's money is a problem. Money is being fetishized in that way, but also because people, you know, cost of living, people don't have a realistic route to make the kind of money enough money that they think that they need to live good lives, and that's a reality. And so men feel frustrated by that. Back to the manosphere, they feel emasculated. So it's all of these other things coming together and making it a bit worse.
So that's not painting a great picture, I've got to say. We've got no money, but then we're being shown these ways to make money. It's the only way to make money. Yes, Margot.
I think I saw something on social media. Sorry to say, but it was like a side by side of some kind of OnlyFans model and a kind of politician who's like doing really well in a local whatever community, and the OnlyFans person is earning like $1 million or something a month, and the politician makes like $30K a month, and as maybe as a person who's who's still looking for role models, you go like, yeah, damn, I want to have money, I'm going to go down this route. Because I think the value, we started valuing and putting like monetary value on things that maybe morally, whatever morally, but do you really want to live in a world where you just have to prostitute yourself to be someone, or to earn enough living, like money for your living? Like what you said about the maybe I'll just end it here. Yeah, cost of living. Yeah. Okay. And then maybe it's kind of like rolled in with like empowerment, and it's all kind of getting like this. So
Marva, give us a final thought.
I think in everything there are positive and negatives. I think we all need to educate ourselves and make better, better choices in life in general. Anything, you can use it either way.
Isn't it becoming more and more difficult to make the
Yes, it becomes. But if we go back to communities and sit around the table and drink a glass of wine, the world is better.
Okay.
So let's talk exactly.
Okay. The world looks better with a glass of wine. So Terence McKenna, stick that. All right. That's a gag from earlier on that no one's even going to understand. Anyway, we have got Jennifer, we've got Jenny, we've got Tabs, we've got Margot, we've got Naz, we've got Imogen, we've got Beatrice, we've got...
I'm Stephen.
Stephen, welcome. Let's give this man a round of applause. We've got Mohammed, we've got Alex, and
Mohammed had something to say.
Yeah, go on. Go on, now, come on.
Sorry, I forgot your name.
My name's Mikey, sorry.
Margot.
Margot, yeah, not Margot. Yeah.
Also, something that she said about like prostitution and OnlyFans. I think, like on the other hand of that, when it's like kind of influence the younger generation of like women, like the people that are on the podcast with them, like this kind of red pill like toxic masculinity like figures like Andrew Tate or like even HS Talkaoke. I think like another big problem is that people like, especially, so I'm quite young, I'm 15, and people...
That's going to be the run of book, that, isn't it? Nothing to do with it apart from being born, but...
People, in my age, they'll sometimes like idolize these figures, and they'll look at like disgust towards the OnlyFans models, and they'll kind of like objectify just women, like to just be like these OnlyFans models, these people that have no like inherent value. So I just wanted to say that because I think there's like two sides of that with these like podcasts with OnlyFans models and red pill like influencers.
Are you saying it's two sides of the same coin? Is it? Yeah. Okay. All right. So we're all becoming objectified. We're stopping valuing people. Come and join us. How do we get out of this cycle? I guess is the question.
I think like if we stop giving platforms to like these really toxic creators, again like red pill creators, or even like people that like bring on OnlyFans models just to like kind of like dehumanize them. If we just stop giving them platform, then I think that could really help the problem.
Stop giving people the platform. How do we do that? How do we deplatform these people? Yes, go on in.
I don't know if we're too far gone now with that. And when I was watching the Louis Theroux documentary, I had this sort of juxtaposing sort of feelings about how it's weird that like it's so unregulated, or is it like the sort of media at like YouTube and how anyone can have their own channel and reach a massive audience? But then I was like, actually that's really exciting and amazing, but I don't know how you'd pull that back and deplatform people when they're gonna open up another channel of some sort, or there'll be more.
I mean, what are you saying? There's also good things on YouTube. By the way, people on YouTube.
There's all sorts. I watched a guy. He just had a massive cabbage that he'd like. It was wonderful. He was wearing this. I don't know if anyone's seen it. He's wearing this like cabbage fleece, and he's really proud of this cabbage. It was so wholesome and wonderful. I was just like, this is such a lovely thing to watch. No, it wasn't educational. It was just he was showing off his massive cabbage. And he was really proud of his new fleece, but I appreciated that.
Okay, so there are other things on YouTube which are not as toxic. Steve, have you got any views on this?
You sure?
Yeah,
okay. I don't know how. it's a very controversial subject, and I'm more of a philosopher than I am a politician. Yeah. And so I think somebody mentioned OnlyFans, and I think. Yeah, I think there are counterweights and counterpoints from.
Is there like a philosophy version of OnlyFans?
Well, I mean, I would say if somebody was coming from a pure philosophical viewpoint, then there's always polarities, there's always dualities, and there's always there's value on both sides of the spectrum, but there's also toxicity on both sides of the spectrum. Right. And it's the same with masculine femininity, it's the same with politics as well. There's value and toxicity on both sides. Right. Some gets highlighted more than others. Yeah. Now from a philosophical perspective, I try and take any extreme viewpoints, I take them as just data points. Right. So some of the more extreme people, I wouldn't completely consume their advice or their viewpoints.
Have those extreme people got too much influence?
Well, I think I think you could say politicians have too much influence. You know, big government has too much influence. Big tech companies have too much influence. So there's no escaping stuff like that. I don't think.
So that's that, ladies and gentlemen, as well. We don't have OnlyFans for philosophers, and by that I mean that we get good quality philosophy for free from people like Steve. Anyway, there's a point. Oh, a new face over here. So we've got Jenny, we've got Jennifer, we've got Alex, we've got Mohammed, we've got Steve, we've got Beatrice, we've got Imogen, we've got Naz, we've got Margot, we've got Tabs, and we've got Farhan. Farhan, welcome. Give you a round of applause. And my name's Mikey. Now we're sort of talking about this kind of, are we entering into a toxic realm with, with, as Mohammed said, with the red pill influencers, and with just a kind of, just a space where people are being told things that are maybe not very healthy. We talked about this kind of self-diagnosing. We talked about anxiety, social media. Steve is saying, well, these are just extremes manifesting themselves, and actually there's toxicity really in everything. Maybe we don't see other toxicities. Maybe we don't see other downsides of other people speaking. Yes, Margaret, you got something to say?
No, I think on the subject of like deplatforming people, I think maybe you're right, Imogen, in saying that maybe it's too late, and I think maybe you can't censor what people are saying or police what people are saying or put it on the platforms, but maybe we can get better at teaching each other like these critical thinking skills, where you can then discern for yourself, do I want to believe in this or that, or is there a merger of both?
What are critical thinking skills? Give us an example of one great critical thinking skill.
I mean, I don't know, just like being able to, understand them. Maybe, for example, going back to the Manosphere documentary, what I was struck by, that a lot of these boys, they had this degree of like certainty and clarity about the world view, and they were just so certain. They can be very powerful, very convincing. It's like, this is how things are.
So
I have to do this, and if you're not doing this, you are not really doing it right. But what they don't know, they don't have the critical skills to understand that the way in which they are seeing the world is just one of many views. Okay. They've not questioned why that is right, what else is out there. It's the ability to ask questions. Okay. So we can get better at that.
So be skeptical, ask questions. Imogen?
Yeah, it's like a lack of agnosticism. Like people, scared to not have the answers to everything, and not enough doubt. I don't know whether that's just baked into us, that we've got to have like when people are sort of giving their 2 cents here, I sort of, my inclination is to be like, I don't know. Yeah. But
it's a stronger point if you're more definite about it. Ready is not a feeling. Ready is a decision. That's what Alicia said. Go on, Farhan.
So
I think it's an interesting point. You do need to be critical with the information that's coming in. But there is another side to that, and that side is faith. And I don't necessarily mean that in the sense of religious faith. I mean just having something that you believe in. And that is a little bit delusional, because we all know people that are kind of glass half full people, glass half empty people. And from my experience, those people that are glass half empty, even though they're more realistic, they're more kind of ingrained with what the real truth is, they seem to be a lot happier. Those optimistic people, even though they're a bit ditzy and they're a bit kind of out there, they seem to be having a good time. And there is this weird balance of knowing the truth and then also living like an enjoyable life.
So is it optimism maybe without the naivety, but some kind of like positivism or something like that?
Yeah, I think with everything there's a balance there, and it's really hard to achieve that balance sometimes, especially when you have quite strong influential figures that are influencing the minds of people that aren't fully developed. That's one thing that I noticed from the Manosphere documentary, like this lady was saying, that these young boys were just fully bought in, and they've been bought in from day one, because when I was a kid there was no YouTube mentors that we could just follow and start listening to, as opposed to our influential figures were our parents, friends, families, that kind of thing, whereas I don't think they take as much of a young person's mental space as much anymore.
Okay. Alright, so it's a different era. Jenny, give us a final thought before you go.
Yeah, I think I really agree with what you're saying, and I think it's about what we put value on and celebrate in terms of deplatforming. I think it's not about deplatforming, it's about platforming better examples and role models and powerful messages. People like Mohammed, get him on a platform and get that focus.
Yeah, okay, so,
Yeah, we have
final thought.
Mohammed for Prime Minister.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Alright, final thought.
My friend Imogen has been talking about Talkaoke for months and months and months, and I agree, I'm a convert, love it. More Talkaoke, please.
Okay, well mate, come tomorrow and you can learn how to do this job.
Cool.
Nice.
Maybe.
Concluding remark. I don't know what to say. Can I leave it like that? Is that alright?
Come on.
Is it alright? It's kind of okay, but I feel like there's more. Is there a particular thing that someone said today that's kind of...
I mean, they've gone now. I felt bad for saying hypocrites earlier. That's kind of been on my mind since I said it, so I regret my choice of words. Secondly... Oh no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a hater is the thing. I don't want to say something for the sake of being incendiary.
Well,
sorry.
That's a good,
That's
a great final thought. That's a great final thought. And also it hits that middle ground between certainty and doubt as well, which I like as well. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being you do you. Yes.
No, but I think, did you want to say something, Stephen? No, go.
No, it's your turn.
It's the thing about balance and people who have a strength of conviction about what they're doing. You get this thing like you get people with a very strong realities, but it's very rigid, and you get people a bit more flexible and sensitive, and it seems that the people that kind of gravitate, I was going to say ascend, but that's not the people that gravitate towards positions of power and influence is usually the people that have very well defined realities. It's interesting.
All right. Yes.
I think that's a really good point. I'm going to think about that. But what I wanted to say is, like, it's almost going back to this thing. Like, there are lots of reasons in the world to be depressed, to see the glass half empty as opposed to half full. But essentially, it's your choice. Yeah, we live in capitalism. We live in a world where money seems to be the highest value. But you can still make a decision whether that dictates how you are every day. So I think that's quite important.
Being yourself, in a way. Okay.